Hello. There is growing fear and anger in Niger 2 weeks after the military overthrew the democratically elected government in the West African country. The economic sanctions imposed on the country by the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, have led to hardship. Nigeria, Niger's neighbor in the south, has closed its borders, cut off financial transactions and electricity supply, and blocked the movement of imports into the landlocked country. The coup in Niger is the sixth military takeover in West Africa in 3 years. The region's leaders felt they needed to do something to stop the spread of military interventions. We are drawing the line in the sand, ECOWAS Security Chief Abdel Fattah Musa tells the BBC. ECOWAS has activated a standby military force ready to invade the country once they receive the order. Unfortunately, resistance to an invasion is only increasing. The Nigerian Senate has voted down the request for authorization to invade Niger from President Bola Tinubu. Will President Bola Tinubu ignore the Nigerian Senate and invade the country? It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 6:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya, 5:30 p.m. in Cairo, Egypt, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, 11:30 a.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today, Professor Sam Amadi will join us. Professor Amadi is the director of the Abuja School of Social and Political Thoughts. Before then, he was the chairman of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. He was a fellow at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government and a former senior counsel at Gani Fawemi Chambers from 1993 to 1995. Early this year, he contested to be the Labour Party's candidate for governor of Imo State. He will join us to speak on the role of public intellectuals in the failure of Nigeria to launch. Professor Amadi, welcome to.
Hello. I can't hear you, but can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you so much. Welcome. Good to have you on the show.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Let's start with what's happening in Niger. We have the government, Nigerian government, Tinubu insisting that something has to be done with the situation there. What is your take on that situation and the position of Bola Tinubu?
I think it's a tricky one, and if I were use an Igbo proverb, I want to say that this is a friend. If you allow it, it's something that in trying to kill it, they might hurt. On that basis, I think there are two propositions. Two principles are conflicting here. One is a principle in terms of duty to protect democracy, which ECOWAS convention requires its member states to promote. The other one is the principle of respecting the sovereignty of Niger. So if the fear foreign policy advisor before with Joe Madekwe, I will be thinking around pulling darkness mean for us, Burkina Faso, Mali. we had Guinea. Are we going to be another rule? People forget that it was just not started from Benin Republic. Sorry, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we are getting at a point. Is every sentence there's a cut. I don't know if are you on your computer? Or are you on your phone? It's not very
On my computer. Are you hearing me well now?
okay. Okay, yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. We used to have a problem where all the states in almost around us were all under military rule. Then starting with Benin Republic with the Cultural Conference, we now saw democracy sweep through. So the fear here is, are we seeing a relaunch of military rule coming under the failure of democracy? Tinubu and his government need to get worried about what is meant. But also, you have to look at the fact that Nigeria is so intertwined culturally and geopolitically with Niger that any invasion that kind of creates real internal conflict in Niger could lead to very dangerous consequences for Nigeria. So, from I think Mr. Peter B's tweets this today, on the need for diplomacy, need for negotiation, be firm but not bloody. We don't need to rush to war, but we need to be firm to say that we would like reversion to status quo, which is the detained president released and taken over the government, or at least a very fast transition to democracy. Look, it looks like it has happened. The best you can get is some kind of transition, quick, and maybe a matter of months. But I will say that so far, the Nigerian government's response has been not too concentrated, not very deliberative, and smacks of maybe a one-sided assessment. The kinetic assessment of our firepower has overshadowed the very economic, social, cultural vulnerability that we have as a country, surrounded by three now recalcitrant members: Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. So I think we need to be very, very more deliberative. Bottom line is you don't to invade Niger, but you need to force the coupists out of power as quickly as possible.
What does that say about the readiness of Bola Tinubu's administration in terms of the reaction, the initial reaction? Because we had a pushback by the Senate, and people in the North are pushing back. Is it that he did not anticipate that?
First, let me apologize for the code, but let me go ahead. First, I think that several major policy initiatives of this government. First, the very precipitate and quick removal of subsidy through an inaugural address, without thinking in terms of what to do to to deal with the expected consequence. They floating the currency, and now the earlier declaration of war in Benin Republic, in Niger Republic, show a sense of lack of a disorganized and incoherent presidency at this moment. Um, Presidencies revolve around the president and chief of staff and key staffers. So it might look like they are governed more by preconceived notions and they've been knee-jerk, reactive rather than proactive. They seem to be kind of audacious at the beginning, then they miss the mark, then they retreat, then they start doing piecemeal patchwork. That is really an incoherent way. I mean, yes, people can say, oh, audacious. They won, you fling off subsidy. But if you can't follow through and you're now vacillating between where we have no option. I'm a member of the NLC energy group negotiating for the palliatives with the government. There's basically no idea. Government has no idea. They have no set of policies they want to put across as mitigators. So the notion is somehow they could filibuster, they could kick the can, and maybe expect that the dark politics of divide and rule could maybe head off any crisis. And you saw when Labour went on protests across the country, that same day, the president who had allowed his chief of staff to be dilly-dallying had to come in straight to um, promise everything and nothing has been done. So I think that one of the consequences of being a political maestro, like Tinubu is reputed, is that maybe you don't have a handle on governance. We've not seen that great heavy lifting in terms of policy, in terms of strategic thinking. We've seen a lot of political work, negotiations, talking to people. Look, you declared we're going to go to war 1 week, then they start rolling out emissaries, envoys. This should have preceded any declaration of intent to use military action. And so when you now first threaten, bluff, and it fails, you've given the coupists in Niger they're more encouraged. They are holding they have the aces right now because you threatened them, you couldn't deliver, and then you are coming back with peace envoys. So I think for me, it's a fundamental problem of the quality of policy support that this government has, and whether really they are not being overstretched. The fact that the full complement of government is not in place, and the fact that we're talking about a cabal, holding forth, might suggest low quality strategic, thinking going on at this point. And the actions so far do not negate these presumptions.
Now, a lot of people are looking forward to having the ministers in place, and that maybe that will be a time that this administration will kick off and show sign of life. Now that we have the names of the ministers, are you impressed? Do you have hope that there will be changes based on the people that will man these positions?
Unfortunately, I would have loved not to be too critical. Too critical. I mean, going by my own identified preferences. But I have to just say I'm not encouraged. I don't have faith, and I tell you why. Three things. One, the process by which these names emerge. The president took longer than necessary to assemble together these names. First, he put his list against the constitution. The constitution says 60 days. The constitution was amended and signed into law in March 2023. Apparently, his minders didn't take note of that. And that constitutional amendment says that you must submit your list within 60 days of taking the oath. The first list came in dead on time at the margin. The subsequent list came in 7 more days. So, technically speaking, all those people on the second slate are unconstitutionally nominated. They're not supposed to be. They are unconstitutional. Their nomination and confirmation they are unconstitutional because the constitution says this should have been done 60 days. Kind of mentality would miss out a big constitutional requirement in putting together a government. Why would a president since uh, February 27 or thereabout not be mindful of constitutional requirement? So today, you are in a position where if you nullify those nominations in the court, you deprive states of having members in the cabinet, and that will contravene the constitution. So head or tail, we're already in a constitutional crisis. Second, so the question is, why would a president and his team start day one committing unenforced constitutional errors? Two, if you look at the mismatch of persons in that cabinet list, it does not speak to any coherent sense of governance. Are you looking for policy experts, technocrats to drive your agenda? Are you looking for technopolies, politicians who have technical background and training, competencies, maybe people who are already well established? Are you looking for them? So if you're doing that, then the team will show. Are you looking for cronies? So it's a mismatch. And the worst outcome is that persons who have either clear or serious allegations of corruption in a government where much of the challenge is around corruption perception or allegation. So the minimum the president should have done is to put a team that would pass the probity test as a way of signaling that in spite of his background and all the profiles, the controversial profile, that this government would move in a different direction. So the failure or packing your team with those kind of persons suggests incoherence. And for one, we can say that there's no evidence that this government will lead any anti-corruption campaign. That's clear from Senate to the cabinet, dotted by persons whose credibility at least and honesty are in great doubt.
Now, let me ask you: do you see anybody who could handle foreign affairs on that list?
Well, in terms of pedigree, I think Moses, in my view, could be two people, maybe Pate, Professor Pate, for the mere fact that he has been part of international network in the Gaviv Alliance and teaching abroad and being part of international network. But again, sorry, his forte has been health and health services, but he has got some immersion in international network. So I could say somebody like him maybe could do that. The other person I would probably consider as um, manageable in terms of foreign policy orientation would be maybe one of maybe the nominee, the young lady who is a columnist, a journalist, Hanatu. Now, for the simple reason that being an established columnist, not that she has any foreign policy experience, and living abroad, she might deal with policy. Now, there are two aspects of the foreign affairs, and I've been a special advisor there. One is what they call diplomacy. The second is policy. Now, you need both of them. So maybe Hanatu, policy, yes, but diplomacy, no. So really, anybody put it there will be struggling. It is not a position for, maybe he's going to put a politician. It's not just those governors. No, diplomacy, you have to have experience in diplomacy, some sense of international network, emerging global players and global issues, and some degree of confidence to speak on global policies and politics. I think that's missing largely in that team. Maybe I don't remember anybody, but so far, I can't remember anybody who has that standard.
Now, what do you make of what happened to El Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State?
I think it's difficult to say. I mean, but I think it's politics. I think it's deliberate politics to get him on that team. Elfa had met with me before the election and told me that both Atiku and Tinubu wanted him to be on the team, but he wouldn't work for government again. That he has, I mean, he has worked for many years as minister, DGBPE, 8 years as governor, and truly he was doing a PhD program at Dutch University. And actually, I came to discuss his project with him. I believe that he would not take the office, but I was surprised that he was nominated. He was rumored for chief of staff to secretary of government, and he took this. So the first question is maybe Erufai shouldn't have uh, accepted the office. Second point is maybe he should have been nominated. I mean, people in Nigeria mistake leadership. They look at technical competence. Okay, brilliant architect, good, strong policy issues, very strong profile as Minister of Interior in terms of dealing with difficult issues, but lacks the central political skill to build community. He's my friend. I worked with him before. If you look at the history of Kaduna, he made it worse clearly politically. That's not about that. I mean, he may have done some development projects, but essentially, if 8 years he couldn't be put together, Nigeria is a is radical pluralism. It's a country that from 1960, even before 1960, have had very tough, great ethnic religious fault lines, have had moments of flare-outs, even burnt out, if you like. So one critical skill to be a minister in Nigeria must be that capacity to not to make matter worse, to inclusive, to generate harmony instead of disharmony. So whether his style or his personality or his ideas if as governor, he has that level of, he created that level of division, those who believe in him radically and many who don't want him. And if you look at Kaduna, the bloodletting, if you look at some of the tweets around Boko Haram, or even the things he said about Jonathan government as a friend, as somebody I support, if I was going to be the president, I would nominate him. Because you see, I think he would come with, Nigeria is at a point where security and national cohesion should be the central thing, because you have to have a country when you talk about whether it's going to be Ministry of Power or Ministry of Petroleum or Ministry of anything. So I think that it's surprising he took the job. It's also surprising that those who gave him the job blocked him, in my view, because the Senate doesn't have, it's a cop-out. The idea of security blocking is actually a cop-out. It's deliberately designed not to confirm him. And it shows to me that the politics of Tinubu's presidential politics could be very intriguing and could be bloody going forward. This is just a foretaste of the level of, level of conspiracy, level of maneuvering that we might see as we continue in this journey. Interesting, but avoidable, basically.
Yeah, you've been close to people in power. Can you explain to us how is it that the president will nominate somebody and then people who work for him, like the National Security Advisor, will now send in a report saying that this person should not have this position? How does that work? How is it possible that under the same administration?
I think that either it's orchestrated, or it shows deeper level of incoherence, like I was saying. For example, the NSA is the president's security advisor himself. The NSA does not have constitutional mandate for vetting. Constitutional mandate for vetting is the Senate's responsibility. They can trigger an inquiry if they want. So if the NSA marks somebody as a security risk, then the president wouldn't have appointed the person in the first place, because this is the person who advised the president. Before any list is generated, it goes to SSS clearance. I've been appointed a federal officer, and I know that before the list, in fact, the whole politics starts at the DSS headquarters, where people have even well-known criminal cases, well-known certificate cases. You heard about the other lady, Oketete, who was also sidelined. She, in her previous work, was accused with evidence of certificate forgery. I mean, not yet established by court. So there's no way DSS will not know about that. There's no way their profiling, their scrutiny is rigorous. I attended those interviews. So it's very simple. You look at a certificate, you do a Google check, you see where people are reporting that the National Assembly issued a report against that woman. So how come the same person enters into the ministerial list when the DSS is every day reporting to the president? So the answer is simple. Either corruption at the highest level, people who ought to vet are bought over and they give all clear to the president, and the president goes ahead, or it was a rearguard action. He went through and they came back and find a way to direct. Basically, play good cop, bad cop. So the president probably doesn't want you in, but he said, okay, I'll bring you in, then my hitman go and cut off his head on his way coming to the villa, cut him off. So the president has given invitation, but then somebody else cut off your head. So I think that's what's playing on here. There's just no way that NSA or the in-office institutions around him would not okay somebody as high profile as Erufai that work with the president that the president wants. So I think it's an insider game, like I said. And but I think the reasons are ordinarily valid. And that's why I blame the National Assembly. The mode of screening does not allow for this kind of issues. During the hearing, the Senate President said we had petitions, but I said, look, everybody gets petitions, so we leave it for the appropriate quarters. But that's not the way to go. They would have demanded a written report from the appropriate quarters to themselves, and they would have read it, made up the decision that those allegations are justifiable enough or weighty enough to disqualify Erufai, in which case they would exercise their discretion not to confirm him on the basis of their established process. But not saying we take it back to those who nominated him is totally against legislative practice. You have to exercise your mandate to say confirmed, except Mr. President withdraws that nomination. It's not for the National Assembly to take back to the president. It's for them to say rejected or accepted. It's for the president to say, wait a minute, guys, I retrieved this one. So they made it easy for the president to look like easy for themselves. So they're the ones who broke the bad news. Mr. Rufai, you won't be confirmed. So, okay, not our business, it's the president's business. And the president finds a way to kick it back to NSA, a security report, will deal with it. So it's basically politics. And the bad story is that this kind of politics is negative. It beclouds transparency. The people need to know why a nominee is not fit for purpose, especially when the issues around security, terrorism, issues around corruption, human rights are involved. You needed to have some established methodology that tells us whether it's false or true, or whether it's something we can overlook or not.
All right. I know you worked with former Senate President Ken Namani. And how will you rate Senator Akpabio, the current Senate President?
Well, let me put it this way. I work with Ken Namani. I think, in my view, the three best Senate since 1999, in my view, for different reasons, Ken Namani for a high level of probity, honesty, and focus. David Mark for a high level of statesmanship and capacity to keep the Senate stable. Saraki for high level of technical expertise in terms of engaging with private sector and trying to think around policy. Now, none of this means that these guys are saints or even good people. Some of them are very bad guys, but this is how they approach their work. I think the worst, in my view, is Lawal's Senate, one of the worst, if not the worst, because it kind of surrendered the whole National Assembly to Buhari's politics with an eye to becoming a president, I felt. Akpabio is on the same trajectory. Akpabio is somebody who respects me and we're very friendly. But I think that it's not good to be a Senate president at a time like this. He has got great political skills. He can maneuver, manipulate. But what you need now in Nigeria, honestly, is to put our people's feet on fire. In the National Assembly, there's going to be scrutinizing the executive. Look at the issue around the central bank today. Look at the fact that the central bank did not issue audited report for the past 7 years. Different entries in their website from the ones in the annual report. And the CBN Act provided those, and nobody triggered oversight review for it. You can blame MFLA and blame anybody, but the country that has clear constitutional oversight of, like, everything. Look at the NNPC. We're going to hear more about that in the future. Look at the Air Nigeria. All those are failures traceable to National Assembly under Lawal and Bajamiana. They played politics big time, left their work. Akpabio is likely going to follow that path. Akpabio's early days have shown that he is not capable of not opposing the presidency, but creating some kind of independent persona. I mean, look at the bad optics. You had Kiyamo facing scrutiny. You adjourned for executive session and wheeled down to Villa to confer and wheel back and cleared. That's really, not the way to go. So I say Akpabio as a jolly good fellow, a man who probably understands the Nigerian dark politics of seduction, of dismantling, of building support base, but definitely he's not the kind of person we need at this point. The same with Tinubu. Tinubu isn't the kind of guy we need now, because these are people whose strength is ability to politics, to do politics. But we need more of people who can really rebuild institutions at this moment. And to rebuild institutions, you have to have some fidelity to some key principles. Interdependence. When I was National Assembly with Ken Namani, we came in at a time there are two presidents have gone. First, the presidency of Wabara, first Chupa Kadibo, which was considered antagonistic. So we call it the first way of opposing the presidency. No, that's not the best way for a third world country. The second way, we call it the way of subordination. Wabara, you subordinate yourself. We created a third way. The third way is interdependency. You support the presidency to govern well, but you're interdependent, co-management. You have a role to play to manage the national economy. And that's what is missing. And that's what I think Ababio may not be able to bring. Co-management, the capability to see yourself as supportive of the presidency, but at the same time, see yourself first as institutional gatekeeper and playing that role in a principled, engaging manner. We're not talking about fighting with the president. No, we're talking about protecting the basics of your institution. So if Ababio could somehow get over his propensity to politic in Nigeria, means buy people off, try to settle different groups, maybe he has enough intelligence to put a team around that could guide his Senate presidency, and he resembles more of Ken Namani, David Mark, and less of Lawal.
Do you think that we are served well by having all these former governors in the Senate the way we do today? Is that something positive?
I think it's not positive because of the motivation. If you look at the US, you have many former governors in the, sometimes you have former governors come to the Senate, or even maybe to the House, a few of them, and some move from there to the governorship house. Now, the reason why people might come from governorship to the National Senate might be because they are committed to policy making, legislative work. They basically are opinionated. They basically have a vision. Let's assume you're a governor, but you really think around Nigeria restructuring the country. You might fancy yourself come to the Senate to lead a restructuring lobby, the group of senators who are going to be fighting for. So there could be good reason why a former governor could say, after being a governor, I think I want to go to the National Assembly to drive some policy outcomes, some structural change in the country. But what's happening in our own case is that the governorship as the next entitlement is not basically about, and if you look at the history of those former governors, the number of bills, the number of attendance in the parliament. Now look at it this way. A governor like Omahe went to National Assembly, Senate. He has not even been inaugurated, spent 2 weeks. He flips to be a minister of non-disclosed portfolio. He could be Minister of Culture and Tourism. So the question is, why did he want to be a senator in the first place, other than a governor? Just to be in power and to have that Nigerian captive state structure to use to engineer himself either for vice president or president, or to determine what his next son or his brother, whoever becomes governor or becomes senator, or becomes. So basically, the motivation is dangerous. It's creating a new aristocracy around democracy. And in fact, this is helped by the fact that our elections are still a tragedy. It's still what they call electoral autocracy, competitive autocracy. So if you have free and fair election, in fact, evidence shows that Omar had lost election to Labour Party in Ebonyi. If INEC didn't, collapse, if elections were duly, real-time all sent to the IRF, you would have seen that Omar had lost the election. He couldn't have won. There's no way he would have won. So the fact these guys are exploiting the fact that the Nigerian electoral system is manipulable. You can purchase it. That's why the Fisher's governor, they control the party, they get elected as candidates, they manipulate the election itself. So to cure this, the moment you have free and fair election, Then if a governor is sent by his people to Abuja, it will be a governor who they trust his judgment, his advocacy skill. It will be a governor, they give a mandate, go and fight for restructuring for us. If you're from Niger Delta, maybe they give a mandate, go there and fight for physical federalism. We need it. If you are from maybe Southeast, they give a mandate, go there and fight against all forms of marginalization, whatever it is. Maybe from the North, you go there to focus more on agriculture. So if you fix the electoral system, then you reduce state capture. And in Nigeria, the people who can capture the state is the president and the governor, those who have access to public finance. And so they use it to build dependencies around their states. And therefore, they don't even have competition. And even when there's a competition by very radical groups, young people who really want to throw off this slavery, this yoke, then they are stopped because they are also bought over the military, the security apparatus, and the INEC. That's why if you read political theories, the very starting point of democracy is rule of law. If you don't have state institutions neutral, credible, then electoral democracy will be a joke. And that's really what these guys are exploiting. So the answer is simple. We don't need these governors to come and use the National Assembly as an entitlement where they rest, collect allowances, and project, power in Abuja for their own use.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Amadi. We are going to let our audience join us, but before we do that, I want to get into conversation around the work you do and what you've done in the past. I know that you wanted to be represent Labour Party in the upcoming election in Imo State. So how did it go? What happened?
Actually, in 2019, I had gone to run for primary in Abga, which was a more serious one because we spent months campaigning. I traveled to all the 21 local governments, met with party leaders. We spent months, but this electoral cycle, the primaries were shorter, but the main election period was longer. Well, from experience of 2019, I was skeptical that Labour Party, in spite of P2P's presence, would really go for a transformative candidate. If you watch, most people who got to Labour, they failed from APC, they came to Labour or PDP and took tickets, bought tickets or however. That's why Labour was trapped in conflict. But when the list came out and people started buying form, P2B himself called me and expressed concern that the list from Imo doesn't give hope, his exact word. He thinks I should, why am I not? I said, well, I'm interested, but the point is, I don't think this will work, the kind of people out there. So if you watch, I was the last person to pick form. In fact, some of the argument was that I was given special leave to go and pick form when the form has closed. But the form didn't have official close, but of course they have announced the names of the people who picked the form. They met with Peter and they had scheduled the process. I wasn't there. If I was sleeping very early, when Peter called by 5, I said, Sam, your name is not here. What's going on? It took quite 2 weeks before I finally said, okay. Again, the obedience were everywhere. I was trending number 1 at some 2 times in Nigerian Twitter. People saying, Sam must come, Sam must come. I confirmed with my family. I knew it wasn't going to work. But I said, my friend told me that, look, save your name. If you don't come out and something happens, they say, oh, Sam chickened out. So, Rudolph, that money I paid was a bail fee to bail myself out of further calamity. So when I paid the money, are you hearing me?
How much did you pay?
Well, it was 25 million, but by the time I was coming, they dropped it to 15. Maybe they considered me after the uproar. The people say, no, it should be lower than that. They say 15. Interestingly, at that time, I didn't have 15 in my account I used to run every day. My friend had to give me 10 million, which I gave him back when I brought back from my savings, okay? So I have the daily account, I didn't have 15 million, but that's the point. So I said, I knew that this is going to be a token to show that I'm ready if they are ready. So, and I told Peter, this will not work. So if you go to the primary, these guys will buy this thing and the party will collapse. That's the truth. And I gave him a concept note. I said, look, bring about 5 quality person from all the 3 local governments, 3 zones, Owerolo, Okigwe, Kali Bishop, Anglican Bishop, Pentecostal Bishop, and 2 great people like maybe someone like Pascal Dozie and others. Let them meet all of us and let them choose and let all of us agree that whoever they choose, we all support. He was, to be fair to him, he told me that he's going to come and he will tell them that you're the best, but he will allow free and fair election. He was totally convinced that he will not going to do anything to manipulate the system, and he had fears that the Imo could kill the party. He couldn't come, he came, and it happened that morning when I heard about buying of votes. I issued a statement. I said, I will not give 1 kobo because I have already offered myself, my blood. So why not give money? And so at the convention, the party leadership met me, begged me that I should step down for general because they thought that maybe it was better than Senator. And they said, look, general is a general, he's going to fight hope. Now, the point is this. They thought that fighting hope is through arms. And I told them, you must first have a credible candidate people can come out and vote before you start putting the vote. The arms and ammunition will not vote. You can't outrig the incumbent. You can't have more muzzle than incumbent. What you need is a credibility. And I think the mistake was made. And that's what I had today. So I went on this salvation mission. I wasn't confident. I knew the Imo people are not yet tired of mediocrity and criminality. I mean, by the time they suffer for the next 4 years, then those Imo professionals, many of them were calling me bankers. They were calling me, say, Sam, please join the race. But when I came in, where were they? And so the lesson now is, after 4 years of tragedy, they will now know how to come together and bring a candidate themselves and push it. And not to say, Sam, come and run. Sam, you are credible. Sam, you are wonderful. Then when I come, you tell me that, Sam, you didn't steal money, you don't have enough money. You don't have arms, you can't keep people. You who can keep people? Why don't you organize yourself together and ask Sam, come and run, we'll go and keep people since we are killers. So I have no pity for Igbo people. They're going to suffer for the next 4 years, I think. I don't see any option out of it. They're going to suffer. And after that suffering, then we'll come to a point where we know that leadership is a public enterprise. And everybody must come together to look for it mustn't be me, it can be somebody else. Choose somebody else and put him there so he can be accountable to you. That's the point.
All right. We will get to our audience. A lot of people want to talk to you. I've been getting messages. But one more question. This is a public disclosure for those who may. I met you first when you were at Harvard. I don't remember the whole environment or the situation, but you went back with NWC Obiora. And I was very happy that people like you who went to great schools with great ideas are willing to go back to Nigeria. I wasn't willing to go back at that point. And then I heard one day that you were named the chairman of the NERC. And I was very excited. Finally, that someone with great knowledge, great education will deal with this energy problem in Nigeria. What happened?
Good question. And people ask me all the time. What happened is that we recorded success, but one of the things they teach you in policy school is that you need a macroeconomy for power to work. And by the way, when I was appointed, Jonathan said that he appointed me. Nobody took my CV to him. He said, because he sees this guy, he's honest, he's intelligent, he's courageous. So I got to work. Now, I challenged government policy on privatization. At a point, they said they should remove me. I remember very well when Papa Tinaji called everybody, the directors, and said Sam must be removed. Sam is against. Because look, I had in credit school, I had done some work on privatization on regulation, and I said, if you privatize in this way, you will fail. I was a regulator. I wasn't a producer, but as a regulator, I can proudly say 3 things. One, when I came, I said 3 agendas for ourselves. First, before me, there was commissioners who were appointed. Actually, the chairman also came from US then. The chairman came from US, and they were all arrested and jailed and tried for corruption. So my first agenda was to reset NEC to be the most transparent, honest public institution. The second agenda I set for myself is that we're going to be effective in providing regulations, standard regulations. And the third was to build the capacity of the institution in terms of knowledge. So first, I can happily report that when I was in NEC, we were judged by the Public-Private Development Corporation as the most transparent, who came number one in public procurement in Nigeria. Since I've left, you can Google, nobody has mentioned NEC in respect of any employment racketing, any corruption, no query, nobody has called me, no police. As I'm sitting, even NEC, they've not called me to ask for one file. 8 or more years of active fight against government, speaking up against the government, nobody has called me. So I succeeded. And just last year, NEC won again the most transparent in public procurement. So in spite of the Buhari's reckless years, they couldn't destroy what we set up. The second thing is that up to today, even the World Bank said so, that we have one of the best in class regulations. The problem with the sector is not regulation. The problem with the sector is something else. It is leadership coordination, it is wrong modeling and ineffective project management at the level of the ministry and operator. So nobody has reversed any of the rules we've made. Nobody have said they are substandard. And the third thing, in terms of NEC, the institution has remained strong. 2 years after I got in, I moved the NEC from public budget because I didn't want anybody to come and ask me for bribe or harassment. They were shocked, and I was able to build a 9-story corporate headquarters without depth, where even Embed is using now. It's the only legacy. We didn't have a headquarter building. We didn't have any building. We were all rented. In 5 years, we got it. We moved in. We had zonal offices built. So I think we succeeded. But why is power sector not working? 3 things, and I've said it everywhere. First, it flows from Nigeria development failures. If you look at China, if you look at Asia, you have to have a developmental state, a state that inserts itself and drives development. So one of the errors they made was that once they say privatize, are you privatizing an industry with less than 2,000 megawatts daily supply? Before I came to NEC, there was no public account of NEPA. I did the first public account of all NEPA, then NEPA PSN institutions in 2013. I did the first metering review. You had 45% of your meter of your customers not metered. So the deficit gap was too high. You need to nurture. Look at India, Egypt. Egypt has done that very well. Egypt was the only people. Egypt used when in public ownership. Egypt was able in 5 years to have 20,000 megawatts of new power with Siemens, better project management. So the first thing is modeling. We went too far with market fundamentalism instead of reforming governance and reforming. I remember once that a minister brought 5 billion to Mr. President to approve to go and revive one Afam power plant. I told Mr. President, how can you put money in 5 billion in a sector where there's a regulator and there's no due process, no relevance check? The president says we can't do it. When I left, they did it. So when you run a sector with corruption, without central coordination, macro clarity, and streamlined execution, then in spite of what one smart regulator is doing, you can't get it. So I regret that we did not give Nigerians power as we wanted or as we claimed. But I have little satisfaction that the little place I had the capacity to change. I succeeded largely. If again, and this is very important for me, if I was a chief executive, I was a board. So oftentimes some of the interventions needed board approval. Probably would have done more. And from hindsight, I would have taken more risk with upsetting the system. I did a lot. I fought all the ministers who were there, real fight. But the good thing was that Jonathan believed in me. I wouldn't have stayed one day. Jonathan, they said Sam is not the right kind of person. Sam is a Marxist. Sam is an activist. Sam is not interested in corruption. But Jonathan said, let's have one person, his exact word, who is sane enough among us. And that's why I said, everything I did as NEC chairman, I take ownership, not Jonathan. Jonathan was a perfect boss. When I tell him, sir, this is illegal, he say, Sam has said, he won't So when they said this government was full of corruption, maybe those who were corrupt induced him, but he gave me all the cover not to be a corrupt public official. And I'm happy that I've given a public challenge to anybody to point out one bribery, contract through proxy in the last 5 years I was there, and to today, nobody, no call, no DSS, no police. So I'm really proud, but I regret we couldn't deliver on power.
Now, for people watching you, people who've been following you, who live abroad, who are thinking about coming home to participate the way you went back home, what advice will you give to them?
I think I would say, look, you should come, but look, don't be discouraged initially. I mean, this is almost over 12 or more years, 15 years, since 2005, I came back, became Special Advisor, Senate President, Special Advisor, Foreign Affairs Minister, and then NEC, and then back to university, and now Abuja School. Come, understand that the dialectics of change is going to be difficult. Theory is correct, but theory needs to be properly adapted to reality to work. So I'm a theorist. I believe in that the simplest, most practical something is the right theory. But when you come to Nigeria, you have to deal with the fact that you have a state that is dysfunctional, where the incentive structure is misaligned. I mean, this is a country where the police, whose job is to fight criminality, might be the chief sponsor of criminality. It's a country where the National Assembly might be the one who will break the rules. So once you know that you're coming to close to the diasporan society, kind of, you are inoculated. But I guess for me, you're going to have joy that you made some impact. I can't forget that people come to me and say, if we go to NEC today, anytime, I mention, but they say, that Oga was great. The Oga built a place. So I take comfort. When you come back, you take comfort that you can see some of the things you achieved. You will be discouraged that some of the things you achieved will be scattered by a mad person who comes after you. But nevertheless, still come, still do it. And you'll be happy at least you try something.
All right. Thank you so much. I will let our audience, those who are in the studio, to join us. And please, when I call you, just ask your question. Don't make a lot of long speeches so that we can get many people involved in this conversation. So the first person that I will call on is Professor Nebulous. You are on your question for Professor Sam Amadi.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Damages. Professor Amadi, good afternoon. I've been watching you from afar, actually. You are a man, I've never seen you, but you are a man I admire so much, especially when you took up that job in Nepal. First of all, you don't need to regret not to have made so much impact. Nigeria as it is not built for people like you to go there and make impact. Like you have just observed, there are so many people there who are bent on frustrating any forthright person. And that's why people like us are saying that no matter what the president of today may achieve after his 4 years or even 8 years, as the case may be, if he does not inaugurate true federalism, alias resource control, or preside over the inauguration of that, no matter what he does, if he lies, bring heaven down. By the time he leaves, whoever is going to succeed in will level up everything, will be back to square zero. Some of the problems you just itemized, sir, to me, if you look at them critically, they border on the fact that Nigeria is just an omnibus that everybody is just, yanking things from. Nobody wants to build. And it is because we are not operating through federalism. I've advocated in so many fora that if we go fiscal federalism, for instance, Southeast, that is crime marginalization now, will be an Eldorado where people want to migrate to, because if they are able, with what they have, with what I know they have, the ingenuity and all that, they can turn that region into Japan, like they've been saying all this while, and each of the regions will be able to look inward and be productive, and there will be competition among the various ethnic groups. But right now, everybody is lazy because there is oil at the center that everybody wants to be, drilling. So, sir, people like you are not really meant to make any outstanding success in a place where only one person, for instance, out of 100 people is forthright. It's not possible. So that is it. Then talking about the lives of Akpabio, the same thing we are talking about. No, to even bring a man like that to preside over the Senate of the Federal Republic, somebody with so many cases in court, bordering on corruption and all these things, such people cannot. Because if you, like you lawyers say, that if you come to equity, you have to come with clean hands. These people don't have clean hands. They cannot indict anybody, and you cannot indict obvious, criminals. Then, so where is good governance there? So a whole lot, sir, that I want to say, but I want to salute your courage. You are such a man that I so much like. I've been looking for this opportunity. I told Dr. Damage, I said, oh boy, now big one, now you bring today. I will make sure that I suspend everything I'm doing to speak with you. Thank you so much, sir, for your effort and for the advice given to some of us who are, looking forward to doing something. I don't think what you have said is persuasive enough, sir, because we are seeing what is happening there. The frustration is just everywhere. When they see that you are forthright, they will come after you. And some of us are not ready to die easily like that. So we are still watching. And that's why we do everything we do, both on video and everything, to make sure that that place is set and that the bad people are weeded out. And unfortunately, sir, the president that we have there now, his initial steps do not hold any promise. I'm sorry to say, do not hold any promise at all that we have any Eldorado in the next 4-5 years. What is stopping that matter? Sorry, sir, just a minute, Dr. Damage. What is stopping a man like the Jagaban, whose wife has told Nigerians that they are already worthy, they don't need Nigerian money, they are just coming there to make their country and all that? What's stopping a man like that when he assumes office to say, okay, I'm not going to have salary. I will convince my deputy no salary. Then I'll go to Senate to say slash whatever you've been enjoying hitherto. Because these people are suffering. We are here to serve them. What is stopping a man like that from doing that? I said that in my video that if he had done that, even the opposition will hail him. But nothing like that in the offing. So it's like business as usual. Now lending credence to the fact that he just wants to be fed because he feels entitled that a Milocon. That is very unfortunate. So that's my contribution. I don't want to bore you with so many things I have on my mind. Unfortunately, we don't have. I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel yet, except something else that is drastic happen. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Sam, do you want to respond to him?
Well, no, I agree with his view about the crisis, but I hold out hope. If you look at the history of other countries, maybe they went through. I like reading about China, and I was telling somebody that China. If you read China literature, I remember when I was a student, we used to read Chinese literature. You read Chinese, many centuries of intellectual reflection on their backwardness, on their crisis of state. So when we look at China today, they forget that the what China is doing today is undergirded by centuries of great philosophy, scholars, feuding, intrigues, internal wars, purging, and so on. Yes, Rome is not built in a day, but Rome is start building in a day. I think my worry with Nigeria is that the foundational crisis, if not resolved, may make all these efforts wasted. That's it. Last October 1st, I was part of the Pastor Upoju's platform, and I talked about the fundamental crisis of Nigerian state. And I said there are three. One is the question of nationality. Who is a Nigerian? Are we ready to become a modern democratic state? Or do we want to remain a theocratic neo-feudal state? So still, it's difficult to construct a state except you deal with the cultural and political meanings of who is a Nigerian. The second one I talked about is the religious state crisis. So, and the third one I call the value and productivity crisis. if you want to be a meritocracy, give the best guys the chance to create wealth. And if you want to reward production, not prerogatives, privilege everywhere. So the Nigerian situation, I agree with you, sir, is that the underlying framework, what I call the conception, and that's why I talk about incoherence. Incoherence is the major crisis of a state. If you look at history all over the world, democracies develop, autocracies develop, near autocracies develop. The common thing with them is their coherent systems. So China is an autocracy, but China will build their power leadership recruitment system on merit. If you have been a regional actor, they assess you by how much production, how much IGR, or how much have you improved that production. Then you go to the next level. At the bottom, it's a democracy. They elect their people. They have the town village enterprise. So it's coherent. Yes, they don't have civil liberties, but it's coherent. Your own. Their constitution is very democratic on paper and it's close enough to the Western model. We were the first country in Commonwealth Africa to have a Bill of Rights in 1959, arising from the Wilkes Commission. But today, DSS can take a man, arrest your brother, and plunge him in detention, looking for you. Basic things that are outlawed across the world. Our law is against hostage taking. You cannot arrest anybody for the crime committed by his wife or his children. But we do it. A country that has since 1950 something, that has a Bill of Rights. So incoherence. We have the Bill of Rights. Our system is based on neo-feudal privilege. We are a country, our constitution says that Nigeria will be a social welfare state. The same constitution says you can't go to court and litigate on violation of socio-economic rights. The same constitution creates very many multiple deviations from that. So I agree that we need to really be more thorough in diagonizing the country so that we don't end up, the Igbos will say, teacher, so you just start, you crack palm kernel, when you finish it, the birds have all swallowed it, you just wash hand and walk home with nothing to show for it. So I share the pessimism, but I still share hope that I believe in the power of explanation, and every problem can be solved if you understand it well, and there's enough capacity to mobilize construction around that problem. You can solve, but if you can't diagnose properly, you still give the band-aid, then the problem keep mutating. So we are the architects of our future. I don't know how it will end, but I will be here while the fight continues.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Amadi. And do we see you next?
Okay, good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Yes, good afternoon, good afternoon, our panelists. Yeah, I have been following your analysis on Arise TV, and I equally was aware when you were at National Electricity Commission, NEC. My comment. Yeah, so I have some questions, and it borders on rule of law. Do you think our judiciary is fully working for Nigeria or working for the establishment? Because the way they handle cases across board in the country leaves much to be desired. Sometimes they give judgment or ruling, even shifting some cases as if they don't know that it is human beings that their lives are at stake. Look at what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu, Godwin Emefiele, and some others whose families have written petitions about that they are missing, like this man from Kaduna, maybe I think Kaduna or Plateau, Datiyata, and others. A lot of things have been going on, and they seem to just be, they seem relaxed. They don't want to. Some of us who are in the Western world, like here in the US, if cases go to court, they follow it very well, and the media give it publicity. And again, our media back home, I'm talking about the media and the judiciary, they seem to have compromised in so many areas. I see your analysis sometimes on TV, and I see the way they ask you questions, and the way it's as if they are tilting, they're trying to get your your patronage for the government of the day. Yet you keep telling them what the government of the day is doing that is not good. But sometimes they screw their questions to want to box you into, and not you alone, some others too, want to box them into saying things that will suit the government of the day. So I think there's a danger. Our judiciary is a danger to Nigeria, the way it's constructed. I have idea, but I have a brother who is a lawyer, and I have people too who are lawyers. I have some ideas that the way they even get them promoted in the judiciary leaves much to be desired. So I want you to please speak on this area. Thank you.
Thank you. I think your analysis is correct. And many people will argue that law is a conservative force. So if a society is bad, its law will be bad, give and take, because it's the law that the criminals will use to control that social enterprise. The great Alexis Tocqueville, the French philosopher, his book, Democracy in America, anybody who studies American perspective law, the first thing you will read is that book when they bring us when we were students. He says in America, sooner than later, every political dispute ends up a legal dispute. So law and lawyers help through judicial statesmanship to create societies like democracy. Once you are a cultural democracy, then the judiciary becomes the central plank for moving forward or backward. That is why the Americans are always struggling around the character of the judges, those who are appointed to higher judicial bench, because like Robert Dahl said, he said the Supreme Court of US is a political institution because it makes decisions that are very critical to the democracy of the country. The same with Nigeria. We build the American model, but the problem with Nigeria is that, like everything else here, state capture and very poor resistance. Our judges, everybody giving too early because they weaponize poverty. And more than poverty, Nigeria is one of the greediest countries, materialistic. Those of you in America with your GDP, with your wealth, may not be as materialistic as we are here. I have my professor friends at UMass, Darren Q, and others. When I visit US, maybe he has only one car. All of you know that. Maybe he has only one car. Maybe he drives his daughter to school as a professor and pick her up and teach his course. Or maybe here is one, they have two cars. But here in Nigeria, even though we're not paid well, every professor wants to become the richest man in his village. So there are no sense of what to call role profile. If you left Ivy League Law School in the US and went to Wall Street, chances are that you might start on a salary higher than your professor because these are different domains. But a professor is happy with himself. He has social pride as a professor of law. He's not competing with a .com guy. He's not competing with a guy who is VP of Merrill Lynch or somewhere like that. But Nigeria, professors, judges, everybody's behaving like they're mad. Madly after wealth. So you don't need, if you know the volume of corruption in the judiciary, and let me tell you, some of us are now marked. I was keynote speaker where one of the Supreme Court justices was there. And I tried to be very mild, unlike me. But he said, Sam, we know you always attack us. So they see me as attacking the judiciary. In fact, the point, they said someone like me should be prosecuted, debarred, for saying the court is wrong. Judges are wrong, for saying the judiciary is corrupt. So the point is that we are corrupt. And the worst corruption is the judiciary, because that's the life spring. The spring of justice is the courts. I was there when a most high-level public officer, retired, had a case against the state governor. And he was talking to the registrar, and they're talking about $10,000 to fix the judge, a favorable judge, to hear the case. This is not kidding you. That's what happened in Nigeria. So, you know, and then our law, not just courts, think about judicial system. People will come and commit crime, open crime. Look at MC Olomo. Police will be there. They will do the other person. So basically, the institution of justice has been thoroughly corrupted. And that's why they are going to fight for a man who can save it from coming to power. They're going to do everything to railroad it. But I believe in dialectics of struggle. Those of us, and they are growing, the youths, the obedience, and the other youths who support other candidates, they are all coming to the realization that there's a mutual assured destruction if we allow this decadent, criminal, and predatory system to continue. Like I told people some days ago, a time will come when judges will be killed on the streets if they don't reverse it now. When you enthrone a full criminal state like we're doing now, we are impaneling a full criminal state where somebody who is not qualified, even if the law, I know the story, the tribunal going on in Enugu, and I read what judges said. The lawyer's brief says, well, this guy doesn't have a forged certificate, but he's qualified. That's elementary school, so he's qualified. Now the question is, if you forge certificates, shouldn't you be debarred? Why would, and they can even go and fake DSS report. You'd be surprised. And judges will look for a way because they've collected money. INEC, there are almost no integrity center in the country. Churches, church leaders. So this is a country, but there's hope that the young people, a few of us, can hold out. But you see, it's a vanishing hope. We should make haste quick. And that's why we are begging the courts across the country. Anybody who has no qualification, throw him away. Anybody who did, throw him away. It doesn't matter. In fact, I'll wake up a happy man if half of the cases declared results. I don't mind we borrow money from the World Bank. If there's no money to do fresh elections, the moment you cancel elections, you are de-incentivizing rigged election. People now know. The reason why these criminals are very, very, strong in government is that they rig, they buy judgment, they remain there. But if they now see that the courts can cancel them, disqualify them, throw them away, then they will not. It's a simple economics, incentive structure. If it doesn't pay, you won't invest in it. So today, crime, corruption pays in Nigeria because the centers of vertical or horizontal integrity have been bought over by the criminals. But we shall not relent. I agree with you, but the solution is not to be despondent, to be more creative, to be more committed. Unfortunately, many will die before maybe we get to the promised land.
All right. Thank you, Professor Amadi. There's a question on the comment section before we continue with the people in the studio. It says that you believe that we should remove tribe in identifying a Nigerian, that you want the US system where people are born is where they are from. Someone wants you to talk about that. I would say maybe you can hold on your response. Let's get Christian to ask a question and then you can match the two. Go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, good evening from here. Dr. Sam, actually, I'm a fan of yours from Rise News, and even here, it makes me even more happy the way you answer the questions. But I don't know whether to cry sometimes when I listen to Igbo intellectuals. From Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, his address to Igbo nation in, I think it was 1949, where he said that the way forward is self-determination. Any other thing is distraction. So since that day, the Igbo intellectuals have been fighting to get on top of a system that was created by other people for themselves without any success. So the question I have for you is, which one is easier? for the Igbo intellectuals to continue this endless fight, or to sit down and ask themselves whether they can build up a system. We have the templates, and they have the brain to solve their own problem. So which one is easier, sir?
Very good question. In fact, by 8 o'clock, I'm supposed to be on the Zoom. We have a proposed Southeast Economic Summit with all the governors, and myself and Dr. Abraham Wanko is the chairman and the secretary of the Economic Policy Reform Group. I was supposed to have a discussion with Soludo by 8 o'clock, the select group. I have always believed that we need to have a focus on, I say that if we have 3 Emma in Southeast, 3, we are better off even more than a Nigerian president. And let me be very clear here. The too much fight over Nigerian presidency is not a rewarding one. What we need, and we must do 2 things, is to have enough policy space for regional or even community development. The structure of governance is choking, and inefficiently so. If we were a China, a strong, coherent development state, that the central government incentivized regions to grow. If you look at China history, some regions developed before others. Those coastal regions were the first to become net exporters. They develop faster, others catch up. So the Nigerian uniformity, all our schools must have the same. You don't have grade 1, grade A. You give Usuka, you give UI, top schools, Unilag, do well. You still give Utman Danfodio, you give IMSU, the same thing. So that uniformity of mediocrity is dangerous. So I agree with you that we should keep an eye, and that's why some of us went to run for governor. People have asked me if my son said, "Daddy, why don't all this time you run for governor? Why don't you go and run for Senate?" I would have probably won Senate easily.
No.
But I want to be a governor because I believe, and I say it, and I've given paper on it, that in spite of Nigerian constraints, a governor of a state, if he's well-minded, can construct prosperity out of. Nothing says that some region of Nigeria cannot be prosperous, while Nigeria as an entity is not prosperous. It's doable. And that's the way we should go, divergence. That different regions can lead out in human development, in technology, in infrastructure, and they become examples for other regions. We saw it in the 1960s, but it required a certain framework, regional governments, where the first television house went up in Ibadan, in Western Nigeria. The next year or 2 years, Southeast was up. University was up in Ibadan, University College. Then it didn't take up to 3 years, if I'm not wrong, or 2 years, UNN was up. We saw Western Development Corporation. You saw Eastern Development Corporation. You saw Northern Development Corporation. Even though Eastern Development Corporation probably did better than others by closing the IGR gap with Western Nigeria very quickly. The first public library, public secondary school was built by Emma Bara. First in Nigeria, forget CMS Grammar School, those are missionary schools. The first government-built school was the Southeast. The first public library was the Southeast. You saw Eastern Nigeria, sorry. If you look at clustering, the motto, MNA, designed around German, where Volkswagen is now. You saw the Emporia in Onitsha, designed to be the West African hub for trading. You saw what Obama did with tourism around the Obudu and those enclave. That's how they designed everything, agricultural enclave in the Owerri side towards the Imo and some part of Port Harcourt, Eche, and Abia. That's why I have the Root and Crop Institute. So that was a vision that young Igbo professors, Igbo intellectuals, and all of them came together to drive. Mr. Oji, who was the chairman of that, who was the ED or MD of the Eastern Nigeria Development Corporation. So I share up to today, I was writing on it on a forum that that's where we have to go. So while we engage Nigeria, to make the country less murderous, less dysfunctional, and therefore destructive, to bring sanity, justice, equity. Then we shouldn't lose the sight that we can actually outgrow Nigeria. A state Nigeria, a region Nigeria can post higher national wealth over national average, far higher. Even now we have it. If you look at the poverty, national poverty rate, the poverty rate in South is lower in spite of all the dysfunctionality and the nonsense our governors are doing. If you look at education attainment, so we are punching above national average, but we should be the lead zone of wealth and sanity in the African continent.
Just to interject, but if Nigeria has become the impediment in this, shouldn't we work towards, somehow find a way out of it?
Well, it's possible to find a way. The question is how. Before we find a way out, you can be chewing gum and walking. You should be developing, optimizing available resources while you find a way out. And you see, many of us believe that maybe some of us have not totally given up on Nigeria. Some have. We are at various degree of hopelessness with Nigeria. but nevertheless, what we have consensus is Akurulo rebuilding the Southeast. And that's where I stand, that we need to have governors and teams. In fact, myself and Ibrahim, what we're saying is that we don't even want to be governor anymore. We want to, governors stay there, but let's give them templates. Do this for common good. Let's not talk about ourselves becoming governor. Let's talk about showing them what to do. I believe, and back home, that Igbo man or any people in this world who want to survive needs economic power and technology more than political power. There's a book called The End of Power by Moses Naim of Foreign Relations Council, the US. End of power. You need more economic power and technology will help you survive more than political power. But the minimum is you must have a state that is sensible, sane enough to allow you that space to create your own destiny. The way the world has changed, it's difficult to opt out of a sovereign state now. The process peacefully can take you more than 30. You see Catalonia, they have almost significant self-rule, but they're still within that Spanish district. In the last 1 century, maybe only East Timor and a couple of states have, in the last 20 years or so, or 30 years, has globally been able to get themselves out of their sovereign states. It's a difficult game to play. But what we can do is to refocus activity in creating the same kind of economic state entrepreneurship and good governance. You see, one thing about Obama model that was fantastic is that it wasn't just like brutish, like this so-called Asian autocracy. It was a democratic developmental state, something like the Scandinavian model. There was democracy, there was freedom, there was no tyranny, but there was development. The state was focused on driving up development, improving livelihood, healthcare, education, as well as allowing people to organize themselves in town unions, town union democracy. So we can actually sell this Obama model as our own contribution to global geopolitics.
Thank you.
Rudolph, you are muted. I'm not hearing you.
We can't hear you, Doctor.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. Okay. Professor Amadi, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Sure.
The question about tribe, you did not address it.
Okay, yeah, sure. I think it's embedded in that. My notion, yes. See the way I look at it. We can't abolish the tribe and cultural affinities. So I'm an Igbo man, correct Igbo man. In fact, I pity my children. I said, how would they cope without learning all the nuances of all the proverbs and all the folklore we learn in the village? I feel that their life is diminished, even with all the toys and all the linguistics excellence they have. I feel bad. So I can't trade anything in this life, not even be a Harvard president, to be an Igbo. I think existence, your cultural identity is very important. But what I believe is that a modern state must be built around democratic citizenship. We are in the public space. What the state recognizes is your citizenship, not your ethnic identity. So what does that mean? If you're Nigerian and you're going to apply for public service, except where the law provides for affirmative action, which is good for maybe even the US they have for the natives, Native Americans and all those places, you provide for those affirmative action. Otherwise, the state should see you as a Nigerian citizen and not as an Igbo man, not as a Yoruba man, not as the man from. Then I can also go to Lagos, live in Lagos, brought up in Lagos, and there's a sensible legal way of becoming a citizen. Citizenship relates to legal recognitions, privileges, and duties. So I can be a Lagos citizen, and that means I pay taxes there, live there, all the legal ties with Lagos State, I have it, like any other person. But of course, we know that Lagos is predominantly Yoruba, it's a Yoruba town. So the cultural underlying of Lagos will remain Yoruba, except acculturation over time. It loses. I mean, all these so-called metropoles in the world, we are natives, we are villages, we are cultural enclaves centuries ago. So I believe that to have a stable, viable, coherent state, you have to construct it on something that is universalizable as citizenship. But then the private domain, culture, Orowore will still happen. Bongo music will still happen. So if you are a citizen of Owerri and you are ethnic Yoruba, it means that if the people choose to vote you for presidency or governor of Imo State, you become the governor. It's the right of a citizen to vie and the right of other citizens to vote for you. But nobody will disqualify you from accessing publicly determined rights and privileges on the basis that you're not over a man. But of course, and that's part of what I said when I become a governor, the first law I will pass, one of the first laws I'll pass is a law restoring back cultural authority to communities. So the governor will not recognize Eze, not to concern state and Eze. All communities can create their own Eze, manage it culturally. Our job is not to have Eze recognized and be paying them stipend. If you have the money to do your own Eze, do your own Eze. The state will respect all those cultural sensitivities, but the state will not take over culture. We're not going to be the one who recognize Ezewere or Ezolo or Ezokigwe or Eze Emene, Eze Nsuka. That is left for the cultural entity. And if those cultures disappear, if those cultures face strong modernist current and they fail, that's it. So yes, I believe that the state should be constructed deliberately and almost muscularly on the legal concept of a citizen. Because that seems to me, I may be wrong, as the most viable way to sustain a modern state and the most less conflict-prone approach to managing diversity and pluralism. In Igbo enclave, there are many pluralists. There are those who are not saying they are Jewish, Judaists. There are those who are Madoham. There are those who are Catholics. Those who are Pentecostals. So even if we are culturally autonomous, the same, autochthonous, we are still plural in many ways. So that's my own idea. And the theory I've developed over long, what I call democratic citizenship as a solution to the current crisis, not just in Nigeria, in Africa and elsewhere. We have to focus on citizenship and less on ethnic or religious identities.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Amadi. Let me, CM, let me just skip you for now. Let me go to Chinonyerem because he's in Nigeria. I don't know how long he will have internet connection. Let him ask his question. Chinonyerem, go ahead. You are next.
Thank you, Dr. Damaji. Greetings, panelists. Actually, I don't really know what we have discussed, so I read the floor. I prefer to listen.
So, Professor Sam Amadi, he was going to be the governor of your state, and are you saying you don't know him?
He doesn't know me.
I don't really know him because
But you are in Imo State. All right. Okay, so let's go to CM. CM, go ahead. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening from UK, Dr. Amadi. Am I coming out clearly? I believe so.
Yeah, sure.
Am I? Okay. Yeah. Good evening, Dr. Amadi, and welcome to the platform. Actually, how did the people of Imo State miss a candidate like you? MPA Harvard, LLM Harvard, PhD Harvard, with abundance track record to boot, to show for it. How Imo of Sam Mbakwe, the whole Igbo, I'm trying to bring it home now. I'm not talking of national politics. I'm talking of Igbo politics or Imo State. The whole Igbo, both home and abroad, we are looking for another Sam Mbakwe. In fact, I've said severally that since the dawn of Igbo civilization, the four people, Igbo people, any Igbo person can stand up for are Emayo Okpara, Odimegwu Ojukwu, Sam Mbakwe, and Peter Obi. These are the four. Zik is national. Not that I'm remembering. Zik is national. But these four, Sam Mbakwe is only a governor for 4 years, only Imo State. But those of us from Anambra, Enugu, we worship him. We worship Sam Mbakwe. Peter Obi comes close, though he hasn't. I mean, let's say he comes close. So we are looking for a replacement, and we saw you as the ideal candidate. How did the people of Imo State, a whole Imo known for education, the whole Southeast, nobody competes with Imo State in terms of education. In those days, they say Imo, teachers, Owerri. How did they miss you? So, against this background, I will urge you, as long as there is life, see yourself that you are going to be in the service of Ndi Igbo. Never say never. As long as God gives you good health and life, you must one day, not because you want to, because you want to, not because the people want you. It is true they made a mistake, just like giving you what is it called? Giving a child a bag of salt, a basin of salt to go and sell in the market, and then invite the rainmaker to release the rain. This time, it should have been a case of, Sam, don't worry, we put our resources behind you. Imo State should get up. A state where somebody like Rochas Okorocha was a governor is a shame. And look at the present thing happening in Imo State. And then you come on board to change the narrative. How did the people of Imo State miss this opportunity? How? What happened? What happened? It's a shame. But please, just know that you don't give up. If you give up, you let the whole Igbo people down. Your candidate is not just for Imo State. The whole Igbo are looking upon you as the next Sam Mbakwe from that side. Thank God we are close to Peter Obi. This time we are talking of Izukaman and Neji. We are talking of our own. We are talking of, even if we can't get Nigerian president, what stops us from governing our space very well? Peter Obi did it in Anambra State. Now everybody is hailing Peter Obi. Even the Southwest, Ayo Adebanjo is hailing him. The North, the middle, the Edo people are hailing Peter Obi. So you should be, please don't ever, if there's anything you should take out of your coming here, please, I'm on my bended knees, never you give up. Just take it as one of those things that hitches on the way, but finally you will get to where you are going to. On behalf of Ndi Igbo, both home and abroad, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, I think just to say thank you. And by the way, many people supported. They say, "Oh, Sam is the best. Sam is the best." In 2019, the same thing. But the question they say is, "Sam, can you fight this battle?" The national chairman of the party himself, which they do, called me and said, "Sam, if you want me to give you the form, Edith, I'll give you. But Sam, are you sure you want to go and do this?" Say, from what I see, before I go for election, I must have armory, guns provided for me. The way that's why this last election, if they don't nullify it or majorly or deal with it, this country will be lost. Because the level of violence, the way people read the process. So to be fair to the people, in fact, many people coming from Enugu, Anambra, many states say, "Sam, please, wrong, wrong, wrong." But like I said, it was a short time. They didn't plan well. And Peter himself, my personal person, told me, tomorrow, Peter still apologizes to me. He didn't want to see himself imposing anything, but we should regret. I have no regret at all. We cannot, I told you before, I'm working, anything that involves helping our people develop, I'm with it. Next time, like you said, what we cannot do is to keep quiet. We keep fighting to improve the states and the country until next election. Political power is important, but beyond that, there are other areas, ideas, processes we can get involved. So thank you for those compliments.
All right. Thank you, Prof. CM, thank you so much. Femi, you're next.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Amadi. It's nice to see you here today. Arise news analyst. Anyway, so to my question, so you did speak to the fact that we shouldn't, in a way, that's what it seemed like to me, that we should not give up. But a lot of people are tired, including myself, even though, wants to hold hope, because it's difficult to continue like this, doing the same thing over and over again, and still expecting the same result, like it's often said. Now, there's some of us that we do have things we're doing in our own ways, because it's not all of us that have power to, in Nigerian parlance, to deal with certain things, but at least we do our own bits, because you can actually look for whatever little you can do to assuage certain aspects of whatever sphere of life that you choose to contribute to, whether you're abroad or in Nigeria. So my question is, with the way the constitution is, and I know the constitution is not, changing the constitution is not necessarily the be all and end all, but the way things are structured, and of course that pivots into restructuring and all of those kind of things, fairness and equity, and the fact that our diversity. What do you think is stopping? I know it's not winch. What is it that is stopping us from actually changing, ending that restructuring that we so much crave for? Because it's worked for us before, and that thing, if only we had stood to that. I know the military came in and all that. We wouldn't be where we are. Yes, there's still going to be challenges, but look at Switzerland, for example, which I really like to look up to. They had to make it work for themselves to the point where everybody has a sense of belonging, because you cannot rule out ethnicity and religion. So that's my question, basically.
Sorry, what's the question? How do you frame it again? So what do we do to...
What is there something that's stopping us? Like, what do you think, in your own opinion, is stopping us from achieving that restructuring? Let's go back to what works.
Sure. I get it. Restructuring is a major part to this freedom we're talking about. When you restructure, there are winners and losers. Those who have been benefiting from the wrong structure are likely going to be losers. So they are holding back. They're holding out. And we've not had leadership. You see, the presidency is powerful everywhere in the world, especially in Nigeria. Buhari didn't want restructuring, in spite of the fact that it was part of APC's agenda. So if you have Tinubu or P2B or Atiku, whoever emerges at the end of this process, determined to restructure. Interestingly, the three of them seem to be sympathetic to restructuring. Tinubu is, in the past, he has expressed those concerns. Atiku has in his documents. Obi is, he has said so. maybe Atiku more consistent in talking about the structure. Whether you do it or not, we don't know. But the point is, the policy of it, the cultural layout gives a zone, a trump. The North has more legislators, more states. So a constitutional amendment requires consensus. It requires strong presidential leadership. Towards the end, Buhari did some restructuring in terms of, you can call it programmatic administrative restructuring, when he removed rail from federal, removed NEPA, electricity from, gave states right to generate their own and distribute. Those are administrative, but the real political restructuring of altering the relationship between the center and the states or regions in a fundamental way is the next big item on the agenda. But like you said, he has always been coming short because the cost and benefits seem to be clear to some people. Some people feel that restructuring will favor one group and not the other. But now, with the collapse of the oil economy and mutually assured bankruptcy of the Nigerian state, maybe people will now see more reason why they need to restructure. I think the restructuring message is getting ground, but we need strong leadership. And Buhari didn't have it. He was not committed to it. Maybe a Tinubu, maybe an Atiku, maybe an Obi. These three, at least they are better than Buhari on that score. And so we hope that it will be the next major battle over Nigeria. But rest assured that it's going to be politically explosive, because some people would like Nigeria to continue to run inefficient as it is right now, where we subsidize inefficiency with the little production happening in other places. But that's a battle to fight.
All right, thank you, Professor Amadi. There's a question on the comment section about power, that power has left the exclusive list. And the question is, do you think that the Southeast could generate its own power, or even a state in the Southeast? What's the difficulty? Is it possible? Is it something that they could easily do?
Yeah, I think it's very easy to do. I mean, Rivers had Rivers IPP when I was there, licensed by us. They sold it to a private sector. Akwa Ibom has about 400 something megawatts they sold to the grid. About power, yeah, now with battery energy. By the way, it's easy for Southeast because Southeast is well positioned geopolitically. The various gas fields are either in Southeast or by the border. So if you look at the Anambra gas field, the biggest gas field in Nigeria could be the one where Ohajebema and all those areas. So we have the power, the connection, and advantage of nearness to the major centers of gas production, even close to major upcoming power plants, AFAM, Bayelsa own, 500 megawatts in Bayelsa. So if we decentralize the grid, these generators, when you privatize them, they want to drop power to the nearest place because of transmission costs. So the South is actually the most positioned, apart from the South, the most positioned to ramp up power supply is the Southeast, both in terms of endowments, in terms of connectivity. All they need is to fix their commerciality, improve the regulatory framework, and maybe create interstate electricity network, because some of the states are too small commercially to sustain power generation. So a regional grid will be very easy in Southeast if the governors can create the convergence and administrative procedure and commercial framework to allow that. I think Southeast should be the greatest, the most, it should have the highest production of electricity in the country. And it can even sell to neighboring states, including the North, including West African coast.
All right, thank you. Okija, you're next.
Professor Amadi, thank you for coming.
Go, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you for coming. I was going to ask you two questions, but you have answered them. I mean, ask you about your attempt to be governor and the NDC. And yeah, when you ran for governor, I mean, I contacted you, and I also tried to tell Imo people here in US, and they were open to support you. Just like CM said, please don't give up. We have to plan it, and anything we can do. My question is, I think I don't know if I think I remember I asked this to you in private. After the was INEC, they overpromised that they were going to do this and they were going to do that, and they didn't do it. What is the role of a citizen, to hold INEC accountable? Is there in the Constitution provision for the citizen to take INEC to court for not, organizing the election well? For all, what they did in this election, what can the citizen do? We don't have to wait for political parties. If we wait for political parties, okay, for instance, look at what's his name, NNPC guy, the NNPP guy. He chickened out. He didn't go to court. The SDP guy, he complained about a whole lot of things, but he didn't go to court. What can the citizen do? Because in other climes, you see citizens they participate in democracy, pushing against the system and taking the system to court, and that has been it has been effective in making the system to do to be alert to do certain things palatable to the citizen. So what can the citizen do? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think the answer is that there are some room for that. Today, I'm in court. I have a case against INEC, a case I'm asking for mandamus on the IG to prosecute INEC chairman, INEC commissioners, and all the polling officers for failure to transmit election electronically. The matter is before Justice Iwato. Unfortunately, the last two, they filed a counter, but it's not advocate. They didn't come to court. The last adjourned date, I was in Lagos at the NBA conference speaking. I didn't attend. So it's now adjourned for October. So there's a room for private litigation, and many of us are escorted. But the window is also very limited because of the underdeveloped jurisprudence of local standi and other procedures of courts. So the problem is that we need to. I've always argued that there should be more strategic impact litigation. I grew up with Sabakoba, with Ghana Fawimi, especially Ghana, when we were going to court, challenging governments on our personal, on the behalf of groups. I just won a case at the Federal Court using NGO to that the court should force INEC to establish regulatory framework for campaign financing. The law has provided the caution that you should have those campaign financing, and INEC is not providing a legal framework that will allow private citizens examine the books of the parties and see who contributed what. The judge, after giving them time to, the judge agreed and entered the judgment for me. So, yes, private persons can, but it's a narrow corridor. You have to deal with local standard. In terms of evaluating the result of election, the law is clear. The only person who participated can go and claim that he ought to have been declared the winner. Therefore, he can cancel the result. So, but you can get other court orders around the election, declarations, but you will not be able to cancel the outcome of election except you are a candidate in that election. That's one of the narrow challenges of technicalities.
All right, thank you so much. Mazi, Mazi, you're next.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to be able to speak to. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, an honor to. Good evening, sir. Dr. Sam Amadi. I watch you always on Arise TV, and I'm always blown away with your contributions and your level of intellect. Obviously, your academic records, a lot speaks for you. So, but I was coming with a suggestion, and it's interesting when you said, which is true, that the main action is can be at the subnational level when we talk about development. That there's a lot the governors can do we shouldn't always focus on the center. If I got you right. So
Yeah.
but I have a suggestion because I believe in the southeast, for example, because I'm from the southeast. We have a low-hanging fruit when we're talking about making a leap towards industrialization. We have Innocent, and we've seen what he has done in the automobile manufacturing. And we have someone like Alex Oti, who is serious and who is aligning himself with Innocent. I don't know how close you are with Innocent, for example, and Dr. Alex Oti. If Innocent can branch into agro-technology and start building tractors, if you can suggest that to him, homegrown tractors, mini tractors, farm machineries, and if he can also have like a creative technology hub where all these young talents can be brought up from the school system, and if they come into those hubs, if they have good ideas, they can be able to commercialize those ideas into machinery that can be used for the industrialization. But my suggestion, the first one is this issue of tractors, farm machineries. If there's a way you can suggest it to him, Innocent, and some of these governors, I know you said you're going to have a meeting by 8 o'clock, if I'm right, that agro-technology, because Peter Obi also said things about the revolution has to be done with agriculture. So that is a suggestion I said, let me bring to you, if you can take it on board, that someone like Innocent, who already has showed capacity for production, he can do such a thing, like produce tractors, machineries for agriculture. We have agrotech. And
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you. Okay, Professor Amadi.
Well, I think it's a good idea, and I'm not close to Innocent, but I'm slightly close to the governor of Niger State. But part of what we're working on, what are the infrastructure projects that will benefit the region? And I think agro-technology is is one that should be priority. So I will take up your suggestion at the meeting. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Ike, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rido. Thank you, Dr. Sam Amadi. This is Ike from the island of Bonet.
Well done, Ike.
Thank you for coming in the platform. I have an observation and also to stand on the same statement of CM. But my observation is centered on Imo State. I know we had a private contact during the time the primary was trying to go, and I did tell you that we would like somebody like you to be the governor of Imo State. And after the primary of Labour Party, we did talk, and it did lead to me to know a few things that transpired. But right now, primary is over. I am so worried about my state, Imo State. And what I'm trying to say as an observation is here, what we need in Imo State right now is not about political party, but a candidate that can be able to take over Imo State. Somebody that can be able to remove this monster that we have in Imo State called the Hope of Imo. So people like you are not going to go in because the primary is over. And I don't think that people like you should sit and watch and see Hope Uzodinma come back to power in Imo State. So I am appealing to you and all the people that contested that election. If you think that the candidate of Labour Party is not the right candidate, whosoever that is the right candidate, all of you should be able to find that person to take over power from Hope Uzodinma in Imo State. Because he has destroyed Imo State. And you people like you cannot sit and watch. This man goes back to power. That's one observation. Second observation, which I will want you to make a comment. With all due sense of humility and respect to Chief Dr. Emmanuel Iwanyawa, the president of Ohanese, he should stop marketing Hope Uzodinma for us. I don't know what he has with Hope Uzodinma. He should stop speaking about Hope Uzodinma. He should stop romancing with Hope Uzodinma in Imo State. We don't need Hope Uzodinma in Imo State anymore. So I don't know what relationship he has with Hope Uzodinma. He should not use his position as the president of Ohanese to influence what is going on in Imo State. Because this man in Imo State is a cancer. So please, I am begging you, and people of like minds like you in Imo State, you know what we used to talk privately in private. Please, all of you should not go in. We need this man to get away from Imo State. And also, I want to beg you from what CM said. People like you should not abandon politics because of what happened. And if all of you keep abandoning the politics, then we continue to leave it to the hands of the same people who come here every day to talk about. So my appeal to you is that whatever transpired, whatever that happened, we need people like you to continue to be in the political scene of Nigeria, and more especially Imo State. So please, I am begging you, don't give up. It doesn't matter what transpired. But I know that right now, what my focus is all about is Imo State. That this man that is there must go away. And if all of you, people like you, should allow this man in whatever way he wants to do, that is, he's using intimidation. That is using so many tricks to say he wants to conduct local government elections. We know all these things is charm. All these things is just politics. So please, I am so angry when I'm talking about Imo State, my state, because this man, Imo State or local government, for example, where I come from, there was no election. But Hope Uzodinma gave this year vote in Imo State, in our local government. I didn't know where they got the vote. So please, I am making an appeal. And these two observations that I made, I want you to make a comment on it. It's not just an observation, but I want you to make a comment in this platform. People like you should not allow Hope Uzodinma back in the government house of Imo State. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I agree with you, and we're meeting. So Igbo leaders, Imo State politicians are meeting, seeking for an alternative, and hopefully, among those who have emerged, we'll find an alternative. Everybody is agreed that Hope should not come back. But it would have been better if we had this agreement early to get a quality person. But nevertheless, we have to make the best of what we see. So I agree. I'm working on that.
All right. Thank you. Chinonyere, do you have a question now?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So, my question is, in the past, we have had people who came back from both the United Kingdom and then the United States of America. And then when they are given political power or political office, they fear a lapse in failure, just like those already on ground. So can you identify what makes them relapse in failure, just like others? And then if you can identify that, what makes you think you can stand the test of time? Thank you.
All right.
Sorry. Hello, sir. I'll call you later. I'm in a Zoom. I'll join. I'll call you. I'm in a meeting. Zoom. Sorry, they're calling for the meeting. Okay. I didn't hear that word. The call interrupted. Yeah.
Okay. Chinonyere, what were your question again?
Okay.
Just
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
I said in the past, we have had people who came back from both the United Kingdom and then the United States. And when they are given political power, they still relapse in failure, just like others. So what makes you think, sorry, the first question is, can you identify what makes them relapse in failure like others? And then what makes you think you will stand the test of time?
Okay. The fact that you came from abroad does not mean that you are better than those at home. You probably were at home before you went abroad. So we don't make it a blanket approval. Anybody from abroad. By the way, the rate of migration is very high. So some of our criminals will also migrate. Some of the bad people will migrate. I know when I was a young lawyer, maritime lawyer, I know some people were directors who migrated with their family, who were directors who were taking bribe. They migrated. Abroad, they will not take bribe. When they come back, they will start taking back their bribe. So coming from abroad is not a guarantee that you are a special breed. So we have to look at who came back. Okojuwana came back, he didn't fail, he did his best. Many people came back, did well, largely, went back. Arumote came back, went back. So I can mention a couple of people. Professor Pate, who is coming back again, came back, did his best. So there are examples of those who came back and didn't do badly. I think the key thing is, first, who you are as a person, whether you are in Nigeria or outside the country. Being outside the country helps you with incentive structure to do the best. Maybe if you are good here in Nigeria, if you're not very, very good, the Nigerian system can force you to be bad. That's an advantage you have being abroad. If you are slightly good abroad, the system enables you to be better. If you are very good in Nigeria, the system can make you worse than you are. So come back to Nigeria, you need to succeed. People who already are clear-minded that they are coming to render public service. Clear-minded in the things they believe, not people who are regretting that they are not part of the stealing. Now, my chance to come and steal. I have some relatives. I'm still in touch with my friends in America. So when they say, oh, boy, if I want to come back, look for appointment for me now. Look for appointment for me. So look for appointment for them. They'll go back to the Nigerian business of stealing money because they probably think they have left out. Their mates have become governors, stolen so much money. When they come back for Christmas, they say, this is the house of Sam Amadi. Hey, this big house. This is the house of Honorable So. Hey, this is... So they now feel like coming back to join in that looting. Those people will fail. And the only advantage, they have two address. They run back home if they fail badly. But when they fail and made money, they don't go back again. They just go and visit and keep their family there. So really, we are looking for people who have quality, both in competence and in character, and people who are motivated by commitment to do something. And there are good examples for that.
All right, thank you. Chim, you're next.
Good morning. It's still morning where I am anyway. So, Dr. Sam, it's a pleasure to be meeting you. So yesterday we were discussing, in the course of our conversations, we came into a section where we started talking about institutionalization, building strong institutions rather than having strong leaders. And in the light of the conversation we're having today, I'm one of those who believes that public intellectuals come into governance, that if we have firm and strong institutions, it will kind of help, irrespective of the fact that, yes, I do agree with you that your character is very important. So my question is, we've mounted this building of strong institutions severally. What do you think, how can we start, implementing it, putting it in place? Say, for instance, in an Abia state where we have supposedly, and I am from Abia State, and I'm hoping that we're correct, that we have a governor who is capable of doing great things. How can we, from that Abia State, begin to build strong institutions in such a way that maybe in the next 5-6 years, all states will begin to say, you know what, we want to be like Abia State, and begin to implement similar things. And within a short period of time, it will become a national phenomenon.
Well, I think that's a good point. Institutions are critical, but it's like chicken and hen. Which comes first, institutions or individual? People build institutions create people. Institutions determine incentives. So I think like I just said, for example, when I say a new beginning, we need to engage the government well. One, give them support, because political cost, there's always a political cost for good policies. Those who are at the losing end will mobilize against them. So you have to support them in the right cause. But two, you have to also criticize them, hold them accountable, because the Nigerians are extreme people. They swing. A good man comes, they swing, start praising the man, praising the man, praising the man. Once there's a bad system, Buhari came here, there was a bad, they thought it was too bad with Jonathan. I'm one of those who didn't support Buhari, because I knew clearly that Jonathan's cluelessness was far better than Buhari's own. But we swung to the end of Buhari. And then Buhari came and is now the most devastating tenure of anybody in African history. Not even Idi Amin was worse. I mean, they may have eaten raw people, but the level of incompetence is unimaginable. I mean, look at how we're talking about our central bank, so I don't want us to fall into that error of praise singing. You have to hold the man accountable. You have to insist on due process, insist on structures that enable performance. We're talking about RFI earlier on. It's not enough to be bold to put down people's house. You should be able to be a leader who is fair-minded, who creates depersonalized governance. You don't personalize things and be like a bull in a China shop and they say, yeah, good. What have you done? Which one has endured? If we're not structured, rule-based, public-spirited, fair-minded, you can't. So we need to support these new emerging leaders, but at the same time hold them accountable and ask questions around the process they're setting in place, the institutions they're setting in place to drive and coordinate the proposals they have. So I think that's how we can ensure. We have to build institutions, individuals make institutions protect those individuals and create incentive for replication of that level of leadership. I think that's how to help.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics, your question.
Amadi, it's indeed a pleasure to speak to you. And Dr. Damages, please continue to bring in these quality human beings that try to guide us here. And listening to you, Dr. Amadi, and I take away, you mentioned about the Integrity Center. You also talked about Akulo Ono. And then you mentioned the institutions that Dr. M.I. Okpara built. And upfront, I am a student of not only Dr. M.I. Okpara, I rise from that particular mold. Dr. Kano Ebiam, those didn't come out to enrich themselves. And you can attest to the fact that by the time Dr. Okpara passed away, it was more like an Aminu Kano. Yes. You couldn't say that's the mighty building that is built over there. Some of us are still like that. The question that I have relates to us from the diaspora coming back to help rebuild Nigeria. The effort we have made so far ranges from, we're talking about Imo State, for instance. I'm from Abia State. Abia State is a junior brother of Imo State in terms of the creations. Mm-hmm. We abroad, we have sent people like Anthony Anyanwu, 2001, to come home and help rebuild. He imploded. Dr. Chuzi Wadurike, whom I'm sure you may know, because when we're talking about Imo State, sure. He was all here, brilliant, very brilliant. He came to Imo State, he imploded. People like Ugoji, who currently is with Hopeless.
Yeah, it's my friend.
Yeah. We were all together here. And then we have people like Charles Onyemba, we're talking about from abroad, trying to come and help also. So the previous Chinonyerem, he had in fact touched upon the question that I was about to ask there. And that question is what is it that makes these people to implode? Because even in Abia State, we have people that we have jointly from here. We know about the case of Dr. Badua, who came from here. They shot him in the leg. He came back. So some of us, we have not given up. So listening to you, I'm particularly very impressed with your presentation on Akulo Ono. Yes, I'm an obedient around New Jersey, and I understand everything that has happened. So it will make my presentation here very, very simple. First, I would like, after this, get in touch with Rudolph, get your information, function with you in the background. That's the best way some of us do work. The question I have here is this. When our previous guest here came and I asked the same question. That's the same question I'm going to ask. That was Dele Barotomi. And we were talking about integrity. And I had asked him a question. Is there anything we can do to weave a basket of student government activists to stand in the background to help show? So the same question I'm asking of you here, my question here goes to you, the former. How can we weave the basket on network of incorruptibles to consolidate on the foundation you are fortifying? Because that's what I see you doing. Because I appreciate you are going to Akuluna. I'm a believer in Akuluna. I identify with that. What can we do so that when we join forces, we will be able to not only stand the test of time, but without the chaff we are facing currently in the Nigerian politics, particularly in Igbo land?
Thank you very much. Most of the people we mentioned, they're my friends, Ugoju. We were very close when I was Ken Namani, and he was publishing his in New Jersey, and we were close. And when he came to government, in fact, when he came back looking for appointment, and he was coming to me, and we were discussing. When he got appointed, he called me. Charles Oyirimba joined us in Abga briefly and all that. I think, like I said, to be fair, we need to scrutinize the background of many people, not just what they say, but also look at P2B, for example. It's not like he's the smartest guy in terms of whether he's very close to me and we are very close. And he says, he calls me Ogasam. He respects my intellect. But he's a guy who has shown incredible consistency. We have to look at people, what they have done, where they were before. So I would say that when there's other people are sending people to come, choose carefully those, not just what they say, but who have shown a pattern, consistent pattern of public service and consistency in terms of things. Nigeria is a corrupting center. So you need to be extra fortified in integrity to withstand the criminality in Nigeria in governance. I mean, it's very seductive. If 10 people will go into that place, only half or one will come out, half person will come out intact. If 50 go, half will come. Ratio 10 is too small ratio. Maybe half to 100 will come out, not totally, scattered, not even, but at least whole enough. That's how bad Nigeria is. So you have to be very discriminatory in choosing people you send back. Second, I agree with you, like it happened in the Bible, when God told, the prophet said, I'm the only one surviving. Of all the prophets, everyone has gone to die. And God says, no, there are still a few prophets that have not gone the way of God. So I believe there are still a lot of Nigerians, a lot of Igbo, a lot of Southeasterners who are still holding out. They may not be 100%, but they are good enough. So our job is to find them out, build that network, and let not the best be the enemy of the good. In as much as we are looking for integrity, we're not looking for isolated islands. We're looking for enough momentum, even those who are not perfect. When the momentum grows, they too. So some people fall by the wayside out of desperation and isolation. They probably would have done better if they had a network advising them, upholding them, encouraging them. So we will not relent. I totally agree with you. And offline, we can continue that conversation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let me. There's a question on the comment section. It's about the question is, what are the impediments to having a seaport that is functional down south? So I will. You can answer the question when you take the next question from Prince Nick Ezenwa. Nick.
Okay. Dr. Sam Amadi, thank you for coming on the platform. We really appreciate all the details you have given us this afternoon. I will join the other group for also
Okay, thank you. I know that, I don't know the details, but I know that Abia and Anambra, Abia particularly, is working on BATs because of BAT's franchise on Aba Power. So they're working on that to drive up improvement in, especially around the area axis. Like I said, the future of electricity is bright in Southeast. What will happen after the summit is supposed to have happened on 24th, 25th, but they have postponed it. We don't know the new date. That summit is supposed to generate key regional infrastructure projects. One of them is power. So after that time, we'll be able to see whether the Southeast governors align to the vision. But clearly, what Abia needs to do, same with Imo, is that there are existing regulations on embedded power. They have the AFAM, they have the Aba Power, that BAT also has Geometrics power plant, which is trying to finish. So there are many sources in which Aba can get adequate supply. It's for them to arrange with Enugu Disco, either to embed power for Abia State, drop more power, generate off-grid to show that more power is spent in the industrial cluster, Aba, which is what BAT is trying to do. So if they work hard with BAT, they could expand the capacity of geometric power to service that Abia market and Aba, which is industrial heart, and then use power from national grid, and maybe with some more power supply to the grid to circulate Umuahia and other aspects of Abia State where you have civil servants and residential. But I think the priority for Aba is actually more doable with it to work out a more realistic commercial framework with geometrics. Geometrics may have issues with financing. If they can restructure the matrix to be much more efficient, but didn't quite run it in very cost efficient way. So, but if they can find a way out of that debt and restructure it in a way that they can make investment in a PPP platform or PPP model, I see about getting a lot of power to drive up entrepreneurship and in small, medium enterprises in the state. So by the end of that, sorry,
Let's
God bless you.
by the end of the summit, we have clarity as to where they are going to. But so far, with better leadership, the whole Southeast can have up to 50% improvement or 60 in power supply in the next 4 years.
All right, thank you. We just take, I think, the questions from the two more people who are here and then round up. KJ, you're next. KJ.
Thank you so much, yes. Thank you so much, Prof. Prof, I'm one of those that followed you almost everything, interviews and all that you've given over the years. And all the way when you were in the power sector. And I thank you so much for the work you have done. You are one of those that really makes our heart gladden when you speak, because you speak with a lot of knowledge and insight. Now, one of the things I want to say is this. Questions. I'll just ask about three of them also. Am I allowed to ask up to three questions?
If they are connected, yeah.
All right. Great. Thank you, sir. One, the first question is, sir, with your knowledge and understanding, why is it difficult, from my perspective, for Igbo elders, especially like Ohanese, or even all the Igbo elders and intellectuals, to be able to stand and take a stand, to come up with a stand on the happenings in Igbo land, especially with the IPOB, as the northern elders will do in the case of Boko Haram, or all the dissident individuals like the Fulani herdsmen that we are told our farmers herders clash with. You all we know it's not true. Why is it difficult for our own elders to be able to stand and defend their own sons and take a stand and say, look, this is where we call the spade, just like they did in the time of Jonathan? I mean, the northern elders went to Jonathan and demanded that he should stop the prosecution of, or rather the war, the infight, or the Boko Haram incidents. Now, two, how easy is it? Because we have a guy here who always says that we can actually recall our representatives. And I don't know, Dr. Damage, you help me with that quote, that famous quote he quotes.
Section 68 and section 110.
I don't know, Dr. Damage, you help me with that quote, that famous. Yes. So he quotes that it is easy to make an amends and change the constitution without having to tear Nigeria apart, and that has been his what he's proposing that every other person who's aggrieved in Nigeria should do. Is how easy is that to recall those you put in office, and is it something that's workable? Because I know you are quite vast. You are one of the leading lawyers and voices in that in the constitution. Two, three. Sorry. Okay, I think I'll just do with that. The other thing I would have said is it easy, or what's your opinion when it comes to the demand that good? I remember this right now, so I'll put it up properly. How come it's so easy for we? I'm from Abia, but I'm now speaking on behalf of the Imo people. That what happened in Imo State, whereby the number 4 or number 3 becomes the number 1, and it is allowed to stand. And the people of Imo State took no action to stop this injustice that was being perpetrated on the state. Why is it so that are we as Igbos lost the desire to push for what is right and fight for it and stand by it, even if because this I know that happened in Imo State couldn't have happened in any other part of Nigeria, especially in the north. Sir, that's my question. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you, sir.
Okay, so first, I think why is it that we can't have one voice and act from collective interest? I think somebody once, Splendor, also posted it on the chat room. It's a similar question. The Igbos are victims of bad leadership. We says Igbo Nweze, sometimes becomes a dysfunctional, people use it wrongly. All the governors or leaders are pandering to selfish interests. But what's going on now is that we are trying to bring everybody together. But it's difficult. Collective action crisis problem is always what theorists look at. How do groups work as an interest? How do you reconcile and converge private interests? You have to find a formula that works. And that's what we're trying to find out at this point. The crisis is crisis of selfishness, selfish leaders who have no center of when we had the Igbo State Union and had zig them. They were mentoring people into positions of power. So they were centers of accountability. When they send you there, they tell you what to do. But here, your governor can be a mercenary, helped from Sokoto or from Kano or from Lagos. So they don't seem to have a homegrown accountability framework. That's why we say if people come together and enthrone a leader, then they can control it more. So we need to have more homegrown leaders whose accession to power originates from Igbo people, whether in diaspora or whatever. They contribute, even if it's not money only, ideas, structure, so that those people feel accountable to us. That will help us develop that collectivist vision and voice. The second issue around recall. Recall is providing the constitution, but the procedure for recall is difficult because to generate that list of voters who sign up to, these guys will go to the field and buy people off. First, we've not seen any successful one. And because there have been none that are very transparently done. So maybe it can work if a strong collective group wants to recall somebody and push and go through the process and get the votes and get everything fully done. That's provision for it, but the procedure and the economic cost and the incentive to drive to the end might not be there. So that's probably the problem. And I think the third point, if I remember the third point, it says, what's the third point again asked? The third question, I think.
I too didn't get it. I think he left it at 2. So, KJ, are you there? All right, let me just, I know that Professor Amadi has been battling with code, I think.
Yes.
All right, let me just, I know that Professor Amadi has been battling with code.
Yes.
All right, let me just, I know that Professor Amadi has. So KJ, on 2 platforms. I think you should get off YouTube. That's why we're having an echo from your end. But let's move on because I think we have to let him go because of.
Sure, I want to go.
Yeah, I know he has to go. So let's just one more question, and I think who is yet to ask a question that is there.
Can I?
Forefathers. Okay, forefathers. Go ahead.
Yeah, greetings. Thank you for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to the professor and everyone on the panel and the chat and to the viewers. You can't hear me.
System is not working.
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
You can hear me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My question is regarding geopolitics, and because I believe that some.
No, saying forefather doesn't seem to be on right now.
I don't. Is everyone else hearing me?
I'm hearing you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
Jim, it's only you. So, regarding geopolitics, because when I think about during the period when the colonization was happening, most Africans thought they were just experiencing individual invasions, while their fate had been decided on a geopolitical level. It means that if we don't pay attention to things that are happening geopolitically, there could be severe consequences. Like what the improvements we see happening in Nigeria right now is based on geopolitical realignments that is going on right now in the world. And but when I look at Nigeria, you don't Chim,
I'm hearing
we
you.
can hear you, Chim. Based on what is happening in the world right now, he's thrown me off my chain of thought. Okay, the idea was that when I look at Nigeria, you don't hear a lot of our intellectuals talking about geopolitics, and they don't educate Nigerians on what is going on around the world. And as a matter of fact, when you look at Nigeria geopolitically, that is where we have performed the worst, because we have been hooked to our colonizers since independence. We never really tried to realign ourselves to become fully active geopolitically. So recently, I just found out that Nigeria applied for the BRICS organization. It turns out that in Nigeria, I never had any official talk about it. It was only from a South African foreign minister that I heard that Nigeria actually applied for the BRICS organization. So how do we get Nigerians to a point where they start understanding geopolitics? Because if we don't take care of geopolitics, if we don't understand it, we'll just be dealing with the problems as an individual on a micro level, when there is macro environment that we have to be paying attention to. How do we get from that point? Because in other countries, you hear when they talk about this, but in Nigeria, we don't talk about it at all. How do we get there?
Thank you. I think it's a failure of Nigeria intellectual vibrancy. We used to have very strong NIA in the past. We used to have universities that had the best scholars in Nigeria, in Ibadan, in Nsukka, in Ibi area, in even some of the younger ones like University of Port Harcourt, where Klonake was there, Escotoyo in Calabar, maybe Zimiro again, people like several professors, I forget the writers like Chuna Chebe, Shoyinka, but social science experts were very, very active. You know, Omofome, Onoge, all of them. They were, and then there was also platforms like The Guardian used to have their editorial spaces run by brilliant people who have great education abroad. People like Stanley Makebu, Chukwa Jemea, maybe someone like Ugubi, all those scholars. We are turned that place to, real sites for contestations and ideas. So that's how geopolitics becomes a relevant discourse. People are looking at issues not as everyday bread and butter. They're looking at how the world is shaping. And I agree with you. If you're not keeping an eye on how the world is shaping, then you will be overrun. You will be building a house on sand, and then a great flood will scatter everything. So we need to revive the culture of intellectualism, which is not just idle ivory tower leisure, but the fusion of statecraft and ideas men coming together, statesmen and idea people coming together. We used to have it in the past. We had it in the past. Even those who supported military rule, who became roguish, maybe like Chidamuta them, who were helping Babangida them, Prophet Junod them, the guy who was the DG of Center for Democratic Studies, who died, who later went to US and had cancer and died. Okay, Professor Omorui. They were, people who were bestriding that divide between power and idea. Our own Kissingers. But today we don't have them anymore. They are all abroad and maybe writing papers in rare journals where nobody reads them and not in public domain. So maybe Dr. Damages and all of us can reconstitute these platforms to some kind of platform that kind of in a way mitigate the disaster of this intellectual deficiency in statecraft in Nigeria.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate your answer, and I think there are a few people that actually confront the question here, so I appreciate it. But sometimes when guests come here and I start arguing, it's because they don't answer the question, but you actually answer the question. So thank you for answering the question. I agree with you.
So, Professor Sam, thank you so much for being here. And I think.
So Rudolph, please, just 30 seconds. Professor Sam, I can now understand why people see you as a stumbling block to anything. You are too blunt. You are too blunt. You say it the way it is. You don't miss word. It's a credit anyway. But I understand why the Nigerian system will always work against people like you, particularly in Imo State. Thank you.
Well, I think you're right. When Ojo Madekwe told me, when Ojo was going to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I asked him to do speech for Yaradua then. So when I finished, I was doing, he asked me, what do you want to be? I said, I want to be minister. He said, Sam, nobody will make you minister. You're too independent minded. But he happened to take me as his PA, as his SA. And he used to tell me that, he said, how did I get this radical who is left, he's pro-right and pro-left. So he always asks me, say, you don't drink, and you're supposed to be SA to foreign affairs. How can you be in foreign affairs without drinking? So I don't drink, and I have contrary views, but credit to Ojo and his intellectual power. Ojo Madekwe loved me and stayed with me. So you are right, sometimes, and then again, Ojo took me, interestingly, just to confirm, we went to see former governor of Imo State then, before in 1999, what was that guy for Olugai?
Okay, yeah. And this one, what is it called?
No.
It's not Obonayo, no. Achike Udenwa.
Achike thought I was wedding. So I went with the Ojo Madekwe. I went to run for Senate in 2007. Achike second term. So they went to me and said, this is the smartest guy I've seen in my life. Very honest guy. I want to support him. Achike told him flatly, so you know, I don't like smart people. Achike told him, I don't like smart people. You're my guy, you're my leader, but I don't like smart people. Ojo was totally surprised. And I said, Ojo, this man is correct. But that time, the story with Achike was that they would drink, eat, not party with young girls. So why would he need a smart guy to be telling him this is not the purpose of governance? So it's complicated. We don't know how the future looks like, but the truth is these guys will not, even if saying Sam is the best, but they say, no, that's Sam. We like him, but it's too rigid. He will not. So that's the problem. That's what we are.
So, Professor Amadi, how do you see yourself with the likes of Professor J. Oyeruku?
Professor Oyeruku is a decent man, great guy. But he wasn't able to be in government too. I mean, to be frank, many people, when Emeka and I won, he called me, begged me to chair Igbo power. And I said, Hope is one of the guys who has sent me a lot. But he can't want me to work with him because, of course, I won't take, because he knows me well, very well, right from time. He knows me. So he says he's my friend because he knows me. But the truth of the matter is that you have to make up your mind why you want public office. And that's why I went back to teach. Greatness is not being in government. There are many, all of you, some of you are investors, some of you are professors in top schools in the world. I could go back to Harvard and teach. I could go into private sector. In fact, now I've gone back to court. I go back to court the next 2-3 years, I can be a senior advocate of Nigeria. But I mean, I can even be a pastor preaching. I mean, you don't need to be in government. That's the point. So if you go there, if you go there and surrender your truthfulness, then there's no purpose. I believe in what this guy said. He says government is the art of telling people the truth. That's the philosophy. I think it's because of George Orwell. He says government is the art of telling people the truth. That's what it is. So for me,
please, Prof, we should have a rematch. Please,
yeah,
I'm begging.
That's what I want to say. That he was very generous to be with us when he's not feeling very well.
Yes.
So I think we will invite him again when he's in his full health, and then we will have a longer conversation. And I like this.
It's true.
And thank you so much, Professor Amadi, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. So we are going to take a break. When we come back, we will do an analysis of what happened here and continue the conversation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. And we'll see you in the backdrop.
They won. Nobody got the required, numbers to win based on the evidence they have. Then they're going to do a runoff. The question there is, how do we select who will
do the runoff? But the Electoral Act, I thought, is clear for a runoff there.
The Electoral Act, the Constitution 134(3).
Yes.
The problem is that people mistake two things. It talks about first that the person who has the highest number of votes, so easy to determine. So when the tribunal has looked at all the votes and certified those they think are valid, the person who has the highest number of votes is in. The other person who comes in to run in that runoff will be the person who has a majority of votes in the highest number of states. Now that's where it becomes tricky. The question is, what's a majority, legally speaking, as regards maybe highest number of votes? If you watch, the language of the Constitution are always specific. So it didn't use in the section 1342, where it talked about what it takes to win. You must have the highest number of votes.
I hope we're having that, on the screen.
Yes, they should have the screen so people can read it. Yeah. So unlike where it talks about who wins in terms of majority of vote and majority two-thirds of votes cast, here it says majority. Now, if you look at the law, Black Law Dictionary, under dictionaries, a majority is, you have majority when you score more than half. So they're going to look at who has more than half of the votes in a state. You have state A, B, C, and D. So the person who has the highest of that majority, more than half. So for example, if I win in state A and I won with, let's say, 30% of the vote, that's not a majority of the vote cast. So if I win with 52%, for example, that's majority. So the Black Law Dictionary, for example, Merriam-Webster says a number or quantity greater than half of the total is majority. If you look at Common Dictionary, it says the same thing. It's a number of votes, of voters, or jurors, or others in agreement constituting more than half of the total. The most interesting is the one of Black Law Dictionary, which is the lawyer's Bible. It says, where there are only two candidates, he who receives the greater number of the vote cast is said to have a majority. When there are more than two competitors for the same office, the person who receives the greatest number of votes is a plurality. But he who has not a majority, but has no majority unless he receives a greater number of votes than those cast for all the candidates, which means 50 plus 1. Now, so the interesting thing is this. You may have highest vote in a state, but you don't have a majority of the vote in that state. So it will be discounted for you. So the Constitution says a majority of the votes in the highest number of states. So that's the mathematics that the court will now look after they have validated all the votes and say, okay, fine.
How about the mathematics of the FCT as captured in our Constitution?
That's a different one. That will go to them to determine first whether the person declared has won. If they agree that you have to win, then they will look at it whether you win or not. But if they say you have to win and you didn't get it, that's when you get to this issue of 1, 3, 4, 3. It's only when they say that the winner, either because he didn't have the number of votes, states, or he didn't get FCT, if they say it so, or he didn't have constitutional qualification, howsoever they do it. Whenever they think that the election is inconclusive because somebody has not got the validly returned, they go to the second stage, which is to say, either they cancel the elections and say a re-election, a rerun in terms of another election. But once they go to a runoff, which is a 1, 3, 4, 3 is talking about, it will now be between the person with the highest number of valid votes on one bucket. The second person will follow him, because it has to be 2, will be the person who has the majority, highest number of majorities. So if you score 51 and above in 6 states, somebody may have won somebody may have won or got 25% in more states. But if he doesn't have majority more than you, you are in his half. Now this is going to be tricky because people will be looking at, it's a matter of numbers. Majority, whoever got the highest number of states. No, the person who has the highest number of votes is in, whether he has majority or not. But the second person who joins him is a person who has majority which is more than half. So this is constitution now, because the people
quite tricky, yeah.
Exactly, tricky. So the question then is, if that happens, people might be disappointed, depending on the votes that the tribunal has validated, that the person who may not have the highest number of 25% in the highest number of states, or somebody who may not have the highest number of wins, but has the highest number of majority in the highest number of states.
Yeah, the spread.
And the key point is 50 plus. So if you get 30, you are majority. The people that have small 30, 31, you know. But if you don't have, for example, assuming someone has 30, another person has 25, another person has 29, another person has. So you could actually have the 100%, but nobody has majority. It will be discounted for you in calculating majority in the higher state. So that's really what people are not looking at. Because look at the tweet.
We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like queens and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying and all right. Sorry about that. Thank you for staying and I'm sorry for those who didn't get a chance to talk to our guest. I had to let him go because he wasn't feeling well, but he wanted to come because we already agreed that he will be here today. So I'm sorry about that. But let's go around and see what our what we take out of the conversation. Let me go to you, Tone. I'm sorry, I know you. I saw you, but you didn't get a chance to ask him a question. What would have been your question if you had that chance?
I think KJ took hi, good day everybody. Yeah, what I wanted to ask was what KJ addressed actually. So it just took the questions out of my mouth. So well, every other question I called because I arrived here late was quite interesting.
All right, thank you, Tone. Let me come to you, CM.
What I my my takeaway from the interview is that where he reinforced or sort of reiterated what I know, but he was quite blunt. The system is quite corrupt, and they are willing to discard you if you feel that you don't want to play ball. Probably that's why he's in the code, political wise. And then I'm happy, like he said, he was in charge of National Electricity Regulation Commission. You know, this regulating thing, and he left. Since he left, the record he said there is still there. So such things are encouraging. But overall, what I will, the input I would like him to do is that sometimes, because they say truth, if you continue to live the truth the way it is, you may not achieve what you want to achieve. Not that he will bend, but we should see how people like this should be in power. I mean, should be in power and in government to change things. Because from the interview we conducted, I mean, he's so blunt, he answered every question without looking back, without being politically correct. So that to me shows somebody who is sure of himself, he's not afraid to look into his past. You can go and probe him. He's not cut from the usual Nigerian politicians' cloth, whereby everybody goes there to loot. So it's not there. So I encourage him. What he said, I would like him to come back. He gave us a window into what happens in government. Some of the things he said here, I was shocked to even hear it. You know, but that's why we are where we are. Why Nigeria is underdeveloped. So to me, what he said is just a breath of fresh air on some of the things we know, but we may be thinking that it doesn't happen. It happens, and he would have said more, but it depends on the answer in answering a question. So he illustrates it and then says more. And then he also made a point that should be noted. I think it was a question. Those of us abroad are not really the best. Let's not feel that we know it all, because he said Nigeria is a corrupting center. If you are not careful, you go, they suck you in. So it takes a lot of courage and honesty and integrity for you to go and say no. Things must be done differently. So it's true, because instances of people left abroad only to go there and loot and feel that if I loot my own, I come back. So he reviewed a lot of things to me, and I'm quite pleased. I listened to him. He did. Probably others may see it differently, but I'm quite happy with his trajectory, his knowledge. He's quite he's sound. He understands the game, but he don't want to be part of Nigerian system, but he wants it to change. And he want to get in and change it. So that is the conundrum. He want to get into a corrupt system and change it, but they want him to be corrupt before he gets in, and he doesn't want that. So they keep him, like Pat Otomi will say, he is outside, pissing in, but he want to be in and pissing out. So you know what it means. Thank you. So that is the thing.
Thank you so much. Forefathers.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, thank you. I didn't listen to him from the beginning, but the parts that I listened to was why I came to ask the question because I felt like he was actually answering the question. What he described about how Nigeria corrupts people and how when you go back to the village they keep telling this one has built a house here and all that. Yeah, I've seen that happen before, and these pressures tend to want to make people. I think there is a feedback somewhere. Um, these pressures tend to want to, encourage people to do some of all those corrupt practices. And I agree with him. Nigeria is a corrupting center. I guess at the core of it is where the source of the corruption is coming from, because the higher level corruptions are the ones that filter down to the this in bottom. And if I had another question to ask, I would have asked him because he talked about a mix of characters where you have corrupt characters and some less corrupt characters. But I was looking to ask whether maybe people that have a commitment to doing these things, like those incorruptibles, as Igbo Basic use the term incorruptible, I think. Um, you have people that are incorruptible based on an ideology like nationalism, whether that can be a remedy to this problem, because you have to have a set of people working together. So, no, if you are an individual and you are not corrupted, if you don't become corrupted, they'll find a way to remove you from the system. So you either have to have a people that back you up, like a group of committed people that go there for that purpose, or you will not succeed. And I'm sure a lot of people have tried. He has tried. A lot of people have. What Bola Ige is one of. For me, when I was in Nigeria, I saw him as an incorruptible one of the. But yeah, he didn't succeed. So there are forces out there that we have to be prepared to combat, to actually change this in the system. So that's what I thought. And then the way he answered my question, it's almost as if he already knew about it, which is a little bit surprising, because I brought out the question about geopolitics when he's been talking about everything else. But he immediately got it. He immediately understood that when you build on sand, it's wasted. And he understood the importance of looking at things from the macro level. People like him, they are not in Nigeria talking. They are not telling people anything. That is why I hear that Nigeria applied for BRICS from a South African foreign minister, not from Nigeria at all. So we don't discuss this, and yet it's more consequential to our lives. We talk about the other little things, and it's sad because when I look at the history of Nigeria when we were getting colonized, when you look at it, it's so sad because we were fighting, but we didn't know our fate had already been sealed. Like in an envelope, they just stamped it's over. And that is because of lack of awareness. And this stuff cost China too. It's not only us it costs. So it affects China. Was one of the most advanced countries until they encountered Europeans, and they were ignoring them. They didn't care. Like, I don't care about your politics. They didn't care about geopolitics, and they paid for it. So geopolitics is very, very important. You need to be aware of what is going on around you, and your alliances, you need to pick them properly. Nigeria never did that work, and most Nigerian intellectuals never did it. And whatever we do is not going to work until we start understanding how to relate globally with our alliances and understanding the dynamics of power that is going on around the world. If we understand it, you'll find that things will become slightly easier for us than we have been experiencing for the last these decades. And our intellectuals can start leading the debate, like this online platform that we have now. Sometimes we spend quite a lot of time talking about geopolitics, and I think it's important that we start doing these things, because I believe that it's more consequential than what we do individually. If you understand what is happening at the top, what you do individually will not get destroyed. But if you don't understand what's going on above your head, your fate is already decided and you won't even know. China, one of the most advanced civilizations in the world at the time, was completely decimated by Japan because they didn't understand geopolitics. So that's what I thought, and I like the way he really picked up on that and immediately, and that's why I appreciated the way he answered the question. I actually had to tell him that, because every other guest that comes here, you ask them a question, they just start dribbling side by side. If you don't know, you just say you don't know. Don't try to answer the question and pretend as if you've answered it. So I really appreciate him, and I hope that he comes back again and maybe we'll have even more in-depth conversation as CM this thing mentioned.
All right, thank you, forefathers. I just wanted to point out that there's something he said with Achiku Denwa, is it? Achike, the former governor of Imo State, that when he was taken to him by, what's that guy's name? When he was
by Ojoma Dekwe.
Yeah, he said the governor said, I don't like smart people. So when you think about that, just think about this. If somebody can actually say this in public, I don't like smart people. What do you expect that government to be? 8 years. Now you understand why 8 years was wasted. He must have lost 8 years on that.
Wow.
When you don't like
smart people.
It's not about him. It's not even about Tony Amadi, but it's just that you don't like smart people. So what do you expect? Anyway.
See, Rudolph, I've had the privilege of being around and knowing most of these characters. And what Amadi said here drives it home. If you have personally experienced what he's talking about, you will even understand better. Why do I say that? I finished here and went home in 1982. I did the youth corps. I stood on the ground with my integrity, with everything, my American mentality to come and bring changes to Nigeria. I spent 9 years on the ground, and I concluded it's either you join them, you get killed if you must force them, or you get out. As at that point in time. So one thing we have to understand is this. Amadi's role, it was not his time to go and be in government. Hence, destiny steered him back to reality where he should be. When he talked about Akuluno, that's a place where he will make as much impact. The same way Professor Joy Oyeruku came here and told us that he can't join politics. He was the chairman of Ahanes and Igbo. And the reason why he cannot play politics is that because politics requires you to tell lies. And that since he cannot tell lies, the politics requires Nigerian politics. I must say some places. That's what he's talking about. So I understood the pains of what Amadi was going through in trying to go out there and help. Hence, when I named names, I was talking about Professor Chude Wazirike, a brilliant fellow from New York here. I went down the list up to Goji. Was a brilliant fellow. He's in also the mass government now. I once ran for an office with him, against him here. He lost to me, but the person who put me up now decided to nullify the election and decided that he was going to run against me. I said, you know what? Forget about it. I ain't doing. So what am I saying is this. That question that I brought to the forefront, and that calls for all of us. Rudolph Okonkwo, go and try to take Rudolph to that place. No, Rudolph is the wrong mode because Rudolph is too much like, I'm sorry. This is the character. Like David Hundeyin. You are not going to bribe him. I'm sorry. It comes with the reality. So it's a challenge that we have that when we prop up the next person, be it Rudolph, be it you, forefathers, be it CM, or maybe even KJ, any one of us who will now say, okay, with all our might. I talked about Julius Palowa. Julius Palowa went from here, a medical doctor. He went down there, they shot him in the leg. He came back to California. So we have a challenge. What we are doing here is a way to make sure that not only our voices will be heard, but for them to know that, no, it's not going to be business as usual. It's not going to be business as usual. I think it was one of us asked a question about Ahanes Ndibo and Emmanuel Iwanyanwu, whom I know personally. I didn't want to wade into that immediately because if you go into the background, Iwanyanwu is serving out the term of Obiozo. So many things that go on that you don't understand in the surface. So my friends, let us take it that we have an opportunity to make an impact from wherever we are. And I believe that George Sam Amadi would make a great impact in Akuluno which I sincerely do believe in that project.
Can I ask him a question, a quick question?
Please, I want to make a
I wanted to ask Igbo Basic a quick question.
Hold on.
Igbo Basic, this is from Ugoji Ugoji. This is from Ugoji Ugoji.
Third drums.
Yeah, hold on, guys.
Yes,
let me
Ugoji. He sent it to me.
Let me say something I observed, which I was impressed about. I didn't even know that he was running to be governor of Imo State, that he ran in the primaries for Labour Party. But I was impressed that
I was aware.
I was impressed that Ike Okija and other people were even in touch with him. So because there's a part of it that we don't talk about. We dream that people will go and make changes, but we have to support the people that we think can contribute. So I'm happy that there are people in this platform who reached out to him. And like I said during the interview, I met him when he was a student at Harvard, and with another friend of mine. And when they went back to Nigeria, I was very happy that they decided to go back to Nigeria and contribute. So that's a good development, and I hope we do more of that. It's not just about wishing that people will do things for us. We also have to support them, contribute to that struggle, because it's not an easy thing. KJ, the next. Oh, hold on, KJ. Before KJ, CM, you were showing something. Tall drums. I actually let me tell you this.
Yes, but what I wanted to say is that Rudolph is not here. Rudolph is.
CM, let me tell you about that book. When we got the published book, he sent it to me, okay, and said I should review the book. And I opened it. I don't remember what it is. I opened it. I saw Governor of Imo State. I saw the Speaker of Imo State House of Assembly, and I called him. I said, what are these people doing here? They don't live in America. Why are they in this book? And I said, look, the best thing is for me to send it back to you, because if I review it, you won't like my review. So I sent it back to him. So I don't have a copy, but I know I got it. He sent it to me. And I just didn't feel that if you're talking about people who live in America, call drums and see people. Actually, he explained to me why
it's true.
He was pandering.
It's quite a good goal.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said it to me that he's trying to be governor of Imo State, and he needed to. I said that defeats the purpose. This book is not. It's a fraud. I sent it back to him. But anyway, that's the thing. Some people decide on their own the way they want to get to the top, and they follow that path. Some people may not want to do that. And I think Amadi is a good example of people who decided that they have to do things the right way. And when I invited him and put it out, people wrote me. I didn't see most of those people. We are all complaining about him, and I always say to people, until you hear people's story, if you don't listen to people, you can stay on your own side wherever you are and imagine that this is what happened. So the best thing is to listen to people, and then you can then ask some questions. All right.
Rudolph, sorry, something came to my mind. Do you know that what he said Achiku Denwa said about him, that he doesn't want smart people around him? Can you contrast that with Awolowo? They said Obafemi Awolowo, people he wants around him are smart people, and that's why the man achieved as a premier of Western region, because he wants intelligent people that can rival him, so that he can grow. But look at the contrast. So while Chike is a failure, Obafemi Awolowo during his time, because the likes of Bola Igedem, bright people around him, then he was able to do something. That is just the contradiction. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ike.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Igbo Basic a question first. I don't know whether... Okay, Ike, please go ahead, and then I'll ask later.
Oh, okay, Dr. Damages, thank you. I want to make an observation for what Igbo Basic said about Emmanuel Iwanyawa and Dr. Obiozo, the late Dr. Obiozo, may so rest in peace. To be honest with you, I don't want to know what is going on behind the scene. I don't want to know what is going on between Uzodima and Iwanyawa and the late Obiozo, because maybe Obiozo is from Olu senatorial zone, and that is why Emmanuel Iwanyawa is trying to use Ohaneze to market Uzodinma for Imo State people. I do not want anybody to talk about Imo State with Hope Uzodinma. I do not want to know under any circumstances that they are playing that politics. We don't need people like Hope Uzodinma in Imo State. It's pure and simple. So Emmanuel Iwanyan should concentrate on Ohaneze and leave Imo State politics and using Ohaneze as a point of contact to market Uzodinma on behalf of Imo State. That's what I am against. I don't care what the politics they're playing at the back scene. That's their politics.
I actually agree with you. I actually agree with you with what you are submitting. But what I'm trying to say to you, the framework of what is going on behind. I mean, I have not spoken to one on this subject, but I will speak to him because after we talked about this issue on this platform some time ago, I actually went back into the background to ask questions. Why? Iwanyan was supposed to be in Washington. Iwanyan was supposed to be at WIC. Iwanyan was supposed to be at Igbo London. So I'm aware of all these things. So I'm trying to say to you, there is a way we get to these things. Quietly, and then we'll make our point, and the person will clearly understand that this is what we are saying. You should not romance with Uzodinma.
Hold on. Igbo Basics. Are you saying he wasn't in those places? He didn't go?
You mean in Igbo London?
Yeah.
I haven't cross-checked yet, but Igbo London just ended yesterday. I will ask Dr. Mokwenze. He was supposed to be there, but I'm also aware that if he made that particular journey, there's something at play. He probably wouldn't be able to make it at WIC, which will be changing the guard this time around.
All right.
I will ask that question and I'll find out.
All right, thank you. But for those who may want to, there is a conference called Ikenga Online Town Hall. Iwanyan will be a guest on it. I will find the exact dates, and it's Thursdays. Maybe it's on the 24th of this. I hope IFOC is watching. They are the people organizing it. Either 24th or the 31st of this month. He will be there. So I will encourage anybody who wants to listen to him and confront him with this question to be part of that town hall. All right, KJ, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Dr. Damages, thank you so much for all the effort to try to bring Professor Sam around. I have followed Professor Sam for a long time. His tenure in the Electricity Commission was one of the best in Nigeria, where people were paying what is supposed to be paid. You do not pay for electricity when you didn't use it. So that policy lasted while he was there, and when he left, everything reversed back to what they have now. So I followed him. He's a very brilliant man. I followed his policies too, and he has not come short. In fact, he didn't have time. I'm sure that because of the Qatar he has, you guys will have heard more. So he's actually constrained by his windpipes. Having said that, one of the things he said, which I want to collaborate. Also remember that I'm a Christian and a Bible carrying, tongue speaking, hand laying Christian. So when we did a spiritual mapping of Abuja, what he said is totally correct. I don't know how he got his own, but we got our own from understanding the spiritual realm in Abuja. At that time, we realized that Abuja is built on a spiritual animal or spiritual figure called the moth. The moth. You know what a moth is, and we were able to look at even the mappings of Abuja. You know how it was built. I will just stop there. I will not reveal the rest. But it corrupts. No matter how good you are, it corrupts you. It corrupts your mind. It corrupts except you have come and you are deliberate about your moves. You don't go you don't escape it. And those people who are saying they should see him, like you said, you should get into. Remember what happened to Kem Namani? Kem Namani was a brilliant, Senate president until they went to persuade him to come and join. They messed him up, and now we can't even find Kem Namani in the radar of Nigerian politics. Okay. Remember what they did to Taishola Ring? Taishola Ring was one supported. We as students those days, we used to press our be like Tashulari, wanted to be honest individual
People's
like that. And then they brought
People's
him
Bank.
in, People's Bank, and destroyed him. Remember that Wole Soyinka had to run through the borders of Niger, of Benin Republic, to escape going to prison when they also roped him in. So I'm just trying to buttress some of the people that we know who were upright members until they got contaminated by the system. Some of them escaped, like Wole Soyinka was able to escape to Catalina Bay, but the rest didn't make it. You understand what I'm saying? So it is something that you need to be careful. You need to decide whether you want to continue with where you are and just go on that way and leave governance, or you want to come in and get your hand dirty and you finally either become a pig or you escape with some whiskers, taking off you. That is the system that we are talking about, and I'm a bit glad, not because of what's going on, but because sometimes when I say this, people look at me as if this guy is so pessimistic, very. In fact, this guy is he's always talking about this. That is the truth. What he just told us, he didn't even paint the picture deep. I'm sure that like the next time when we call him, you will hear. Okay, that is about the truth. They don't want to hear your intelligence. They're not concerned about it. They don't want to know that you are Harvard trained and you know how A can become B. It's not on their business. And I give an example. When Buhari wanted to start devaluing the naira on all the policies he put forward, people told him, it's not as if he didn't know. They said, "Oh God, this is the result of this process you are taking." But he didn't care. They still went ahead to do those round trippings and all that, have multiple exchange rates, and eventually look at where we are today, with the naira, and it's not going to stop. It's not abating. So what am I trying to say in essence? Today is my church day, but I had to, have this guy listening to him and at the same time trying to, do my church business. And so he's somebody. If we have many of them around Nigeria, I'm sure that
We'll be
both,
fine.
the nation will gain a lot from me, from his input. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ. Chim.
Yeah, thanks, Rudolph. I wasn't exactly here when Dr. Sam started. I joined midway because I had to, I went to church and just got back. So I didn't exactly meet that quote.
I can't hear Chim. Can anyone hear Chim?
I can hear him.
I can.
Huh? No, it's only him. It's
Yes,
only him that is hearing himself.
Father.
Chim, I can't hear you. You started this.
Yeah.
You started this. I can't hear Chim.
Okay, so can you hear me now, Father?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. So I said I went to church, so I was hoping I would get back on time.
No, he was kidding, Chim. He was kidding.
I know. I got him.
Yeah.
I got him.
They started yesterday.
I got him.
It started yesterday. Okay, I didn't know.
So anyway, that spiritual angle that KJ went to, I don't know. I'm trying to avoid dabbling into that area. But what I can say is this, based on experiences, I served in Abuja. And I served in a very critical ministry when I served way back in 1998, if I'm correct. I think people who have been coming to government, I've had somebody from my clansman, and I'll start with that, who contested to be local government chairman. I remember when he contested in 1990, I think that was 97, under the Abacha failed transition process. He lost to a candidate who was close to Orji Okalo, and he lost narrowly. Now, by 1998-99, Orji Okalo reached out to this fellow to say, you know what, I was impressed. Despite I had a candidate back then I was supporting, you narrowly lost to my candidate with all the money we pumped in. So you know what, I want you to run for the local government this time while I'm going to the governorship. And this man got in and became the local government chairman, and was a disaster, a huge disaster. This is my
There you go.
This is my clansman. I'm not even making up this story.
There you go.
It was a disaster, huge disaster. A disaster to the extent that, and he was a technocrat. He was in the private sector before he went into politics. So it was after then that I began to ask myself, what exactly is the problem? And I have come to this conclusion because I've been in the private sector all my life before I left Nigeria. Now, I always tell people this. We know our classmates. In fact, yesterday I was telling a colleague of mine that when we were in school, you know those who cheat in exam. Let me be very frontal. You know those who do all manner of, who see lecturers. We know them. Now, why is it that those same people will come back 20, 30 years down the line into the political spectrum and we are not able to say, no, this kind of person cannot be. I know his character. And then we dance around these matters and those people get into office. And we expect that those people, sorry for those who don't hear Igbo, na university, will suddenly now come to national life or state governance and suddenly change. It's not going to be possible. So I agree with what Prof said that, yes, when people are good, they need fellow good people around them. True, nobody should be an island. In fact, if you're isolated, it could be a problem. However, I've always been of the view that when you get into office, if the situation around you is trying to frustrate you to compromise, and it is not in your character to compromise, why don't you step down and say no? And come out openly to say the atmosphere is not conducive enough, rather than try to see how you're going to waggle about it and all those things. Some of the people you mentioned, for instance, the Mayflower guy, Ty Solari. I think
the short knickered guy.
Yes, I was a kid. I was a kid around when he was operating. The People's Bank. We know all those things. But I think one of the things, this is me speaking based on my little understanding, is that man wasn't prepared to be in governance. He wasn't prepared in any form. And then even when he got there, he did not assert himself to say, leave the responsibility of selecting those to work with me to me. He allowed the Babangida government to appoint persons he worked with. And of course, they're going to put moles into those places because the man who gave you the job had no good intentions. The intention was to make you fail and then to let you know that, oh, with all this your civil society talk, can you see how it has panned out for you? So when you go in, I have seen people who have gone in and they told the president, say, you know what, you will give me a free hand. For instance, Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala, I remember when she was coming the second time, one of the conditions she gave Jonathan was, you will give me a free hand. So when even those titles like head of the economic, whatever she had title, these were demands. So if you know what you want to come and accomplish, and that is why even under Obasanjo's government, when she made the accomplishments and they tried to rubbish her, she quickly resigned and left. I'm not saying she was perfect, but at least to an extent, she went in unscattered and came out unscattered. So if you are going into governance and you know yourself and you know what you can deliver in, make demands. I have always told people it's like footballers. When a footballer is going to a team, a coach. The coach will tell you, these are the kind of people I want to bring. If you don't let me buy this quality of players, I am not coming. I think it is time when we're going to governance, we make it clear to the political leader. If assuming it is an appointive office, you say these are the kinds of things you want. You let the person know if we get to this threshold and X is happening, I'll be out of it. And I can go out and go and say it. But what is happening is that people are desperate for office.
Yeah.
The young man who the Senate tried to rubbish the other day when they were screening, I have defended him. I don't know him. But I love the way he went there. I'm hoping if eventually he goes there, he makes a difference, even though I'm praying that the tribunal will do something anyways. But I love the way he tackled the Senate when they asked him why he made some of those statements. And he told them, he said, I was a frustrated Nigerian. So he realized that they needed him to apologize. His apology wasn't even because he wanted the job. If you listen clearly to him, he just said, okay, I know as an African, I'm not trained to use abusive words at my elders. So if I've offended anybody, I apologize. His own apology was not like Mr. Festus Koyamo's own, who clearly is looking for a job. So I think the more we raise people who are not desperate, who know their onions, who know what they are coming to deliver, Nigeria will produce quality ministers, quality governors, and quality whatever it is. But as long as we're producing people who just want to, I heard earlier, people who want to, like Doc said, oh, I'm looking for the next appointment. If those are the kind of people coming to government, then they're going to fail.
Yep.
Let's not expect anything. But back again to the foundation of where I started. We know our classmates, you know your colleague, colleague who breaches procurement procedures. He breached procurement procedures when you were working with him in private sector. The guy is not going to come to government and give you anything. It's the same thing, garbage in, garbage out. So I'll leave that there for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Damages, before you go away from that Mwadia's commentary, Amadi clearly came here and he represented some of us. And I would dare to put people
please let the electricity go first. I'm online, please. After him, I will go, please.
Who is there?
Igbo Basic, hold on, okay? Just let me continue with the people so that go ahead, Najama.
No, he said I should go first. That is online.
Oh, okay. Is that what he said? Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, all. Good evening over here. It's evening over here, so it could be afternoon or morning where you are. So, but greetings. Anytime I say I'm not going to join this platform, I want to take a break. Someone will say something that KJ, no, KJ, why are you leaving? I came because of you, please. Oh goodness me, KJ is gone. All right. Maybe Chim will be able to. No, Chim didn't say it. It's KJ that made the comment that made me to come in here. Anyway, I'm gonna say what when Chim said he does not want to go into that spiritual aspect that KJ brought up. Okay, KJ is back. Thank you, KJ, for coming back. Oh, he's disappeared again. It was Chim said he doesn't want to go into where the spiritual aspect that I think is having problem with his network, so it's not deliberate. So I mentioned the spiritual stuff of
the month.
Yeah, the month. KJ, you said you agree with us yesterday that if there is electricity in the country, this issue of witchcraft and wizard will be something of the past. Which is also, but let me throw something to you as a spiritual person, as one who have read the Bible. Can you compare Babylon to Nigeria? There is no comparison because Babylon is known as a place of idol worship. Like Chim said, if you really have that good intent and you are they want to corrupt you, you have that option to say no. We are looking at that spiritual aspect now. You have that option to say no. But beside that, we should not downplay the power of God, because Daniel was in Babylon. And Daniel was one of the prime minister in Babylon. And he was able to stand out, because the scripture says that they tried to corrupt him with the laws of the land first. When they say the laws of the land, we can go up to even traffic lights, to disobey traffic light, or the nitty-gritty of the law. He was not corrupted. Then they said, let's corrupt him in the law of his God. And even with that, Daniel still prayed 3 times a day, as it is the custom of the Hebrews to pray facing Jerusalem. The Bible says he knew their plan. He was not ignorant of their plan. He went to pray. And then they went to the king, who was even his friend. And he was so bitter that he had to write a law to throw Daniel in the lion's den. And the king, the one that came the following day to say, oh, Daniel, as thy God, whom thou trusted, saved you. Now, what am I trying to say? Yeah, there is no system in this world that is not corrupt. Even the American system is corrupt. The British, every system is corrupt. But it's checks and balances that makes this thing. Like what Chim rightly said, we know each other. Let's be honest with ourselves. We know each other. Even on this platform, we know each other to an extent. To say, okay, I can trust this person. I'm not going to trust this person. This person is not weighing right to this side. This person is not. We know how to balance things. So whether the moat, Abuja is built on a moat or has this thing, You cannot compare it to Babylon. But as Christians, we must not downplay the power of God. People went there. We need to question their intention. That's number one. What is their intent? It's not a case of if you can't beat them, join them. No. It's a case of if I can't beat them, let me go back, probably reinforce. And what Rudolph said here is, he commended those who supported him. And that's what we've been saying. You see, whoever is going there, we need, particularly from diaspora, with good intention, we need support from those of us back here. And that is what we've been preaching since. Because it's not an easy thing to say you want to go and change a system or you want to stand out in a system. But I strongly believe that there are people who have achieved it. Some died on the way. You can't rule that one out. That can never be ruled out. But if you have that intention to say, oh, I want to change, I want to contribute to humanity, then we can't say because the system is so corrupt that it can't be. I often believe and argue that for us to change that system, we have to address the people on ground. It is the people. When I mean the people, the masses there that we are seeing, they are the one that can go full force if they are able to change their mentality. Tell me how many people they want to kill. How many would they kill? Then that means you are asking for a full-blown war. Then if the Nigerians say, you know what, we've decided we want to change Section 68 and 110, I'm going to shift from that section, because if the constituent says that we want to take Akpabio out, his own constituent says we want to take him out, genuinely, let's see what Akpabio will do. Whether I go and carry the military to say, you know what, kill all this my constituents because they don't want me to become Senate president, then we will know that indeed the war has begun. That's what he wants. Then it will be open. Thank you.
Before you respond, I wanted to know, did you listen to what he said about that recall? Someone raised the question about recall.
No, I didn't listen. So if you could, what did he say?
He says it's difficult. He says it's difficult, and with a lot of it's. In fact, the way he said it is that the procedure is a bit complex, and then given Nigerian situation, before you are appearing at this end, people will go and buy, use bribe. There's a way here. I wouldn't, but he's trying to tell you that we are not
here. That
it's the level of easy. Listen, electricity. If all of us here are the people to recall, it's easy. If all of us on this panel are the people to vote and recall anybody, it's easy. We don't need money. But you have to understand the mentality, the poverty level, the deprivation, and the people you are trying to explain a constitutional provision that you want to implement. The person you want to recall we had a war chest. It's like a fight to finish. You know this. The person, if you want to recall Akpabio, that's what I'm saying.
With this recall and with the normal political issue that we have for example, during this last election, people were told not to collect, not to sell their vote, not to do this, not to collect. That is the same thing. There is no difference in it. All I am saying
the difference. The difference is the difference is when you are voting, you are campaigning to go in. You are going with lots of promises and everything. People might give you the benefit of the doubt, but in recalling, it's because you have failed, and you have failed. They want to recall you, so you now put up a fight to even That's what I'm trying to say. So you put up a fight.
If I may contribute here, I think it's going back to this our institutional thing we keep talking about, this building strong institutions. For instance, I think the power for conducting elections and the recall process lies with INEC, if I'm not wrong.
You're correct. Yeah.
Okay. Now let's put a situation here using the last election. Let's assume it wasn't the process that was the problem. It was the individuals. We had the beavers, We had the IREV. These were beautiful innovations, things that would have eliminated, the human touch. Because I tell people, I've lived in Canada for 7-8 years now. I don't know where the CRA, which is the Canadian Revenue Agency, is. But every financial entitlement I am due for, or whether I am owing the government, or they owe me and they have to return money to me, they do it. I don't have to grease anybody's palms. When I apply for a student's loan, I don't know the student's board office. I sat on my system, went to the website, filled the forms. They asked me a few questions. I confirmed. They investigated it, and they sent me an email to say, you qualify for this. This is the date of disbursement. You're going to receive 6, 7, 8 disbursement. They will be coming on XY dates. And exactly on those days, some of those days fell on Christmas Day. I'm not joking. Fell on Christmas Day, I got the money. Now they've eliminated that human process that will make you go to one board or office and somebody say, Mr. Chim, you're entitled to the secretary has not signed it. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow until someone will not say, if you just drop 2 kobo, then by tomorrow I will give you. What am I trying to say? Even the Western world has corruption. So some of these technology things you see, we are all in a way to eliminate, bypass all those processes. And that was what INEC's, the change in the electoral law helped them accomplish. Remove all those things where somebody would, if for instance, the votes were counted at the polling unit and you uploaded it the way it was supposed to go, you have uploaded it. Nobody can change it because there's a record, there's a track system. But we know what happened with that election. I don't want to belabor all of us. We know what happened. So my point is, even the recourse system, if we remove the human factor, it is a human factor element that is making Nigerian processes to fail. The day you remove it and we follow processes, you will see the way things will happen. Even the person with the biggest war chest will lose an election to a cockroach from somewhere. If assuming people say we don't want this guy, this is the person we want, and their votes count. Right now, because INEC and its officials tampered with the process humanly, they didn't allow the thing to go exactly the way it should go. That's why we're having this conversation.
Okay, let me do one pushback. Then I leave the floor.
Sorry, let me answer your question.
KJ, hold on 1 second. Hold on. I'll
let
come
me
to
answer
you.
because I'll forget the trend of
Okay, go ahead.
You are comparing again orange with apples. Now, Daniel is not at the same level of any Nigerian politician that is in government. Now, there are 5 levels. Listen to what I'm saying, and I'm serious.
All right, go ahead. I'll listen to you, KJ.
There are 5 levels of sonship. You read the Bible. Most of the time, we have people who we call napios. Napios are just infants in the things of God, infants in Christianity. What we are looking for people at the 5th level, which is where you become a matured son. A matured son. Daniel was a matured son, and that is why the system could not consume him. We have also had people who are mature sons who have served the Nigerian government who was not able to be consumed by the system. If you recall, when Obasanjo came into government, they had a minister. One guy, what's his name now, whose father was appointed minister. The father said, no, I have sons. If you want to make a minister, take one of my sons. So that guy was appointed. What's his name? An Igbo guy. Okay. Sorry?
Okay.
Yes. Somebody, I remember.
Is it
now,
Frank Nweke, is it?
Yeah,
Okay,
not Nweke, before Nweke. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Chikelu. So somebody Chikelu.
Yes. Chikelu. Now, Chikelu was, but his office was very open. People could walk into his office. He didn't drive government car. He takes his car to the office, and when he finishes, when he gets into the office, they use the government car to carry him around. When he completes his work, he enters his personal car, drives back to his house. In fact, sometimes he goes back to his personal office that was in Area 11 and continue to do his work. Okay? And when the system came calling to make him to do certain things, and he said to them, no, I won't do that. First and foremost, you don't call me to defend the president. I am here as a minister to the federal government. So I defend federal government issues. Any other thing that is personal should go to the people who have been invited and who have been appointed to defend the president. So throughout his Chikelo's time in government, he never played that their dirty game. And somebody told him before the government ended, "Do you know these people are planning not to give you back?" He said he doesn't care. He just have nothing to lose. And at the end of that government, he walked off with his briefcase. He never took, in fact, he didn't have to carry anything. He just took his briefcase, which he normally brings. He didn't ask them for any car. He didn't do it. He drove his personal car throughout the time. So what am I trying to say? We have had people who have been mature, who are mature Christians, who have come to government and they are able to subdue the system. But we also have people who call themselves Christians who have come to the system and the system consumed them because they were, eager to have to dine with the king. It is the greed that drives people to the point of where they now no longer can take instruction from what God is saying to them. So, my brother, I think that comparing any of our people, Christians now with Daniel, will be too long a stretch. You are passing 3 more steps.
Okay.
Get them there.
In my final submission, I would disagree with you on that. You know what? I'm going to disagree with you on that.
No.
Daniel was a slave coming from taken by Nebuchadnezzar to Babylon. That's number one. Number two, after Christ came, we were made to understand the power of sonship. And thirdly, 1 Peter chapter 3, if I'm correct, says that newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word of God, that you may grow thereby. So if we're talking about, it is a personal decision that anyone will have to make to walk with God, and also to develop that integrity that they want to develop. It's a personal decision. Walk with God. So also when Paul was arrested, I've forgotten the king then, he was expecting the Christian at that time to give him bribe in the book of Acts so that Paul will be released. KJ, you can boast you're a man of integrity.
You are missing the whole thing. You see, you are missing the
No,
whole thing.
I'm not. I am telling you that there is no level of. Hold on, KJ. I did not interrupt you. Hold on one second.
Constitution, I'll defer to you on this issue. No.
KJ, there is no level of sonship. KJ, 1 second. I did not interrupt you. KJ, hold on, KJ. KJ, hold on. There is no level of sonship. All those things are babbles by preachers to make us to think that, there's one level, there's second level, there's third level, there's fourth level. All those things are babbles. I'm telling you.
I refuse to agree. That's your
okay. You don't have to agree, but I am telling you from the understanding of the scripture that there is no level of sonship. When you walk with God, a personal relationship with God, just like Daniel, just like the 3 Hebrew children, there were Israelites there in Babylon that bowed to that image. You understand one thing. No level. It's just, listen, these are all cajoling of preachers. And I will say it with full authority that they cajole people.
Can I ask my question now? I think we've exhausted this point now at this stage.
No, forefather, we've not exhausted it because it comes under integrity and accountability in this light. Even Samuel, to the end of his life, he called the children of Israel and he asked them, who among you have I taken sheep from? Who among you have I taken bread from? Therefore, my eyes is blind for judgment. Meaning that because I have taken bread from you, I will not be able to determine to say bad is bad, good is good. No. And they all said, no, you've not done anything of such. So integrity and accountability is a personal decision we all have to make and take. This issue of you have to be a level of sonship. I'm not boasting. I can't tell you how many times I've read the scriptures. And I can't tell you that, listen, this is how it is. God has given every one of us that power, that opportunity to develop that integrity that we want to develop. There is no issue of sonship. There's no scripture you use to defend it. Anyway, that's just the truth.
Hold on.
I've been trying to ask one question for 30 minutes now.
Forefathers, hold on, okay? So this
is my turn. I just give to electricity.
Yeah, I know. It's your fault now. You made them go that way. Let me say this. There's something I try to achieve when we are on this show that give everybody a chance to air their view. So what we were doing before this, we move in this direction, was to hear feedback on the talk we had with Professor Amadi. So my goal is always, instead of allowing people to go in this tangent, and it's important too. I'm not saying the conversation like it's not important, but it means that we deprive some people the chance to air their view and move so far away from the topic. I don't mind after we finish having that round of conversation, then you can go on any tangents, you know. We can actually move smoothly to Sunday school, which is one of the things I hope we do every Sunday. But not before we get everybody to air their view. Otherwise, we could go back and forth and quote the Bible, and some people may not know the Bible the way you know it, and you know may think it's the most important thing to discuss now, but some people may not be. But okay, so let's go back to, I want to hear Niger man and Bumi, welcome to the show. If you will lost Ify because
good evening, good afternoon.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I go on?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Please like, share, subscribe.
Thank you.
Please, thank you very much. Let me not just go so far. Let me just go to what, because I was not here since, so I was out. So I just heard the last one. I'm happy electricity is here, because I hear when they ask Mr. Martin about the recall. So I just want to go. Let me just go there because I have a lot of things to go back. But let me just not take time. Let me just go on that one, more important time. Electricity. So when they asked Mr. Amadi, I was so happy when it's give us, because he's a political analyst on Arise. So I follow them every evening with Constant and Jeda, all of them, you know, and the professor, the other one. You see what he said? This is exactly what we have been saying. Recall, if you look at that session very well, and you look at the political terrain of Nigeria. Okay, let me tell you now, for example, give an example to understand where he's trying to go. We are 10 here now. You are a senator in one constituency. Then you need to third of us that will come out and sign. Do you think me, or let's say CN now say, okay, I mean where for this constituency? We must sign this thing. Do you think maybe 2/3 of us, let's say 9-3? CN will come. This is a politician. You have elected, he has the money. He will buy 2 of us to have another 3. At the end of the day of election, none of us will come out. No one of us will vote because you are bad. And you that is preaching heaven on earth, you think everybody will listen to you? Once someone are paid on that, the terrain of Nigeria. Because these are people we elected. It's not an appointee. You elected that you give them your vote. You want to record them. It's not easy. Honestly, you need a lot of finance. And Nigeria is not ready for that. Somebody who have already elected to come and tell you, okay, you come and donate, come and raise funds, want to go and record. Okay, now fine. You want to record Akpabio in your constituency. What about CN? What about me? What about the damage? You cannot recall only one person Senate and said you have a win and you have a change. Impossible. So, understand, if you have something else, what you are saying is good, but according to Nigeria today, is one person cannot make a change. One person, even look at Peter Obi, when they ask him, you don't have senator, you don't have a house, how are you going to make a change? He said, don't worry, when I go there, when I present it, these people are elected to have to bring a dividend of democracy to their constituency. They will follow up. I have tried it when I was a governor. I was only the one. No House of Rep, nobody, not even one. But I have to, that is people you listen to, okay, you have tried it, you have the way. But for we say we want to meet Akpabio, let's go to Akwa Ibom, go to Akpabio constituency, and go and let's say pass a opinion vote poll that we want to recall Akpabio. Not even recall. Who doesn't like Akpabio in this constituency? Let him vote. Let him just make a vote. You will see out of 100 people that we raise, you will not have 5 that will go against Akpabio. Even if you have 50 the first day, when you come back for the second meeting, they are bought about 30% or 40%, or even 60% of us. You will not see anybody in that meeting again. Before you know, because the politics in Nigeria, you win 1, win 20 and bring 20, win 20 and bring 20. That is the way it's designed. If they can bring 20 people, you choose 20 people, have to bring another 20. That's what they will pay you for. 20 times 20. Do you know how many is that? So that one will be very difficult, because anything in Nigeria now, everybody want to vote for money. It's very difficult. That is why you see the obedience, because Obi give them and preach what they want for them. That is why constituency is very small to be able to bring. But when you are talking about federal, states, that you have 2/3 of the local government, it's different for you to buy. No president in Nigeria can buy vote of all Nigeria. Impossible. Not even central bank. The money central bank can even buy the vote of everybody in Nigeria. You have to buy the stronghold and make this place 2/3 of the state, calculate it 25 in 24. That's only the place he will focus. That he will buy and collect. You know, but what you are saying is good, but in Nigeria terrain today, my brother, this one will preach on this 100 years. Ask son, ask like 3 or 4 sons from different states. The one that is really open, not the one that want to take your money and want to tell you what you want to hear. They will tell you. People with son, they will tell you, don't go and waste your time, don't go and waste your energy. It cannot happen. Who is INEC? INEC that make a guideline. Constitutionally, he said INEC, sha. He had sha. That is, there is nothing about that. It's not compromise. There is nothing that you can do. It's oblige you to do that. But go and look at the Electoral Act, which we didn't follow. He said INEC shall follow his own guideline. That is where they manipulate everything. Now they are not tell you in the Electoral Act, it doesn't give them to transmit. But go and look at the Constitution. It said sha. You oblige the sha. There's nothing about that. So this Nigeria, when they open the Constitution, but you don't see that these people have made what we favor there. It's only election. We are praying only election. That is where we can elect who we really want, who we know. But Nigeria today, everybody is just there. They will come, preach. They are going to do this, do that. But when they get to the office, you can never see them again. They are far for the people. No office in their constituency. In our constituency, how many offices did they have today? The number they use, majority of all those Senate rep, they were using during their campaign. Call those numbers today in your constituency. It's not going. Since the day they were elected. Those numbers is not even the one they are giving to one of their PA. A guy is not there, they will call you, you will tire. In next election. So those ones are not going to waste time. I'm not going to waste time. Sorry, I'm discouraging, but I've been in the Nigeria politics for long. I know the way this will go. You cannot say it.
He said till the next election.
Thank you, Nigeria. Thank you. Let's hear from Bumi.
That's why you'll be Niger man, really.
Bumi, go ahead.
Good day, Dr. Damages, and good day, everyone. I wasn't here earlier to listen to what the guests had to say and also some questions, so I'm not very familiar to what have been discussed and not. But based on the whole recalling of things in Nigeria, I feel like it's not very realistic in present day Nigeria based on, the fact that no one follows rule of law. So it's going to be very hard for the people to want to recall someone and it would actually work. But I do think there's a possibility of that happening. But I think it would have to take the masses to kind of work together to actually achieve that and pressurize people to follow the laws and follow whatever proof is being given. But which also looks very unlikely to happen in Nigeria because people can be easily, bribed and people are quite desperate. So there's a lot of it's going to be a very hard work for that to ever happen. So that's just my opinion on the whole thing.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Electricity.
Thank you. You spoke about the masses, Nigeria. Abumi, thanks for that, your submission, and whereby it has to be the people. Listen, one thing I really don't understand is, are we actually looking at possibility or impossibility? Because there are different vibes coming up, which I really don't understand. We want to achieve something, Okay, let's even go like what you said. The masses, what Nigerman said, the recall is impossible. Sorry, it's a hard feat to achieve, and it has to be kind of in the general, like the last general election. I'm trying to refrain myself by weighing on the current court case that is going on. I told myself I'm not going to weigh in on that for personal reasons. But here it is. It's 2 months going to 3 months. It will go to 1 year, it will go to 2 years. This court case may, I use the word may, drag on till the next general election in the context of Nigeria. So is this the argument of impossibility we'll be looking at, or finding a way? Because whether we like it or not, the next election, if let's just argue that this court case drag on till the next election, 2017.
No, but electricity
are we gonna
started to rebut you there a little bit. You can't insinuate that court case will drag to the next election.
I did not insinuate.
No,
I said let's just argue.
You are saying let's. That is all you are insinuating. That okay, let's put it. Maybe you think so. Okay, but there's a duration.
We spoke about what
the electoral act give you.
We spoke about.
Excuse me. No, you have to put something right. Electoral act give you 180 days in court of appeal, which is 6 months. Then after that, anyone that is still aggrieved have extra 2 months in the apex court, which is the final court. Automatically 8 to 10 months, everything is over. It's not like before when it's 3 years law.
So that would be in total of how many months, how many years, if you don't mind me. If you don't.
8 months, 8 months to 10 months.
8 months. So 8 months, we will get the judgment. All right. So what you are suggesting right now, Nigerman, is in this 8 month period, all we should do is wait for the court to make their determination. Would I be correct in that?
That is not what I'm saying.
It's a question I'm asking. I'm not saying that is what you said. It's a question. You provide clarification.
That is what that is what the law gave you. That
okay, so
if you go to court, you must wait. You cannot do anything.
Okay, so that's what the law says. So let's go by the law.
No, for those who are
the law says we should wait 8 months. All right, we'll take that. That is what the law says. Okay, but what I am saying, I acknowledge what the law is saying. I'm not going to push against the law. I acknowledge what the law is saying. But nevertheless, in the interim of the law, we have work to do, which is educating, creating awareness of the people. In the position I stand, everybody have their position. In the position I stand, which I am doing behind back doors, is to say our people will come to that realization that power indeed belongs to the people in respect to the section 68 and 110. It's the same INEC that we are saying is corrupt. It's the same INEC that will still conduct the recall. Like what Chim said, where we can do this, eliminate, but for we to get to that point of where we can eliminate this human factor, we need people. Nigerman, I will lose my train of thought.
Yes, please. No, you're not losing it. You have been saying it. I'll let everybody know where you are going. Let me tell you, if you are saying it is the same INEC, go and look at the Constitution. It's the same Constitution that guide INEC that said about if you want to impeach Nigeria president. But you go and read that Constitution and see if it's possible on earth to impeach Nigeria president. It's like a monarch. It's like a one everywhere.
Listen, I acknowledge the law you raised, and now I'm making my argument. You are coming again to say it's like the presidency is like, I really don't understand what you want. So what you're suggesting that I shouldn't even talk again? Is that what you're saying? I am making my argument.
You said
I have acknowledged.
I'm telling you.
Okay,
All right.
you are telling me, one second, Rudolph. You are telling me something. I have acknowledged the law that you are talking about. But outside the law, the question is, do I still have a right to speak? Can I ask you that?
No, you are free. I'm just trying to
So
tell
can
you
you
that
allow me to speak
don't
then,
believe
because
those
I have a
laws.
right to hear
Those
my
one is made
opinion?
for them, not for us. That's what I'm trying
All
to
Allow
right.
him,
point out.
allow him,
I
please.
don't know. I
Allow
yield
him.
the floor, Rudolph. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. So let me just say this in general for Nigerman. Nigerman, I understand your position, and for electricity, I've said this to you. Nigerman, the fact that something has not been done or that something is difficult doesn't mean it cannot be done. You know, that's my position always. It doesn't mean that it cannot be done. I acknowledge that what electricity is proposing is difficult. I want him to also acknowledge that, but it's not that it cannot be done. What is needed is commitment, total commitment, and understanding the scope of what is we are facing. So in that sense, I think Nigerian's position is important to hear that, not to discourage you, but to hear that and know the scope of the challenge that you are going to face. If people in Imo State, if the Labour Party in Imo State could not vote Amadi in as their candidate for governor, how will they recall whoever will be? You know, because this is the same people, the same population. You have to do the convincing. If you believe that this person should be recalled, you have to make the case. And of course, we know that it's not just about making the case. Even if you have a platform, big platform, TV, you are on the ground and you are talking to people, you guys need to recall this person. It's not enough, because the person you are trying to recall will do everything to make sure that that vote will not go. So that's all that you need to know. But it's not about, it's good to talk about it, but it's not, the actual thing is to go on the ground, pick somebody as a test. And they are everybody. You can pick anybody in the Senate. I don't think any of them cannot be recalled. Pick somebody as a test. Try to do that job.
Can I even add here before I know forefather is supposed to speak, but just so that this recall thing. The recall process. There's no electoral process in the world that is made straightforward, easy, and is intentional. Even in the US, they have a recall process. But for those of us who didn't live it, how long ago have we seen anybody recalled? Now, the intention behind making it very tight is so that some fellows doesn't just wake up and say, because I sneezed and they don't like that my sneeze, that's why they should recall me. It's intentional. They put it there. But by the way, we've actually tested recall in Nigeria, in Kogi State. What is his name? Senator
Dino Melaye.
It went through and he won. Whether there was a manipulation is a different thing altogether, but it went through. So I think the problem with us as Nigerians, and forefather quickly, and then I'll yield the ground to you, is that, like Rudolph has noted, and electricity tried to quote, is Nigerians, and I'm included, please. This is not a blanket, I'm included. We have a lazy mindset. And that lazy mindset is we don't want to test anything. We find, this process is too long. Oh, no. Then we back off. And that is part of the reason why our society is the way it is. The day, like Rudolph said, we are committed to a process. I'm sure when Peter Obi did Anambra, people told him, my friend, go and sit down. But he persevered. And eventually he got there as governor. So I think one of the headaches we have as a people is, I don't know, we have this, we want it sweet. And once there is a little hiccup or little tightening somewhere, we just back out. So once our people start saying, if we believe in a cause and we will pursue it to the logical conclusion, however it is, you will see there will be a recall process will suddenly start looking very easy. You understand? So, but there will always be some tightening. Niger man, they won't make it easy. So those things you are seeing and saying that it makes it look like you cannot impeach a president is because people don't want to follow the process. They are tired. They don't want to keep to that process. But in places where they are willing and determined, they do it.
How do you want to impeach? You want to impeach a president? You will first serve
wait. Chim, listen. When you start impeachment process, it becomes bazaar, open bazaar. Do you know that?
God bless you, my brother.
The person
Yes.
you want to impeach, and you so if you want to impeach Akpabio, he will empty the vote now. All the money he stole from Akwa Ibom, he use it to fight you. The voters, that's where Nigerian is going, and that's we know.
I don't want to belabor the issue, but CM, you see,
No, Chim, you are not belaboring. Chim, you are not belaboring the issue. Let me throw a question. Let me throw a question to the floor now. What is the solution? What is the solution? CM, Nigerian. What?
Yes.
Sorry, I apologize, KJ. My apology, KJ. What is now the solution?
Yes.
The solution.
Thank you.
Electricity.
Okay, go first. Okay, go first.
The solution, electricity, is better for we to your constituency leave Abia State, leave this one. Let everybody focus on his constituency, and have more people in their side before election, so you know those who will be for you and those will not be for you.
So, but Nigerian, if that person you voted in your constituency now goes there, like we're seeing with the Labour Party senators who have ridden on the obedient movement, they've gone there and are refusing now to play the opposition.
No, you people should not be using obedient senator. Obedient senator, most of them are PDP and APC who lost their ticket.
That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. Nigerman. See, the people you voted them for a reason. They've gone there now and they're not doing what you expect them to do. So in that process, you now want to recall that person. That's what we're talking about.
Can I have my say then? I think let me have my own say, please. Hold on, CM, hold on. Let me have my own say. I think we've gone around enough now. Let me have my own say. Come on. I think electricity is on the right path. I don't know why everybody just looking to shut it down. See, the future favors the direction electricity is going. Technology is going to make it easier to get the data that they need tomorrow. And also, if you look at, sometimes you don't have to succeed in removing the House of Assembly member or senator, but sending a message that if they keep heading in the same direction, that it is you are signaling that a lot of people don't like it, even if they win. So if let's say half of them were facing challenges, they will feel the impact, the fact that the people don't like what they are doing. It could send a signal, and if 2 or 3 succeeds, then they could fail. Then you will send a signal that if you misbehave there, don't think that we are not seeing what you are doing. And I said before that there is a dynamics that in terms of how people perceive senators and House of Assembly members, they perceive them as evil in the center, but my local one is nice because maybe he bought a transformer and all those things. So that dynamics, if electricity will have a job to do to educate people on that, because this is National Assembly members, they are not necessarily local members. They are doing things that affect the nation. And when they do those things, you have to learn to react locally to their actions, what they are doing nationally. And regarding the organization, the way, they talked about people that are incorruptible and stuff like that. I think the question I wanted to ask Igbo Basic was that, would he not have benefited when he went to Nigeria to try to change things for the better if he had a community of similar-minded people? In other words, what you tend to find, with the ones that are not corrupt, what they tend to do is that they are loners. They go on doing their things as loners, while the corrupt ones are ganged up against them. So you have to have a way of bringing the ones that are that don't want to be corrupt or incorruptible. They have to organize themselves too. And if you want to organize yourself, you have to organize yourself either to a form of party or a form of movement. Personally, I believe in a nationalist movement. People that believe that their whole objective is to fix the country. They are incorruptible and they need to work together. If you work together, you are more likely to succeed. And if another one needs support, the others can support the one that needs the support. So that is the direction that needs, and it's not even a new invention. That's what other nations have done. You tend to see like-minded people come together, band together to change the country. And I think in the context of Nigeria, we have not done enough of that. The ones that truly want to make a change and that are incorruptible, they've not done a lot of coming together to actually make the change. Thank you.
All right. But no, Igbo Basic, don't answer yet. Hold on that. Let's hear Ray, because once you answer, goes off Ray. Let's hear Ray before. Go ahead, Ray. Welcome to the show.
Right. Thank you very much, everyone, and greetings to you all. Well, I just want to quickly say, I guess most of us here are actually in the diaspora. You see, until and unless we begin to actually plan on how to help those in Nigeria, it doesn't really seem like something is happening. So we may actually complain, we may say all sorts, but until we begin to try to even work together, those of us that are in the diaspora, and begin to engage in some projects, perhaps IT projects, that could actually help to liberate Nigeria from the mess we found ourselves. There's a reason why those of us had to run away, or rather had to relocate from Nigeria to wherever we found ourselves today. So I believe that we need to start focusing on, some sort of tangible solutions that can actually help that country. Wherever you found yourself, there are a whole lot. There's a reason why the place you found yourself, or where you're aboard at the moment, there's a reason why you're there. And the reason is because things seem to be working better than it is in Nigeria. So what are the kind of things we can actually replicate? These are the basis of the solutions we begin to speak about, we begin to talk about, because as we do these things, it would be nice that we put some action to it. So it doesn't seem like we just voice it, but expecting that someone somewhere will just pick up the good ideas you probably have said and run with it. So who is going to execute these ideas that you actually have better than you, who have actually been able to conceive it? So I think we have to really get to that point where we begin to talk and probably put some more action, see how we can organize ourselves. Those who are interested, we can have a way of meeting up and start doing certain things to change that country. There's a whole lot that is working in that part of the country where you dwell. So how can those things be changed? How can they be replicated for Africa?
Right.
How can it be done? Thank you.
Thank you so much. You hit that in the head. I will say Igbo Basics response, and then I'll take a break. I will hand it over to Professor. Go ahead, Igbo Basics.
I will start right away with what Rez has just submitted, and I'll get back to Professor's questions. I once said, and I still say it on this same platform, that if you weave your basket well, you can use it to collect water. And some people wonder, what do I mean by if you weave a basket well, you use it to collect water? And that's a fact of life. Last week, a young man, talking about IT, a young man who, when he finished, fresh from college here, he took his IT knowledge. Young man helped me set up a whole lot. So he has that wizardry from American system. He went to Abuja. He landed there with all his feet, set up his business right there, and was doing things. A precursor was the fact that we were in New Jersey here specifically. We were training, listen carefully, the judges or justices of the Federal Capital Territory. They used to come here. We take them through a training for the court system so that they can go and do better. So we already had a ground in there. I come to know just about all of them in the Federal Capital Territory. That's not even where I'm going. The young man, when I saw him last week, and he said to me, Dave, I went, that system is brutal, but I'm here for now. And I responded to him, I said, he who fights and retreats lives to fight for another day. With that said, electricity. George Santos, I think it's a House of Rep member from New York, who lied his way through into The battle is still on. His constituency, everybody's, I'm not saying it's impossible to try to recall. Yeah, it's the right thing to do. But we have to first of all weed that basket underneath with the incorruptibles. And when I talk about the incorruptibles, I'll give you 3 scenarios. Nigeria, since Babangida, had been a situation of 419, which has now graduated into 4110. Babangida institutionalized corruption in Nigeria. And when 419 came through, I happened to be at the thick of things in Nigeria. I'm talking practical. And I came to encounter, when you talk about the cabals, that's a different ballgame. I came to encounter what you call the 419 cream of the crop. If you go from Fred Ajudwa, if you go from John Nebolisa, if I start naming these names, I mean, I have been in the midst of these folks. So number one, you have a choice. When you encounter these people, you either join them or you tell them to excuse you. You bail out. So I had that option. But deep in my character, no, I wasn't going to go there. That's one. At the Nikon Noga, 1999, Obasanjo just came into play. There was a room I was taken to in one of the floors. I went with my friend, Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwuokpalobi from New Orleans. It's late now. Ajufo joined us from London. What were we going to do in Abuja? We were going to present a system of closed circuit cameras all over the place for Nigeria so that things can go well. When I looked into that room, I did not enter. I said to my friend, who was then Minister for Police Affairs, I said to him, thanks, I'll be downstairs. When you finish, we'll talk again. I didn't enter. Fast forward, after 9 years on the ground, going through the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, seeing everything that was happening on the ground, played my part. I decided that I wasn't quite ready. And like I said, I even attempted to join the Nigerian police. That's practical. Buhari them took over. I said I didn't try to join the police to make a difference during a military regime. So I left. Now, fast forward back to where we are now. During the process, I've met great people like Rudolph Okonkwo, just of late. People like Chido Wango, US Africa Online, down in Houston. Those who come from Nigeria, they try to recruit you into their system. Chido was almost drafted to go and run a newspaper, and Chido says, excuse me, sorry, I can go there. Left it alone. I'm going to show you something. You see this? It's a secret. See the front? Okay. This was supposed to be, as I close out in my answer to you, because we're talking about integrity, and we're talking about the incorruptibles. This was supposed to be what? A portfolio. Supposed to be, how do you call it? You have been given a position, right? An office. So I was supposed to go and serve. So tying it back to Amadi, and tying it back to your personal chi, and tying it back to the fact that if Amadi did otherwise, he may be dead by now. I'm sorry to say, but that's the fact. If your chi says no, you cannot say yes. You bow out to live to fight another day. In conclusion to that, when I keep hammering away at the incorruptibles, Dele Ferrotimi, when I asked the same question on this platform, he said, they don't make those kind of people no more. Go and look at the record. He answered that question here. So, but I still believe that the few that are left can still make a difference. And how do we make that difference? So to forefathers, I am saying that that same basket that we are talking about weaving, we should reach out to the young men like the one that just told me there, that place is brutal. We should make sure that we reach out to them to say, listen, we are behind you because you are still young. And there are several of them like that that have gone with their few feet. And they went, they saw the frustration of that place. They came with their IT knowledge, trying to do the right thing. Things that they can solve in a few seconds. And they realize that the people that you have come to solve the problem for, we are frustrating the same system because they did not want you to solve the problem. How do we attend to that? So my submission here is this. Again, through a program like this, Dr. Damage's 90 Minutes Africa, where we have great people that have come through in this place. Maybe Rudolph in the background, because for me, I would like to work very much in the background because there's nobody we cannot talk to in Nigeria. It doesn't matter who, we can talk to somebody. But the fact is this, that network that we need to build, it's not, we don't need to, it's not something we'll come here and we'll talk. We go back to the background. That's why I requested of Amadi, even though I could have from all angles. Let's, forefathers, we've identified some key people. Let's make a move underneath. It's not something we'll come discuss here. We make a move underneath. We gauge it. The data will be there. And there are organizations that we will use in order to make those kind of effort to get there. So if we can have that framework, even what electricity is talking about becomes something that we can.
No. Hold on, guys. Thank you.
I'm not going to ask for Igbo basics.
Hold on. No, please. I have to go. Let me just say thank you, everybody that watched the show today, and I will hopefully next Sunday we'll bring you another important guest. In general, let me just say this: the Igbo basics. What forefathers asked you, I was expecting you to say that it was about whether if you had more people like you, it would have helped you to stay. The point is that what we want to do would be a lot easier if we have the critical mass. There's a number you get to, it will be possible for you to change the system. When you don't have that number, if you are the only one or there are two of you or three of you, you go out and drink and you complain about what's happening around you, it's difficult. But if you have the critical mass, the question is this. You can't force anybody to go home. If forefathers decides to go home today, it's not going to force Igbo Basics to come with him. And until you have that critical mass of people who think like, let me just say this. I'm in touch with a lot of people at home, people who write me, and they say sometimes like, oh, you are giving us hope. We think like you, but we don't have the space at home to express it. I give you an example. Issues about church. You guys talk about church and quote the Bible. Each time I write something critical of the church, some people in the universities will write me and say, we share this kind of thought, but we can't express it at home. Because anyway you say something against all these things going on, they think you are an occult or you believe in. So what I'm saying is a good example that if you have to, there are people at home who are credible, who have the integrity, but we have to reach them. You have to reach them to be able to tell them it's safe for you to express this viewpoint. It's safe for you to work on this. It's safe for you to continue, first of all, to retain that integrity, because it's difficult. In an environment like Nigeria today, people are basically, you can't hold on for a long time on the right path because everybody around you is all going the other direction. So you have to, it's a very urgent kind of intervention.
Dr. Damages, I had his question very, very clearly.
Oh, okay.
I had him.
Okay, all right.
A lone ranger is a lone ranger. I understand that. You can be a one-man battalion. I understand all that. But the point I try to make is that we don't even come here and start identifying who is in the group of what we are trying to do. We start up, if I was having a conversation in the background with forefathers or you or anybody else, I will lay bare to you what I know. That's what I call the Underground Railroad.
All right.
And through that system, we will be able to accomplish what you are trying to say. It is not impossible. Lone Rangers can only go so far.
All right. So thank you, everybody. And let me go. I'll hand it over to forefathers. Let me go and find our guest for next week. I will see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Safe journey, yeah?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As
for coming in.
As per official policy, Bumi, let me announce the policy that Bumi has freedom to interject at any time.
You can
because she's
interject a
representing
million times if you want to,
she's
Papa.
representing
You have the
the
power.
youth. She's representing the youth. She's representing the women. So she even has double power to interject at any time because we are all men here.
May I ask Igbo basics? May I
Please
weigh
do.
in on what?
No, I think
Respectfully, sir.
me has
First of
something to
all,
say, please. Allow her speak.
oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bumi.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to put some things in the direction of what Mr. Electricity said. I not 100%, but I 80% agree with what he said, that we have to do the job. But the thing is that the power does rely on the people. But I think there's a phrase that goes with great power comes responsibility. And it's the same case here, whereby there's a lot of responsibility that comes in, like, let's say when the masses come together and say we want to recall this or they want to protest or whatever. And it's very scary, you know. I remember when the whole NSAS stuff happened and my mom was telling my brother, you know, he should be careful, don't go out, because she was scared that anything can happen to him and I could lose a brother. And I think that is the problem. That's the real problem. I think people are scared of, like, what if Nigeria happens to me? And until we have a group of people that are like, I don't care that this happens, I'm doing it for my future, for the generation to come. And I feel that's why some people are very easy to just rely on, let's say, voting a politician or putting all the job on a politician, for example, putting all the weight and power on Peter Obi. Because, like, it's easier for the politicians to go after, let's say, Peter Obi's family, but they're not going against I support Peter Obi, but they're not going against my family, but they can be going against his family. So would rather be so willing to just vote for one man and say, oh, let's back campaign on this man. But at the end of the day, we need to campaign on ourselves for it to actually work, because nothing stops someone like Peter Obi to get into power and be absolutely worse than Buhari. Nothing stops him. But if we as a people come together and say, okay, we are doing this, this is what we are not going to take, this is what we're going to take, then whoever gets into power will be scared of us. But it really does take that, like, mindset to change, that we are not going to be scared and we're going to move forward. And that's why I totally respect all the people that came out to protest, because they could have lost their life, but they stood up. And I feel that until every single Nigerian starts standing up
Is it 4
for
o'clock?
the country, nothing would happen. And that's why I also kind of agree with what Mr. Electricity is saying, is that it's up to the masses to, like, come together.
Yeah. Thank you. I
All right.
think
Thank you very much.
you probably have triggered the CM now. You would need a lot of lecture on Peter Obi sooner or later. And
Brother,
go, go ahead.
you made a very strong point. Anybody can be corrupted.
Anybody can
Okay,
be
Peter, we
corrupt.
can get there and be as worse as, but which we don't pray, but it's just the fact. Igbo Basic, respectfully, sir. First and foremost, let me acknowledge your achievement and your underground work that you've done so far in the past years, and I acknowledge that respectfully in all sincerity of my heart. And I also acknowledge the fact that you highlighted that if we have to do something, we can do it on the ground and not in the public, as that is also an accurate submission you made. The idea has already been floated, and I hope we will not be like forefathers who wants to build a system that even angels will not penetrate into it. That's just a joke by the side. Now, sir, respectfully, you mentioned George Santos in respect to the not being able to recall him. You agree with me that evil can never overcome good. There are more good people than evil people on it, sir. You agree on that, sir? Okay, I think
that is correct. That is correct. The game has just begun. It's not finished, but the game has just begun as far as Dos Santos is concerned.
So in America, Dos Santos they've not been able to recall him because the Republicans have not really want him to be recalled. That's number one. But in the UK, sometime in 2 weeks ago, a UK parliamentarian was successfully recalled over COVID-related. She didn't take bribe over COVID-related matter. So when we look at the impossibility, we also should look at the possibility that these things is possible. We must not focus on the impossibility alone, because yes, it appears impossible in the United States because certain people are still shielding him. But in the case of what's this lady that was Liz Cheney, the daughter who was against Trump? She was not elected back into her office because, and she's a Republican, because most of the Republicans way towards the side of Donald Trump. So you see how the politics plays. If Dos Santos is going to lose his seat today, all he needs is for the Republicans to say, you know what, this guy has to go. They know what to do to make him go. But they also know why they are keeping him to do what is going to do their bidding at some certain point if things go well the way they plan. And that is politics. And yes, I'm not under that illusion that it's a difficult task or challenge.
Electricity.
Sir.
Didn't a hunter does not say everything he sees in the bush. That's
true.
And on the other hand, what you have just said, and I said to you, we can work on everything you've talked about. We didn't talk about it here because if you go on now and tell Akpabio, I'm going to come and slap you, Akpabio will fortify himself with every equipment that necessary in Nigeria.
I only cited Akpabio as an example. I didn't say.
No, I just use that as one. Also, I'll rather speak with you in the background on some of these things.
All right,
and by the time you bring it out to the forefront, it's already something in motion. KJ is here. I have to pass KJ's home, Uzakole, in order to get to Ibere, which is 12 miles.
What we will do this is a positive vibe I'm getting from you, sir. Like I said,
shy away from fight. Listen, we don't shy away from fight, but we fight with number 6.
I will meet Dr. Damage Rudolph to connect us. I don't know my phone number offered. I would have typed it on the chat there now.
Please, excuse me for a few. I have that meeting that I have to attend with my daughter for a second.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have something to do.
Thank you, sir. So yes, like I said, I am not a dreamer where I think I will not say I'm not going to face challenges. I acknowledge the corrupt system that we have in the country there, without a shadow of doubt. Nevertheless, I still strongly believe, that the power still belongs to the people. And what actually gave me this momentum is when I saw how the election played out, this 2023 election played out. I realized I saw the people really want a change, irrespective of the outcome of it. The people actually came out en masse to vote. The INEC officials, even they did not come to the polling station poll on time. The people waited. In my polling zone, up to 6 p.m., people are determined that they are going to vote. They brought a generator. Today, we will vote. Our vote must count. Like I said, it's unfortunate the way things actually turn out. Nevertheless, if we continue in this trend of educating, the least we can do is creating awareness and education, whereby the corruptible can repent and become incorruptible. It's all about the mind. If you teach people, KJ, you are a scripture person. Romans chapter 12 says that if we renew our mind so that we can be able to discern what is good and what is evil and what is good and the perfect will of God. So it's about the continued renewing of him. And this comes in the form of what? In the form of education and creating awareness. That is the least we in diaspora can come together and give back to the people at home and leave our name, our mark in history. We may not go and vie for position. We may not have that will or that determination to say I want to become a senator, I want to become a president, I want to become a governor. But the generations that are there and are to come will tap into this awareness that is going on. We, like I said, I'm going to repeat for the record. We in diaspora sit in a privileged position at this time. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. KJ, go ahead.
Okay. Electricity. Thank you for that submission. What I want to say is this. You see, the problem in the place we're talking about. By the way, I'm all in if the diaspora people want to form whatever that can intervene, that can act as a positive force to bring a change in the nation we're talking about. I'm all for it. Many years ago, I told Dr. Adeshina, who is now the African Development Bank president, that any day he chose to run for the president of Nigeria, I will campaign free of charge for him. I will use my outfit to make sure that his campaign messages are everywhere. Now that's because I saw a sincere person who is ready to work for the good of the ordinary man, irrespective of what he has achieved in life. That's one minister that I can tell you who was Nigerian government, had one official car, had only two, and I mean two, and police, what do you call them, mobile policemen in his house, have no other person, and I mean it. He just in his house, just himself, his wife, and his daughter at that time, who comes in and out, comes and goes. He does not have any other extra. He dismisses the people as soon as he leaves the office and say, go to your family, go and be with your family. Me, I want to be with my family. I have nothing to hide. Now, those are people who, when you have in a system, they can trigger change right from the top. And the change we're talking about is the change that will come from the top, not the one that will come from, little pockets here and there that may not necessarily make the change we want. Now, the other challenge we'll be facing is each time we throw up an individual who is able to make a change, some of us we always find one thing or the other wrong with that individual. And I give you an example. There was a time a man called Tunde Brothwaite came to run for Nigerian presidency. They say, what does he know? What has he done? Who is he? This. He doesn't have money. Nobody knows him. At the end, Tunde Brothwaite went. And I can call many more. In our own present day, at least Tunde Brothwaite I read in the pages of this as a child. But now, as a man, we have Kingsley Moghalu. We say, this one can't win anybody. Who knows him? We have Showore. Showore can do majority of what. But we say, this guy is too radical. He doesn't. What does he know? He was just only a student leader. Just a radical student leader. They're not talking about only corruption. We always have somebody around who can be used. Obi is here. We say, oh, okay, Obi. Now let us, you see, for even a positive change to be activated, I thought that the people, and that's my major point, I thought that the people who are being oppressed, when they hear now that they've been asked to tighten their belts, now that most of us who are in the diaspora are sending even much more than we used to send before, just to make our people, their ends to meet, I thought they will rise up to say, while we are suffering, you guys are collecting 200 how many million to share? Okay, despite your salary, despite your constant allowance, despite this and that, despite having a free house, a free car. But nobody, they laughed about it. They make joke about it. Okay, they joked about it, and that's all. Okay, and the Nigerian media just plays up, plays with it, and that's it. After one session of it, that's it. You know why I like the Democrats? Not because the Democrats have anything better to offer than the Republicans. No, but when they choose a topic, when they mean you, they go all out. And for months, they are on your case by case. They write the same narrative. Everybody is using the same word. If they decide to call you a thief, everybody will refer to you. Anyway, I don't want to say anything, but you know that KJ is this. Then tomorrow another person, they will be so on it until everybody in the neighborhood will believe what they're saying, even though it may not be true. Nigerian, when we talk about it, we just talk about in that news, once that news item, and that's all. That's all. You just go and we'll move on. Nobody changes that way. Nobody changes that way. Nobody changes the society that way. We have to learn to keep repeating the narrative until it picks up and the people can run with it. Okay? Look at someone like Sam Amadi who could have done so much. Okay? Because it's another form of P2B. If Imo State, look, I never had the opportunity of going to Imo State for many times, but the few times I think I went to work in Imo State like 2 or 3 times. When I got to Imo State, I told myself, man, I have to come for holiday here. It was so peaceful. In fact, the hotel, it was what's the name? Immaculate Hotel where I stayed in. The whole street was painted white, and the whole buildings were all sparkling white, very neat. I said, "Come on, you mean there's a city like this and I'm not here?" Okay, but go back to Imo State now and see what you see, and see what you have there. And yet, some people can sleep with it, and some people forget about it. Some people don't even think about it. They destroy, just like they're destroying Jos. You could go to Jos before and have your holidays and say, man, is this Nigeria? Okay, because with little you can have so much. But if you go to Jos now, you can't even go out in the evenings. So my main point is that when we throw up these people, let's not keep finding fault with them, because nobody is perfect on this side of the earth. Okay, let's not, you see, and I say something, for you to have someone like Shore being in this course for these years, he must have something wrong with his brain, because he's not thinking about his family. He's not thinking about his children. He's not thinking about what he want to, what he want to achieve. He's not thinking of how to do. No, he's thinking about the course. And such people are very, very rare. I speaking here, I'm not thinking like that too. I think about my children. I think about what I'm going to achieve. I'm serious. Okay? And so if you threaten me, just like somebody said, if you threaten me, I'll give you a chance. Because like I said, I don't want to die in the course of trying to do this. All right? So that's why it is so difficult. So if we are going to come together, let's come together and support somebody and support him with everything we can and make sure he gets to the place and perform. And I think anybody I know on this platform is concerned about how Nigeria can get better. Nobody comes here to try to criticize Bola Tinubu or the government itself. All we're looking for is our frustration we're showing. We're trying to express sometimes. Because we have tried all the system and it didn't work. So we have to look for how we can take the back door out to at least preserve our life. That's the
I think from some of the things I've heard, you often hear this. You said it yourself just now about how people have to worry about their own life, have to preserve themselves, their family members, and if we, I think I understand why we say these things, but in reality, we are still going to pass one way or the other, and for basically not much gain. And in terms of preserving your family, um, whether you are around or you're not around, there are people that are losing their parents every single day, and they still get on to survive in this world. Because sooner or later, if we don't overcome that fear, events will make us overcome the fear one way or the other, and it will likely be a tragic event that leads that gets us there. Because if you look at other cultures, if you look at the way they behave, they overcame that fear heavily. Even when Mugupa came to Nigeria, how many of his people went back alive? Most of them died, and more still came. Even if they knew they were dying, more still came, because they knew the gain is outsizes the losses that they're experiencing. And you look at it all around the world, you see cultures that have gone on to do well now. There are a lot of people that made a lot of heavy sacrifices. They made a heavy, and sometimes it's because it's been forced upon them. And often when it's being forced upon you, it leads to a grave tragedy, like in the case of China or Soviet Union. Soviet Union lost 18 million in the Second World War, while China lost millions of people to the Japanese. But after that, they didn't fear anymore. when they were building whatever they wanted to build, Americans were threatening to nuke them. America just nuked Japan, by the way, when they were threatening to nuke China. And China didn't care. They still went ahead because but our people now, given where we are right now, because it's not been forced upon us, if somebody threatens to nuke us, can you imagine what Nigerians will say? Please don't give them everything they want. Tell them you're gonna give them everything they want. We don't want that wahala. That is exactly what we're going to do, because it's not been forced upon us. And I fear that maybe we are not ready yet to really make the move. If we are worried about whether you're going to pass, people are passing. Young people died in Lekki, this is toll gate. And more people have died since then, even from Benway and all the rest of it. For what? For what purpose? Because people are just fighting each other. I believe that we have to choose, instead of it to be chosen for us. We have to choose the path we lead. And if you believe that it's going to better your children's future and your people's future, I think the best people, I wouldn't call it the best people, the ones that fix nations tend to choose. They don't care about the risks involved. So sorry, go ahead, Chim.
Okay, thank you, Forefather. I thought you were trying to blacklist me.
Why would I blacklist you? Because you couldn't hear me? Nah, come on.
All right, I think everybody has spoken well. I wanted to, kind of add something to what Bumi said earlier on, and that is the fact that with the NSAS, I hear how when she says the people, the people, the people. Yes, it's the people, but when the people are on a mission and there is no guide, it becomes a mob. It becomes a mob. And that was the thing with the NSAS. The NSAS had good objectives. What they were trying to accomplish was noble. But where it started running into murky waters was the fact that there was no identifiable leadership. Nobody, I hear them say it was a strategy so that people would not sell out. I understand that, but that being the case, anytime there is no identifiable person you can rally around, it becomes a mob. And you know what mob means. The mob just is rudderless. It can go anywhere. And that is what the Nigerian state started fearing and all that. But I also believe that the will of the people will need a rallying point. And in this past election, that is what that NSAS people, who some of them became the obedient, rallied round Peter Obi. And at some point, I can bet you, maybe at some point, Peter Obi probably would have even chickened out. But it had gotten too far that the people who were pushing him were like, "Oh, guy, you can't go back," and all that kind of thing. So the point I'm trying to make is that one of the challenges we faced as a people, especially in modern times, is that we haven't had any, a rallying point that has credibility and that can take the message on, which is what some of those communist nations in the past who have had, and this has nothing to do with whether they succeeded and were credible, but the fact that they had an objective and they were trying to accomplish something, they had a rallying point. That rallying point becomes, which is what, like the NLC, when NLC used to be effective. The Nigerian Labour Congress is no longer very effective. The unions in Nigeria are no longer very effective. But if we go back to the military era, when we had the days of Jega as ASU president, when they would tell Babangida's government they are going on strike, this is what we're demanding, and they will cripple the process. There will be no compromise until the government will yield to what they want. We don't have some of those things anymore. I think that's what we need right now as a people. Yes, it's not easy. Someone said that, I think the scripture says that if a single corn, if it abides, it will just stay there and nothing happens. But if that corn dies, what happens? It sprouts up and produces more life. And the one single corn suddenly now becomes one, and you can get as much as 2-3 cobs on it. What we need as a people is that rallying point. And that's what Nigerians are looking for. If you look closely, the honest Nigerians back home are just looking for a rallying point, something that they can trust. And which is why they found it in Peter Obi, and that is why they have persevered. If Peter Obi had been a Riley or Dinga in Kenya, and he loses election and he had told them to pop into the streets, because Riley is known for, if he loses election, he will tell his supporters in Nairobi to get into the streets and they become violent. But because the man is not a violent person, that is why, the people listened to him, and we have the peace we have in Nigeria. Whether it is in the US, anywhere you look, even the scriptures, people are always looking for someone they can rally behind who will be the arrowhead of what it is they want to accomplish. And whether it is at local government level or at state level or national level, as long as any society finds somebody who is willing to make that necessary sacrifice, and that's the word I was looking for. Nigerians oftentimes don't want to make the necessary sacrifices. That is why we find, like the conversation we've been having about a recall, is the kumbaness in it that frightens us. I've been there. I've been in a place where, I remember when I was starting my career newly, we had an employer, a one-man company, who was just using us and they want to pay. And then one day I rallied some people and said, we will not come to work the next day. And she heard it and withheld my own salary. And the other people went scotch-free. In fact, there was a sabotage in the whole process. But I also learned a lesson there, and that lesson is what Igbo Basics started saying. I started realizing it is not every strategy you bring to the public open. I think one of the reasons why our politicians seem to be winning is because I've told a few friends, why is it that everything must be put up in social media? You will see people say, this is what we want to do. Don't let if you read those books by Robert Greene, it's not everything you come and put up in the open. You keep some of your strategies secret. Even Tinubu, the current president of Nigeria, does that. It is not all of his strategy he brings open. You'll see there are certain things they go to the back and they go and plan. Like, personally, I know it may sound like a conspiracy, but I personally believe that everything that happened during the before the election was all a strategy. All those Naira redesign, all those things, they were all in the know. They all knew what they were doing. They were only using those things. It was reverse psychology they were applying on Nigerians. So, without rambling and beating around the bush, I think if we are going to accomplish anything, we must have a rallying point. If it's Imo State election, for instance, where people are looking for a change, get a rallying point, plan very well. It's not everything you have to bring to the social media, and that's the only way you can unseat bad leadership when they don't know where you're coming from.
Sorry, I thought Bumi wanted to say something.
No, Bumi is muted right now.
Oh, I did want to say something, but you can carry on. I don't know if you're done.
I'm just going to round off. So I think without rambling so much, I just wanted to say that, there has to always be that rallying point. That rallying point is very critical. Anything that doesn't have a rallying point becomes a mob. And once you have a mob, it just goes anyhow in any direction. And sometimes from experiences, it usually just fails, because once there's no rallying point, if you even accomplish your goals, then what exactly do you want to achieve? What is the next step? So that rallying point is always necessary. And at this point, I yield the floor, Bumi.
Yeah, I also wanted to add something to what you said about. I remember talking to my auntie, and she was telling me how they hadn't paid her in like months, and I was like, why can't you gang up with your co-workers and protest? Like, it's easier for them to fire one person, but if a company has 50 people, they can't fire 50 people at the same time. And she told me that the problem with that is that they will fire one or two people, but then the other people will just like fall. And that's the problem that we have in Nigeria. Until people realize that you should stop taking the little things they give you and start having standard whereby you make it clear that if you don't pay us, that is the end And then you see from years to come, those people in seats will never try that because they know you can easily just quit. And I remember too, the same thing happened with my friend. He plays football and they hadn't paid him in months. And I'm just like, he's my age, he's quite young. And I'm like, imagine going years without getting paid. And I told him the same thing. Come with your teammates. It's football. They can kick one person out, but you need at least 11 people on the pitch to have a game. So if you gather your 11 players, or I think you have like 20 also on reserve, they can't kick everybody because you need to build chemistry, all those things. And he said he did that and only like 5 people showed up. That is the Nigerian problem. We take the little chicken change instead of creating a structure whereby we tell them don't mess with us. If not, you lose everything. But I also think it's because of like this has been going on for years. And I feel like people are now having that mindset that they don't deserve better. So I might as well just take the little things they give us. And I think until we start changing that, I deserve good, I deserve to be paid how many hours I've worked, it will be easier for us to start having people follow rule of law, and all of these things that happen in Nigeria wouldn't be happening. But it will obviously take time. And that's why some people say what Mr. Electricity is saying is impossible, because they don't believe that they could actually fight and win something, because they don't also believe that they are capable of ever winning anything in the first place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let me add a little bit. You see, Bumi, the Nigerian society is a little bit more complex than that. And I'll start from the workers in Nigeria, especially the government workers. Sometimes they don't want to ask for much, or they don't want to even press, the lead, because majority of them don't work. Okay, you go to the office and they sit down and they're talking and they're not even paying attention to you when you want to come and get something. Okay, they go and come out whenever they want, and so government also feels obliged to pay them whenever they want, or not to pay them. And so there's very little or no commitment on both sides. All right. Now now on the private sector, the people know that if they don't pay you, there's nothing you can do, and there's really nothing you can do. Let me tell you something. I invested as a company that I invested in Nigeria, and that company, it's like the guy who owns the company is an investment company. It's a money, is a what do you call them now? Management company. What they manage your resources, and the guy goes about buying vehicles and bought all kinds of vehicles, got police people, and wasn't making any returns to anybody. And we took the case up, and every one of the investors who had a meeting, and all of us met in a hall. And guess what? He shows up and comes back with a lorry load of mobile policemen, all with guns. Okay, and some of us who had invested were, in fact, my friends there was a retired colonel, and he asked me, "What does this guy think he is?" You know, and I said, "Let's listen to him." So we all sat. We are over 300 people. Okay, and the guy now gets to the podium and tells us, "You know what? I hear you people are threatening to go to court. Well, if you go to court, let us assume you do very well, and they jail me. It's only when I come out I can start looking for whose money." So I think if I were in your position, I would advise myself. I'm telling you this, what the guy was saying, with a very clean suit that me I couldn't buy at that time. Okay, you should just advise yourself, and allow me time to look for the money to pay people. If not, well. So one of the people who, in our midst was so angry. I wanted to go. He said, "Look, madam, if you move, you see these police people, they will just take care of you. I mean, I'm not going to even stop them from beating you." That's the situation. And as I talk to you today, none of us in that investment, company that got anything back till today. The guy is still walking the streets of Abuja. Okay, that's the kind of country we're talking about. And you go to court, that case remains at stage one. All right, because he's ready to keep using that money he has collected from you people to keep that case at where it is. Best to say that I forgot what I invested. In fact, let me shock you. Every investment I made in Nigeria, every one of them came to zero. Some of the banks that I bought shares in, those shares came to zero. In fact, some of them that you see, I don't want to call names. Okay. So some of them that you invested millions, what you get at the end of the month is like 150 naira, 200 naira. In fact, the highest I've had is 1,500 naira because those guys were playing all kinds of things with those bank shares. Now, doesn't the government know? They know. Who's going to prosecute it? Nobody. Okay. And you take it to the NDIC, and they tell you we're working on it. What are you going to do? So, in other words, it seems to me that there's, just like you said, we have come to a place where anybody says, Kesara Sera, what will be, let's just leave them for God. That is the Nigerian situation. And when you come and you are, running shoulders and say, come on, we have to do this, we have to do this, say, Oga, cool down. Only you there for here. Even you, when you go to the police and make your report, the policeman will ask you, Oga, how many will be safe when there for this thing? Say, well, we are 20. How come be saying only you can't come the report this case? Anyway, since you have money, give us money for fuel, give us money for this, give us money for that. Before we have to investigate, we have to go to Lagos, we have to go and bring forensics. At the end, you know what you do? The little that you're having in your pocket, you just walk away with it so that you can save yourself that time of spending more money upon what you have already lost. So what am I saying here? There is no desire. The people like it that way. You see, if it was a normal country where Akpabio made this kind of statement, we would be in the street right now demanding for him to leave. If it was a normal country where Buhari said, some people voted for me, those who voted 5%, I cannot treat them as they treated, as I'm treating the 95% people, he will never have become president of Nigeria. They would have stopped him from even there because that is already an impeachable offense by that statement alone. But what happened? He served, and just like Dr. Sam Amadi said today, he's going to go down in the history as one of the worst presidents ever in the modern African times, from what he did. All right. But this is a situation that you and I find ourselves. And if I, for instance, now complain too much, say, oh, because Buhari is not Igbo. If it was Igbo, would I be complaining that way? Okay. So it will be tribalized and reduced to a lowest minimum decimal so that you can be made fun of or ridiculed and all that. That's the situation where we meet ourselves. And so the question will be, how do we go from there? Okay, how do we go from there? And just like Legislature have said, if we can form a quorum, if we can form those intervention force, as we call them, that is going to be civil, that's going to go through the law, that's going to make things move, that's going to identify people who are not napios, that is children, infants, but people who are now grown in the things of God, who can go in and not be affected by what they meet, then it will be good. Then we know we're building a nation. But right now, we are building two nations because the problem has always been the thinking of the northern oligarchies is different from the thinking of the southerners. That is the issue. Why we are taking one direction, some people are thinking in another direction. They cannot be two, this different mindset cannot come together, and therefore we cannot have a nation. And that's my own personal opinion.
You mean
Because
like Peter Obi and Soludo, and
thank
everybody going? They have everybody has different directions.
now you
And
see, that's a very good example, forefather. Peter Obi was former governor. The present governor is saying that this one didn't achieve anything. He has a different total move of what he wants to say about the development of Nigeria. Why? In fact, he even doesn't even think that Peter Obi can be a good president. Okay? Why? Because those people who put him there are hoping that in 2027 they will present him as the candidate from the East. You see, so it's all about personal interest. Sometimes not about any national development, which is so unfortunate. That's my
yeah,
personal view.
electricity. Go ahead.
I think Bumi raises her hand, so we
Niger.
said when
Oh,
we
if
have
Bumi raise her
Bumi.
hand, then Bumi gets away. It's
Okay,
very
all right.
simple. It's just that
I
simple.
I just wanted to basically everything Mr. KJ said was like we are basically our own problem because I feel like we love to put all the blames on the politician, which we should because they tend to infect more pain or like their effect is bigger than individuals. But when you really look at the grass, it's like the people are also okay with the politicians taking abusing us. And I also wanted to say that the narrative that we tend to pass, whereby we kind of say, okay, northern politicians versus the southern politician, I bet to differ. I feel like they're all the same. They are only using and thinking based on their environment. But I feel like this they're doing the same thing. The northern politicians will act and behave and use certain words that will get their environment, and then the same is being done with the southern politician. But I don't think it's this one against this one. I feel like they're all the same bunch of people that do not care about making a difference in the society. So I don't feel like we should bank on like, oh, the northerners are our problem, but our southern politicians, they actually want the best for the country. They're working hard. I feel like they're also not working hard. They're just doing the same thing.
Okay, let me drive that home so that you get my point. Now, it's not the northern. I don't have any problem with the northerner, a northern Nigerian person. I have no problem. I talk about the leadership. The same way the leadership in the east has problem with its followership in the east. They are after their own pockets. I'll give an example. The northern people who live in the north, northern Nigeria, didn't go and meet and had a discussion that they want to give 774 local government area, make land available for Fulanis. It was not a northern people's this thing. It didn't even that message didn't even come from the northern elders. So North cannot be blamed for that. But for the people who are in government, who decided to make that arrangement and decided to introduce Ruga into the affairs of Nigeria, that is their plan. It wasn't the plan that the people, as far as I'm concerned, no Benue man or woman or people from Plateau State or Taraba or Niger State went to meet for that meeting. But it was introduced in the National Assembly and it was almost smuggled through, if not for the vigilance of certain people who are warned that this is going to be put inside this bill. So what am I saying here? Some of us, our villages were marked down as the places that they were using for Ruga. Okay? And so when if you give land in 774 local government that will be perfectly built for a particular set of people, and it will have water, electricity, and a gate to be gated. Before you come in, you have to be gate clearance. What are you introducing? Is it a higher level of Nigerians or higher than the people who even own the land?
Sorry, did you say that Aruga was meant to be built in all the local governments in the country?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Especially the places that
It
have.
wouldn't be physically possible. That would be too much, isn't it?
What are you saying? I'm saying about something that has failed in the National Assembly. You say it's not going to be fiscal
They
possible.
wanted to build it in all the local government areas.
Yes.
They
Yes.
want land. They want land. Every state will bring out a local government
And
or somewhere.
most
There must
of
be.
in the local government, most of the places will be placed they chose, not even the place the local government are given to them.
You know, we spend.
Technically, don't they
we spend.
already have land in those local governments anyway? Because you have Malu getting slaughtered in all those local government areas, and they
no.
are already there with their cows.
You see, is the oppression. One
Aren't
moment.
they?
You see, is the you know the thing was laughable. 8 years of discussing cow at the federal level at the Hallow Chamber. The thing is, why that Ruga issue was purely a political issue is the governor of Benue State said, we have land. Come and buy land. Do your ranch here. Ganduje of Kano say, don't worry going south. We have land in Kano, come. But they are still talking about it. So that's why it's purely political. If you need water, you go close to the river Benue. Benue State is there, they have river. What do you need? Grass and water for cow. And
But
then
I
you
thought they said
affiliate.
people don't like the idea that they are roaming around eating, destroying
Of course,
crops.
now, yes. No way, yes. If it, not even discovered, haven't you seen that there's a traffic hold up sometime in Abuja? Major
Yeah,
road.
I've
Why?
seen it.
Cow.
I've seen
Because
cows
of
roaming
cow.
around the road.
Hey, cow. So it shouldn't be now. It's an eyesore. So what they are saying is that if really you mean business, you just want because of your cow where it will get grass and then feed. People say, Benue State Governor Tom said, Come and have land. We have good land. Buy land, put it, ranch it. You do whatever you want to do. Stop taking it to Ahoad or Ogoni land. What are you looking for there? Because this is just a nothing. Then Ganduje said, come up north to Kano. We have land. So, but they refuse all this. All they want is just, that is purely
But
political.
the cows, when they bring them to the south,
Yes.
how do they feed them? They need somewhere to stay, don't you think? If they are not going to be
Uh,
roaming in the farms.
the thing is that in the course of going now, where they do the damages, okay, say you are moving them from Edo State down to Delta. They are not passing through the expressway that is it could be through the farm pathway, farmland, all those things. So they don't know the difference between a corn, a maize you planted, and the grass. Everything is eating, and they sort of stampede on everything. There are hundreds of them going around. So people now come out and say, look at my tomato bed. Look at all these things. By the way, is it supposed to be like that? So that's why when we spend 8 years at the parliament discussing how people are moving motion, it's a shame. So that issue, that is to the extent that people became fed up with.
Yes,
What
and
is
what is my point here? My point here is that you see that's what I was talking about mindset, the mindset of the person who is in the north. This is what I see. Not even what your people are planning. You are just doing your own thing. People are planning your own thing. You are planning to have Ruga in these places, irrespective of what the people feel, irrespective of what. In fact, there was the governor who went to TV to defend it, the governor, former governor, the governor of Bauchi State, and said it is their traditional practice and there must be those cows cannot be stopped from moving about. They must move about and they must move from the north to the south and back to the north every year because that is the route they've always taken. He was reminded there was never been any cattle route. In fact, the Benedict government gave me a rundown of those history. There have not been any cattle routes ever in Nigeria going through. No, there's nothing like that. But even if there were, the nation was that time the north, the south, the east, the west, the south. But now it's no longer that. It's now in states, and the states have become 36. And so, meaning that the places that hitherto was a cattle route probably is now a state capital and probably have government buildings. Are you going to come every day walking through those places? And because the cattle routes and all that. But see, this never went
I think
Uh,
well.
let me,
sorry,
sorry.
from what I remember, they said it was around 200 years ago or so when the cattle route was introduced, and I also understand why many people in the south feel apprehensive. More recently, I even understood that a little bit more because of some of the people fear that they want to expand towards the south, and hence why they don't want it to be there. But the practicalities of having cows in the south, because technically they are there now. I think you always have like near any abattoir, you see where they have cows and they are roaming around in our southern areas right now. So I'm just a bit wondering, why is the Ruga one suddenly a key flashpoint? Is it that it's very big that they're giving to them, the Ruga one?
Well, I don't know. I just want to weigh in before I get into Sam. What KJ was saying about the mindset of the people, and Bumi also weighing on it. It's not easy to change people's mind. We know over the years our minds have been bastardized as a result of the things that have happened. So for the people to rise up and just start to do something is but mindset can always be changed, and which is about comes down to education. I was reading a post attributed to Obama, which I don't know. Someone just sent it to me, and it says, education is not a name of any degree or certificate that can be shown to others as a proof. Education is the name of our attitude, actions, language, and behavior with others in real life. And that is the education we're talking about. I believe if some of us are in Nigeria, we will feel the same way they are over there, because to most, they don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm not going to blame anyone that feels that way on the ground. Because over the years, all we've heard is promises, 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 and promises, and promises, and promises. So what I am now saying is for us, so when we preach this message, just the same way the pastors preach message to cajole people and change their mind, and they bring their money and everything, we can equally preach this message to the people on the ground. And I believe every human being has a tendency to change their mind. That's just the truth. By the time you talk to me over time and over time, I believe I'll come to see reason with you and say, you know what? Let me give this direction. Let me change my direction and let me go this way. Yes, things are not easy. Yes, it's going to be very painful. But for the generations to come, if we look at the efforts that some of us put in to get to where we are today, it's not an easy journey for some of us. Some of us slept in the desert. I mean, went through the desert. Some people are dying in the crossing the channel, spending millions and naira and dollars to cross the channel for a better life. If we can also bring in this approach to say, you know what, yes, we're not going to cross the channel. We're not going to walk through the desert as we did here. Some of us did years ago. But we can bring in this zeal, this on the ground, and see what we can do. I mean, to me, that is all I know we can do, except those individuals who have that ambition to become senators, councillors, or whatever it is. Those ones, we see how we can support them and do checks and balances on them and listen, this is why we are supporting you, but it appears that you are sidetracking. So what is the story? And that is all we can do. I don't think we can do, we can do more than that. The challenges are there. The roadblocks, definitely. We can see the roadblocks. The roadblocks are not hidden anywhere. The money bags are there. The roadblocks are not hidden anywhere. So we'll continue. But like what Igbo Basic said, if we can meet behind closed doors and discuss this thing, we have to start something. We cannot leave the country. The country cannot continue the way it is. It's not possible. It cannot. If we allow it to continue the way it is, then we've equally failed ourselves. I know some people may not like the word I use. We sit in a privileged position, and with the hope that we can effect a positive change. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank
Who is
you.
next?
Sorry,
Nigerian.
I just received my.
Your book,
Yes, two of them.
The American Life
Yes,
Self.
by Rudolph.
Oh, by Rudolph.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a nice title.
Okay,
He knows how to choose titles, man. He's got good titles.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay,
just
this
got it.
American life. Yeah.
Yeah. One for myself,
America is what? Forget about civil. America is a jungle, isn't it? It's just that
Yeah,
they're a
yours,
little
man.
bit civilized in their jungle.
Yeah.
I mean, here somebody said you can be driving in Texas with car full of guns, so that if it happens, you can't do that in UK now. You can't.
Hi, can you imagine that?
You can't
If you did
imagine.
that
No,
in the
it's
UK,
true.
all hell will break. They will think you're about to go and like a
No, you
terrorist.
can't, man. Because there's no need. There's no need for it, actually. But in Texas, there's a need why they put it, isn't it? Igbo Basics may not agree, but that's what somebody said here.
I used to really wonder why they go about that way. But you see, that's one of the things that have kept this republic. That's one of the things
Do you mean because everybody's armed?
Let's hear what NKJ is saying.
In fact,
why he thinks America survived because of the guns.
In fact, one of the reasons, America, they pride themselves.
Father, you have bypassed me again.
The land of
No, I'm
the
not
poor.
by party. All these people, they don't let people talk. It was supposed to be Niger man's turn, and everybody just waylaid him again.
Sorry, Niger man, you want me to complete us? I should leave you to talk.
Okay, sorry.
Finish now.
Okay.
Round of before I
I just
continue.
want to
So
say,
God
see,
continue.
the reason is because you don't know whether. Let me tell you, since I came here, I've not locked my door going out. I don't lock my door, and nobody comes. No, nobody has ever come here to say that they're looking for something. You know why? Because they don't know what you have. They know that you can. You. In fact, if you trespass, you can be shot. So now you cannot even challenge. So everything is done civilly. Because of that, you know that even if you are trying to challenge me, you challenge me in such a way that you are at your distance. You can't come and slap me because if you slap me, I will do what you cannot expect, and I have the right to do that. And because of that, the government too also respects your this thing. Because let me tell you something. There was a time they were trying to mess up with the church here, and the guy they wanted to go and arrest a pastor. He told them that he's ready, that they should come. Okay, as long as they're coming, if they come civil, he's also civil. If they come ready for him, he's also ready for them. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So because of that, there is respect, mutual respect for both sides, both for the government side and the people side. But in Nigeria, for instance, see what's happening in Benue. They first of all removed all their arms. So now the people they just walk in there and slaughter everybody, and nothing is done. But before, when they knew that there was somebody and there were some people who had even then guns, they couldn't go in that way. They couldn't go in that way.
Well, you see, I think you are okay. See, Australia, I think they have, and Canada, they have just as much guns. America, the fact that they have guns, I think I take your point that the government respects the people a little bit more because they know they are armed. However, and the controls they have on the gun in America, that's where most people fault America for. They allow free for all on the street, just carry gun anywhere, and people are actually dying from it, like 40 something thousand a year. That is a lot of deaths in a peaceful nation in 1 year from gun violence alone. So I think that argument you made is valid. You know, sometimes when people are more, the government is a little bit more careful about how they deal with their people. But why people are like people in the UK now, one of the biggest reasons why they look down on Americans is because they're like, how can you not be sensible enough to have guns and control it nonetheless? You know, you can control it so that people don't get murdered on the street the way they are getting murdered. That is, in short, almost all Europeans look down on Americans just for that single reason alone. It's unbelievable. So, Niger man, please go ahead. I hope nobody, Yeah, can I say something about Niger man? When he came here the first time, I thought the first time I encountered him, he was like very, very abrupt and going after people, all over the place. And then what I find is that he doesn't like to hear nonsense. Something he doesn't agree. If he hears something he doesn't agree with, boom, he will jump in straight away and go after you. And sometimes I find it quite funny the way he does. And is it a cultural thing in Edo? I want to ask Niger that is it a cultural thing in Edo? Because I tend to see Edo people when they come on, they tend to be like that. It's only AY that's a little bit nuanced. All of them, they're like, if somebody is trying to talk nonsense they don't like, they'll just shut the person. Now, is it a cultural thing in Edo?
Before I ask you that question, because I don't know the parameter
Because
you're coming from.
sorry, let me add one other example.
No.
The other
Wait, let
example
me
is that
finish.
Edo not be Lagos. That's another one. You get that kind of attitude where the Edo people they don't take nonsense, where they say Edo not be Lagos and those sort of things. Is there something there?
No, that one was during political era now. Oshomole told us that Meledion is doing. He came to remove godfatherism. So after now, he brought when he's leaving after his turn, they don't fight for him. Then he have the mandate. He ruled for 8 years. When he want to go now, you that came and told us that there will be no more godfatherism. Then he now impose Obaseki and brought Obaseki for us to vote. We vote because of the way. Then after 4 years, before 4 years, Obaseki now is now saying that Oshomole is fighting him because he want to be the godfatherism. So everybody now come paranoid. You that said you don't want godfather, that you want to, then you now went again and brought Eze Yamu. Then when he now see that nobody accept him, and he say Yamu, he now call Tinubu. Tinubu now make a broadcast that we should support, though people should support Yamu. That is where that word imaginate for say no. Tinubu, now for Lagos, you they do good for that reason. Edo not be Lagos. Leave us. This is Edo. Let's talk about that is where the thing emanate from. So that is how. But for let me come. You said we attack. Who do you see me? I come in and attack. Please, I want to know.
No, the point I'm making is that it's not only you. I see that in this other channel where the Edo guy is holding it. I get a feeling that there's a slight. I don't know what it's mean. There's a slight cultural, or maybe it's the way you post talk.
There is one thing. Let me just break it. No, I know where you are going. I just want to know. Maybe if I offend anybody, so I can apologize. That is what I'm trying to know. Maybe I didn't know. One thing you have to see in Edo people. There is a say, you cannot cheat Benin man 2 times. You can only cheat them once, both the man and the woman. You can lie to us, say you are this and that, and we follow you. But that is why you see Benin man not feel they work with you. You they built duplex, not they built 6 room. It cannot possible. So that's it. That means automatically show that you are corrupt. We don't feel they say maybe they follow you, they progress. Me not they progress. That means you they chop something. Wait, no, they like. That means if you come, they come brainwash them. Like can never work because you don't already see. You say no matter how you will preach, that one can never happen again. That is why you see that when first time they come, you can see the during Obi now, during Peter Obi. You understand? When Edo started it started immediately for them. Everybody start. When he went during the election, the governor was trying to tell us that no, we should vote. The Edo came out and meeting. No, this is not Edo state politics. This is federal. We are going to vote Obi. If you try, that will be the end of your tenure. If you just finish, you just go. So that is why now, if you see PDP was told 68,000 votes. So you have to go one side. When they caught him, there's one official card they caught. The video circulate that it's governor that come and brought people to everybody now rush, tagging. Hey, Obasekio, he's the one that want to ring Obi. He don't run for more than 4 days. More than 4 days, he didn't talk. Then when he go to the governor, he now went there, start approaching everybody. We should just support him. We know how we organize ourselves. Please, you don't be complete. Because you cannot break. That is why that you can see that I don't know how to put, maybe like violence. Because you have already lied the first time. Don't tell me anything, even though you want to say the truth. They don't want to hear it again. Because you lie, and that lie is already open. So don't come and be sweet. Anything you talk, it may be true, but because you have already lied, no way, because they believe whatever you want to say, you want to use with math again. So they don't want to listen to you. Even their husband, their wife, not that is where he is. Once you marry a woman, you don't lie, don't catch you. Or God, nothing you want to for life again. You understand?
Yeah, that's interesting.
So that is the way it is.
Yeah, Nigeria, I find it fascinating how different parts of the country, they sound different and they talk generally anyways. Obviously, there are exceptions. But different parts have different emphasis on things, and so like for me, if I look at people from the Southwest, they tend to generally be more, more philosophical and more. It's like they can listen more. They are more listening than any other group in Nigeria. If you are, maybe the northern people listen to, but the Southwest are more listening people. And to me, anyway, that's what I observed in them. And the Edo is like they are between the Igbos and the Southwest. So they are in the middle. That's why they are like a kind of bellwether state, really. And the fact that you went with Obi shows where most people were going to. And they are like bellwether. Whenever, any influence is coming from the Southwest or the Southeast, the Edos tend to decide it. It's like that Bendel thing or something like that used to happen. I don't know. It's just perception in my head. I don't know whether it's even real. So I just thought I should just...
You can see an election now. If you see election now, you can't see the Oba as upon all the power. Everybody respect that monarch. He cannot come. If he like his 10 party that come to his palace, he will welcome everybody. He cannot take side. And he cannot tell you like the way you see many other region. Maybe their king or chief will come. No, you people should vote this way. No. Everybody must decide on their own. Not you. It's not you that will tell them who to vote. That is them that will choose who to vote. That is why you see the election there is not always going one side. You can't see one person be. There's no one person though that he said I'm this a big godfatherism like Igbo, you know, but upon all it was still brought down.
Yeah.
So you can
I think I just had an idea for something maybe we can be doing on Sunday, just like we do Bible studies. We should be taking time to discuss, you know, different cultures in Nigeria too, you know, from the south to the north, because I find it very fascinating.
If you look at
nuances
forefather
on different parts.
If you look at this guy now, there's one guy, Niger Watch. If you go there now, maybe you come and said anything that they didn't like. They will become satanic, evil people. They don't even want to. They're supposed
they don't take nonsense now.
I know your own because they believe you want to come and lie. That is
Exactly.
So
oh my God, they don't like that lie. That lie thing. No, don't try. You know what? That's interesting. You said that actually about the lighting. Wow. Yeah, they don't know if they feel you're lying. Even whether you're lying or not, if they feel you're lying, nothing. They're not hearing you at all. So go ahead with your point, please.
Okay, so that is all. What I want to say, I want to go back. Electricity is gone. I wanted to tell you show you one or two things, but it's gone. Like Akpabio, like KJ said, if you see Akpabio, look at what is going on now in National Assembly. In Senate. They share money. He said that they are going to give them a token, send a prayer or anything to their neighbors. It's another reporter, I think it was yesterday, I'll be there for yesterday. The money that we are sharing, you know that money was the money they made from the ministerial nominees. Those people who came for screening.
Wait,
all of them
do you
paid.
mean
what?
Is that the way it works?
Go and look at
that's interesting.
Reporter is there. 1 billion. That is the total amount they make. Everybody that come for screening, they collect money. Is there in Sarah Reporter?
Okay. That's why the clerk of the house. That's why the clerk of the house is distributing it.
God bless you.
It's
So
like
the
he's
problem now
the
in
pay.
national-
It's like the.
The clerk can be put token in your account. So the problem now,
Ministerial positions for sale.
Yeah, the problem they are having now, they say that Babio share 2 million to all the members, and the total money was 1 billion. Babio pocket the rest. So they are planning war for against Babio now. Another big walla they have now. Is the Sarah Reporter, read it there. Since Sarah Reporter.
Okay. Let me ask you this question, since you are giving all this information. You know, Dave Umahi, former Ebonyi governor, is a senator now, sitting with them. And Tinubu nominated him for president. Such a person, will he still pay them money? He doesn't need now. Is it not we again? Do you think such a person?
That's why you see, he must. Why must he not pay? I don't imagine he's coming for the first time. You must pay now. You must pay.
He will still pay his. He will pay his police to clear him.
Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? They must clear you. If they didn't, don't you see? There's something. Don't you see those one? Majority of them was said that Akpabio would just give them soft landing. Was just say let him just take bar and go. Those people from his own region, he was seeing it now. He didn't want the screening.
Yeah.
That is why we see those one. We know him before. He have been here. We are not here. If you just have anything, just tell us 1-2 minutes or take a bar and go.
And they won't pay tax on that money. They won't pay tax because it's another income.
I want to help you, CM.
The problem now, CM, I'm trying to tell you now. Akpabio now did all of them for 1 night. It's 1 billion. Akpabio shared to 2 million to all of them. The Senate is a war against Akpabio. Now they are waiting for you to come back from recess. If you look at paper, all the senators are crying, shouting. Akpabio killed them. You know, because that
is a token now. That 2 million is a token. If it's more than 2 million,
that there's no money involved. I don't know who said there was money involved again. He's saying that there's some of the people are saying that, but I feel like there's likely to be money involved
No,
because
but is the
in
Sarah report
Nigeria,
I read
almost
my own,
everything
not
you pay. Yeah, yeah.
not
In
somebody,
Nigeria,
not
you
on
almost
social
pay for
media.
everything.
Yeah, but
That
the
is
Sahara reporters that reported it
report.
does not. Here is what I believe in. Unless my own person is involved and directly informs me, yeah, this is what happened, I take it with a pinch of salt because there's a lot of flying kites out there. What you're saying that Sahara reporters reported, most likely very plausible, but the reason why places like basicsexpress.com, why we don't break news, that's our mantra. We don't break news. The reason is that you break the news today, tomorrow that news that you broke becomes false. But if personally I was there and I saw for myself a man killed, or my own person on the ground was there, present, and saw a bribe given or something happened, and you witness it, I most likely have a
There's
picture.
nothing you have. No, Igbo basic, you are not getting the point. What do you want to wicked? They are not going to share money hand on hand.
No, I understand that.
You have announced it.
That's what I said. Positions, ministerial positions for sale. It's not a new thing, okay? But I'm saying to you, before I cue into that, it has to
Technology
be.
has improved. No more Ghana must go.
No, you know,
listen.
they say it's
Listen.
they say it's 2
CM,
million.
hold on. CM, hold on for a second. We once organized and sent somebody from here, United States. We organized and sent him to go home and participate in government. The person went there and we prayed and we said, you are going from a doctor, somebody, you are going to a place where you can make a difference. The person went. The next time I saw this person in their office in Nigeria, listen carefully. When I walked into the office with my kids, we exchanged pleasantries, we brought them the little gifts that we came with and stuff like that. And then when we were finished discussing, there is a language that came out of this person's mouth. And he called his aide. He said, where is the loot? Hello? Where is the loot? Bring me the loot. Did you hear what I just said? Where is the loot? Bring me the loot. And I looked around and I scratched my head. The person who understood what the loot was, brought the Ghana must go. Okay? That Ghana must go, of course. The rest is history because I came back with that word engraved in my mind. And until thy kingdom come, whenever I see this person privately, I will always ask him, where is the loot? Hello? So somebody just jokingly said, Ghana must go has been banned. They don't give receipts. They don't give receipts. So let us brace up to the fact that as we approach these people, bear in mind that the people you are approaching, they have what they call our way. What's our way? It's the Nigerian way. Yesterday I described it as I am, with the hand on the back in my mother.
They let me finish. You just take over.
No, Jamal, I just wanted to go ahead because I would like to listen to that. Because of the loot that is being shared.
What I wanted to ask electricity, exactly what Iboma is saying. If we say, just let all of us, now let's reason something. If electricity say, let's go and change the status quo, let's go and recall. Electricity now, maybe for example, I don't know, maybe it's from Bayelsa. Maybe CM is from Igbo, different tribe here, for example, different state. So we have to have people from all different states. You cannot go and recall one person in the one constituency and think he can be able to change anything. We need to thought in everything we want to change. That is what I'm saying. If the best thing for us, I've told him before, the best thing, if we can able to come together, different tribes that will not have anything. First and foremost, will be a law that will not have anything like tribal sentiment, open mind. It will be just no monopoly there. Everybody will have free, say whatever. Let's hear everybody each. We can come together, begin to say, okay, in the Imo, we have 3 candidates. Yeah, maybe before election, we start talking. No, we start talking from now. Everybody, different local government, try and look anybody, bring it. We come together, start coming together, talk to people from the grassroots, begin to explain to them, try maybe some consistency. If it's a primary school, buy pencil, buy book, to able to cause awareness from their parents to you. Maybe by then we can say, okay, this person is here. If it's one election, we have 8 Senate or 10 House of Rep. We are making progress. If we can start from the old Southwest, the old South, as far as it's more enlightened on social media, because before we can get to the North, we have to be on ground there. You understand? We have to be on ground there. You cannot use social media to get people there. If we can have power here, come together, we can able to move on.
I think what electricity is doing, if you use it to start a kind of challenging the lawmakers, I think they will start paying attention. I think it's worth doing, and I wish he can get the kind of funding that he needs or the project needs to be able to, drag about 10 of them or 15 of them to this thing. Because now they are not going to be busy stealing while they are busy trying to save their seats. And the one that it doesn't pay attention and still worry about busy stealing, you get that one. That one, you might catch that one and you defeat him. So you could keep them busy. If they find that, because if they are busy worrying about their electorate coming after them for their behavior, I think they will be thinking about what the electorate want a bit more than what they individually want or what their bosses or whoever their godfathers want. You see what I mean? I think that is and I think because it's also peaceful, it's also a good thing. So development can keep going on. The democracy will become more and more robust. It's a culture that you want to build, and this is why, as much as electricity has its own vices, but I think that's one of the more powerful points. Even in most debates I've had online, it's one of the most powerful points because it can actually make a serious difference if you can get it going on the ground.
Okay.
So
can I say something? Some of the things that with the little studies that we did those days about the ambiguity in the Nigerian constitution, some of those things were put deliberately to make it impossible to alter it. One of such is this proposal of recall. What are the challenges you'll be meeting when you decide to do a recall? First and foremost, the environment in which this is being carried out is already impoverished. So it is easy to manipulate the system. The only reason why Dilo Menaye's own was able to go through was because the governor wanted it so. So he used the state funds to make sure that he was able to stampede the system and bring it to the position where where that was implemented. But again, you are dealing with a variable that is not stable. The people. When you are dealing with somebody other than yourself, you cannot be certain of what's going to occur. And let me tell you, the bad thing about the Nigerian political environment that they don't discuss in the afternoon. We live as normal people in the afternoon. Everything starts from 9 p.m. The meetings are organized in such a late night. In fact, even the nomination, some people who didn't make it at the nomination, their names were probably removed around 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. when they've already finished discussion that they've gone. And then somebody comes back and says, look, I know a friend who have lost a position even after they had finished discussion. He left that place 4:30 before getting to the house. By 8 a.m. when the news was being broke, her name had been removed.
Wow.
How bad. See, these people, in fact, somebody said for you to be a successful politician in Nigeria, you have to be a bat. You have to be working in the night and sleeping in the afternoon. That's what they do. So they go there and they manipulate the system, they manipulate everything, and everything is paid for. Look, I wanted to tell CM that there's something they call in that politics dog eat dog. They no get and they no get there's no commodity. No, you come, you pay us. Oh yes, we understand. You are going to be minister. You are going to be having more. So pay us, and we'll get you in. And they always, or they first. It's not even a new news now. It's not new. You see why they all fight to go there, because they collect money from ministers, from ministerial screenings and other screenings. They collect money from oversight functions. That's why some heads of parastatal would not give money. If you remember the case of Ete, Miss Ete, okay, in the stock exchange, when she refused to give money.
But what do you think the governors can do to prevent like some of the stuff electricity is proposing? Like, what can they do? Would they go to individual houses and start telling them not to listen to the petitioners?
If the governor is in your support and the governor is the one who has brought you into the system, he will frustrate the process. He will make it impossible for you to do
in
that.
what way?
They will first of all, organize for you not to be able to enter the local government. You see what Yaya Bello did to that lady, okay, to prevent her from going to their place. They even broke the road. They brought a bulldozer and bulldozed the road, breaking it so she cannot cross.
That bleaching woman.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Oh God! You see, Niger? What you see, Niger man? That is just mean spirited. How do you know? I think from what I got, it's supposed to be mixed race, if I'm not mistaken.
She's mixed race, and I
You
like
know
her.
the woman. I didn't
like
think I know the woman you are saying.
I think I know her. I think Okpoche, we were talking about her yesterday. Now, wasn't it?
Okpoche, yeah.
Yeah, I gather she's mixed race, so that's why she's fair skin. Most mixed race people will not bleach themselves. So Jesus Christ, Niger man, that was a low blow. But please, carry
bleaching woman, why you lie now? Why you
she's not bleaching.
Bleaching, not
she's mixed race.
Enough enter race. Enough enter song.
See, Niger man, most Igbo people, especially some from that side, are all fair. They're not. It's not bleach, and they are very beautiful. If there's anything you can't take away from
God, don't start with that now. Don't start with the fair.
Who should be fair?
I said the ones from her side. The ones from her side. I didn't say all of them. I said the ones from her side. And
but why is it that whenever we talk about fair people, we talk about them as being beautiful? Why do we do that?
Can I make a contribution?
Don't worry, you are going to come next. You're going to come. I think you have not said anything all day.
No, I didn't say because she's fair.
I'm just saying because I've never, I'm just saying because you don't hear people saying, "Oh, this person is dark and they are very beautiful." Our men, they do these things and they don't know the women take the cues from them. That's why they go and bleach themselves. Whenever you describe fair people, you attach beauty to it. But if you are describing a black person, now do you attach beauty to it?
No,
you don't attach it.
And black is more beautiful than white.
Exactly. They don't do that.
Another day. But
I'm just catching you now. It's okay. Exactly. Let's leave that one for now. Najaba, go ahead. This bleaching team is not fair on that woman because she's mixed race. So that's why
it's not bleach, it's not bleach. That's her color.
No, because I believe.
So you want Olumide to have his say now. This stuff is
and while Olumide have his say, why is it that when you see white people, they like to wear black dress? Hello.
Well, they like to wear black dress.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you have any idea why?
And when you see black people, especially those in politics, they like to wear white dress. Have you seen that they are wearing white?
It's contrast, isn't it? Maybe it's contrast.
Those ones, basic Igbo basic. Those ones who are, especially Nigerian politicians, who are always in white and red cap. We know that as a society that have those things. So it's not good. Yeah. They're not wearing because they want to wear it, because they have committed themselves to wearing white every day. That's why most of them have all kinds of white and they wear it all the time. Even when you meet them at night, they're still wearing white.
They are preaching peace.
Yeah.
So do we want to allow Olumide go now?
Olumide, please.
The conversation is about to go sideways.
But I want to get clarity on the remark you made earlier on about the Ruga. You said you didn't understand the problem with the Ruga. Is that what you were?
Yes, is it the size of the land because they're already there? You know, we have cattle ranches, a kind of in all states where they
But did you
slaughter cows.
follow everything I played during that period? Did you follow it?
I cannot say I did. No.
Okay, so I think it was more political than anything. See, this is what we've been saying. Before I go ahead to kind of add my own input, I want to define what I did yesterday. A civilized society. A civilized society or country has a well-developed system of government, culture, and way of life, and that treats the people who live there fairly. A fair justice system is a fundamental part of a civilized society. That now will lead me into, so in that context, Nigeria, I think, fails to meet all that standard of a civilized society. And our leaders, our political leaders, are the ones that are supposed to drive this civilization so that our society, we are respectful of one another. That is why we are saying that the Constitution doesn't represent that. You understand? The Constitution is not federal in nature, it's more of a unitary system. For instance, Buhari being the leader of APC, being the president, being a full animal, you understand, he brought the Ruga system to influence the country, to give land, you understand, to his fellow ethnic people, the herders. Give them land, they give them, settle them, and you know that period, that period was when they opened the borders, and he said that everybody can come, anybody from Africa can come without a visa and come into the country. And they opened the northern borders and closed the south. That's one. And then two, you now made it into a document to take people's land without any of our laws backing it, to take people's land as large, as big enough as the local government. You want to build schools for them. You want to give them lights.
As big as local, did you just say land as big as local government?
That's right. They wanted to give land as big in different parts of the country, especially in the south. You understand?
That's a bit too large. Yeah,
so they wanted to give them lights. They wanted to give them water, schools, and even when the communities where they intend to do this don't have those things, that was why the people rejected the Ruga then, and it became a problem.
Are you sure the lands were going to be as big? Local governments are big. That is
if land is big as local government, so which local government?
How many local government will remain again?
They were going to be as big as that. See, there's news all over. Sahara Reporters. There's documentation. Go and read it. Google it. All the Ruga Wahala.
Are you talking about as big as local government headquarters, or are you talking about a whole local government?
They were going to give them lands, barren unused lands in different parts of the southern parts of the country. You understand? They are going to
but the size, the scale you are describing seems too large.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, maybe I'm a bit over exaggerating, but we were going to give them large parcels.
I'll clarify first before you give us what is.
They were going to concede all that to them. You understand? And the people rejected it and said, no, you're not going to give out without the governor's consent. And the law states that the governors are the ones to give the lands away, to sign the land, to sign certificate of occupancy.
You can take the call while we wait for you to finish, and maybe
that's fine. That can wait.
You don't want to lose business or something.
And you know, Olumide, let me help you out here. Some of us are bridges. When I mean bridges, I happen to be from a family of 6, and I happen to be the last of the 6. So by nature, last borns, you can argue it or not, are bridges from the the previous generation to the next generation. And we serve our purpose. by being bridges. When we're talking about this Ruga show and all the rest of it, if you Google Oruaba Ranch, you probably will see a ranch right at the tip of my village. What pains me is that we are copying from societies like the United States. That's the one I know. But I go to the grocery store here and I buy goat meat. And where is that goat meat is from? Australia. Hello? And you buy your beef, you buy everything. I have been to local farms. They're pretty much constrained. And these local farms, they have butcher houses in that farm, but you don't see, maybe I see 20 cows, maybe I see 10 cows. But that farm is capable of supplying the whole state.
Okay, Igbo basics, I get what you say. Let me just finish before you.
The
I get
issue
where
is
you're
this.
going. Or let me finish my submission. I get where you're
Go
going.
ahead.
So what I'm trying to say is that the president didn't follow the proper rule. You don't take people's lands, give it to your people, and then use government money to subsidize their business. They are private businesses. You understand? When the people you want to give the land to, I mean, the people who truly own, the people who are indigenous to that local government or local to that area don't even have power. They don't have such empowerment. And then you say because you are the president of the country, you want to use the people's money, taxpayers' money, to subsidize your own people and settle them in different souths.
Yeah,
And we know, wait,
let,
and we know
let,
from
let me
records.
interject a little bit. Sorry. I think, yeah, you are right. I think to an extent, when you think about it now, Laz, I'm trying to imagine having communities with schools, and if schools are to be there and maybe hospitals and all those things in the ranch, it looks like a small community, even if it's not as large as
That's
a
what he
local
wanted to
government
create
area.
for them, a small community
That
like that.
seems, could it be like the size of a military barracks or something then?
I don't even know. They were going to create that kind of environment for them, close to the people who are indigenous, who
Yeah,
have all
that
those
seems
amenities.
off. That
They
seems
wanted to
off.
do that,
Yeah,
but the
that
people
just sounds.
rejected it. And then, and funny enough, these people that they were bringing in are not even indigenous to Nigeria. They are Fulani from other neighboring countries. You understand?
You don't know
So,
that now. Gee, this thing, you just
Hey,
turn
stop
them
all
to
this
be
thing you
on the
don't know
other
now.
country.
You
They
didn't
have
allow
their
me. Hold on.
BVN number.
Wait. Don't be afraid of speaking the truth. They
You are not
committed
saying
genocide.
truth.
They committed genocide, and Buhari has to answer for that.
Nah, another place you are going.
The people that died on the farm in the course of doing that, you understand? He has to answer.
You just come up with stuff over and over again. You just keep
Olumide, hold on for a second.
All these truths you guys don't want to
one
talk about.
after the other.
All these truths you guys don't want to come is what is haunting the country.
Olumide, hold on for a second. Olumide, hold on for a
This is what
second.
is happening in Benue now.
Okay,
Benue
Stop all this your social media tutorial in this video.
And
Please,
nobody
what I wanted to add to Olumide was what we are saying. I agree with Olumide. But things that it is all the more political. When Ganduje said, "Don't go south, there is land in Kano. Come to Kano and do it." Benue State governor said, "Come to Benue State, we have land. Take land here and ranch." But they insist on going around. That's why people know that there's more. It's not really about the business aspect of it. It's purely political and maybe religious. So that is the angle.
I don't hate Fulanis. I don't hate anybody from northern Nigeria, but I'm saying that the way it was barbaric and brutal, the way the president used his powers to go about what he did, and for the country to
And where did
find.
genocide come from? Too, you also use the term genocide. Where did
That's
that come from?
when you go about killing people from other places.
In Plateau and Benue and Taraba.
It's a massacre, not a genocide. Genocide is a more.
Just call it whatever name you want. That's nomenclature. Call it whatever name. It's murder, genocide, anything. Call it whatever name.
Before they start thinking that you're talking about Hitler.
Don't be afraid of speaking the truth.
And people in Benue are in refugee camp because of them. People in Benue, there's a refugee camp because of them.
This is part of the reason why people like why El-Rufai wasn't cleared. This guy killed people in Southern Kaduna, changed the name of a local government to a Fulani name and gazetted it and dared anybody to change it.
It's true.
I
See,
made it law.
especially after Erufai's statement, one can sympathize with some of your points, but I feel like you are exaggerating some of
No, see.
the things you are saying.
For the country to heal, some of these things have to come to the fore. You understand? Because they can't just they make people orphans. In Benue, they are children without fathers and mothers right now. And you are telling them
It's
to
true.
go to Nigeria to fight
No,
for the country.
there's refugee camp.
Do you know why even somebody like Oshibajo lost relevance in with some of us Yorubas, especially the youth? This guy was vice president for 8 years, was coming to churches and saying, "Oh, when good men are in power, the country
rejoice.
progresses, the people rejoice. When bad men are in power, the country goes backwards." This guy never talked for 8 years. Even where he's from, Yewa, they went to Benin Republic, Kobe, as refugees. So elders sacked the village in Ogun State. This guy didn't go to visit them. He's from Ogun. He didn't even say anything in the news. This guy finished 8 years in the presidency. He was doing Thanksgiving. Thank God, he was doing Thanksgiving I was watching it on Facebook, and I'm like, are you serious? You are giving Thanksgiving, and people, what about the ones that died under your watch as VP? So all these things have to come to the forefront. This is part of the reason why we're saying that the country has to be, I don't know what name you want to give it, sovereign national conference, structured. Things have to be done right and proper. Some people can't just come.
But the Ruga team failed now. The system worked.
It failed because people resisted. Do you know how many
that tells you that the system is working from that point of view?
No, not in that way. For the system to have worked fully, Buhari must come and answer for the genocide these people committed. State-sponsored genocide. Not one person was arrested today. Not one person prosecuted. Not one person answering for the deaths of hundreds of thousands.
I think in terms of the Middle Belt area, I think there is a struggle going on between the tribes around that area that it makes it hard to just say, okay, let's prosecute both sides.
Forefathers, I just wanted to ask a question. If you will allow me to ask a question. Allow my question for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before the Civil War, did we not have Nama in Nigeria? That's number one question. Before the Civil War.
Can you please tell me what Nama is? I don't think I like.
Nama is cow.
Huh?
Nama is cow.
Cow. Oh, okay.
Cow.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Nama is cow. Before the Civil War, we had Nama. And they used to come from the north. Before the Civil War, we have the train lines walking, at least I knew, from Port Harcourt Terminus.
I mean, I remember when I was growing up too, we used to stay around, moving their cars around neighborhood, okay. And there was no problem, but
how long ago was that?
I would say in the 80s.
Okay, that's the 80s. I'm talking about prior to that. I hardly saw a cow when we were growing up in the 50s and 60s. I hardly saw a cow roaming anywhere. You could see one or two, but the cow, what I was addressing here is this. The North contained itself. They were shipping the cows, the goats, and all the rest of it from the north. Sometimes they will come in Gongoro, down to the south. But right now, the rail line from Port Harcourt, correct me if I'm wrong, CM.
Yes, I know.
Through Enugu, through Hamufu,
yes,
to Kafanchan.
Yeah, through Makurdi to yeah, through, yes.
It's dead. Unless
yes.
They are fixing it now, though. They are fixing it now.
Okay. The issue is this, which goes back to my earlier submission. They can keep the cow. They have more land in the north than you can ever think about.
The Igbo basics, you see why they are coming to the south is because, that's why I say it's more political. The reason why they are coming is because the south is much more viable for them, for their cows. There's water and there's green grass. The north is a dry, arid place.
Why don't we invest in irrigation?
We eat the cow now. Are we going to be buying cow in the north before we eat cow? Do you expect us to go to north to buy cow before we eat cow or what?
No, but what we are saying, the
if they
way it
want
should
to,
work is this.
for them to raise their cows,
Okay.
why can't they buy land and establish it as a business, establish a ranch? Go to the state governors, apply for land, invest money in it. Don't let the federal government forcefully take people's land with little or no compensation, and then come and create facilities for you, subsidize it with government money. What are you talking about, Niger man?
Bumi has something to say. But to that, what I'm trying to impute here is that why don't they invest in irrigation so that they can ship the cow to ship it, and we can buy them and eat down here if we need. But don't bring it down to come and trample everything else. That's what we're trying to say. And if you want to buy land, yes, you're entitled to buy land. Please, let's allow Bumi to share with us what she has in stock. Bumi?
So I wanted to just also add that some of the problems why they might want to move south is also due to climate change. And it's sad that nobody in our leader up there is paying attention to climate change. I feel, and people are not understanding that climate change is real. Okay, in this country I'm in right now, our summer has been crazy. Like, summer is not hot. It's been raining and it was so cold like a couple of weeks, and now it's getting hot, and that's due to climate change. The weather is just fluctuating and everything, and it's the same thing that's happening to in the northern side, whereby because of the climate is getting harder and harder for those animals to feed and thrive properly. So they might be moving south. And I think what the northern governor, just like Igbo basically said, they should start making sure that they pay attention to those areas, whether it should be this feedback.
I don't understand. Where? You can look it up online.
Okay.
There's noise from the background. I don't know.
I think it's from Olumide. Should be from Olumide, or maybe I don't think it's TA. I think it should be from Olumide.
Olumide, could you please mute yourself, Olumide, please?
It's like Olumide is doing. Is that not a pharmacy? I don't know. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Business here. Olumide, please mute yourself.
Olumide is doing business.
They don't pay for it, no.
Can you mute yourself, Olumide, please?
The woman doesn't pay for that. She has to buy it.
Okay.
She has to buy it. Yeah.
Okay, Olumide, just mute yourself for a second. Because of open mic.
Sorry?
Open mic. Mute yourself, please.
Now I've circled it.
Okay, mute yourself, Olumide. Bumi is speaking to us. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that, and I know for you to prevent a huge numbers of people to move down to the south, there will be one or two that will come down, obviously, but they should also focus on making sure that the environment is suitable to actually take care of them. And also, in the whole point of moving south, you cannot just move south and take over people, because there has been a way of life in the south that might not be suitable for cows. So if you're going to move there, you need to make sure that you're moving it in a way that it works well with the environment. Over here, what they do is, in the summer, in the winter, they move their cows down to a stable, because I live here, there are mountains here. So they move their cows down and they have their whole stables and whatever and all their animals. And it's even seen as like a cultural thing. People from outside the country, from other neighboring countries, come inside and they kind of celebrate it. Just watch cows go down. I find it very funny. And then in the summer, they take them back up again in the atop the mountain. And for them, they enjoy seeing animals go up and down. And I think it's the same thing that we should do in the country, whereby if you're going to move the animals, have a specific time and day for it. It should not just be something that happens anytime, anyhow, because that disrupts the society. It should be organized. And I think that's where our government, they just lack vision. They do anyhow, they act anyhow, and that's why you see there's like this constant um, problem between the people and some other people. It's just very sad to see that people cannot just sit down and plan things, and they also need to take climate change very serious. It's like a very big issue, and is I think there was this scientist that saw the graph of like the ocean, whereby our ocean is supposed to retain heat, but it's not retaining that heat anymore, and it's basically bringing it out into the atmosphere, and that's going to affect our climate. And that's what's happening. And you see all those people in the north, they'll keep on moving down because it's going to become extreme for them to live there. And because the south is suitable now, you have a lot of people focusing on one area, which when you have too much people, you have problems. Our government needs to start thinking about that. In
And then
10 years, in 20
Bumi,
years.
just to buttress your point, sorry, just to buttress, you mentioned culture. This is where culture plays a factor in that place called Nigeria, where we need to respect each other's culture and put it into laws. You understand? Benue did that. They put it into law. It was becoming a problem. The federal government termed it farmers' elders clash. You understand? The Benue people, it was part of the challenges the last governor Autumn faced. They put it into a law to say, you know what? Don't roam your cows all over the place. You know, in cities, on people's farms, and they made it into laws to say if you do that, there's a penalty, there's a fine. And these people and the government was threatened by an association, you know, Miyetti Allah cattle breeders, and they told him that if you don't drop that law and erase that law, we will give you trouble. Ever since then, those people have never known peace. So if people cannot obey the laws of the land,
Yeah,
you
Mr.
understand?
Shaw is here. Olumide, Mr. Shaw is here, and I believe he's going to carry on with the
Igbo
anchor.
basics, Niger man. If you guys don't want to talk truth, and you want to be
You are not saying
massaging
truth.
things,
It's okay. We hear you. Thank you.
I know. What
do you want us to do now?
Say your, let me talk now. I'm saying let me talk.
Olumide, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Mr. Shaw is here. Mr. Shaw is here.
And so what?
Hold on, because he can carry on with the moderation of the show. But what I wanted to point out before you continue, hold on. What I wanted to point out before you continue, you will continue with your thing. Bumi made a point here about movement restricted at certain times. And in my mind, in the United States,
did you hear what she said?
I heard everything she said. Hold on. You will take the floor in a second. You will take the floor in a second. When she was talking, it reminded me that trucks, trailers that carry goods, in some places, they are only allowed to ply at night, period. Okay? And in some cases, they have a specific highway that they can ply. And that is the law here. So by the same token of what Bumi was addressing here, putting into consideration the climate change and everything else, and also bearing in mind the cultural issues that she was talking about, which you are agreeing to, the summation is that our government needs to be more careful in terms of, you just come and run over people. Mr. Shaw, please take up the show and continue while Olumide finishes his
let me finish. Don't
submission.
Igbo Basic, please don't interrupt anymore. Let show take over. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to respect each other's culture and laws, and we need to put this into context as a people to live together. You understand? You're not going to lodge your own culture. You're not going to tell me that your culture is to roam around with cows and destroy people's farm and expect me to understand that. You understand? Destroy my source of livelihood. You understand? And fight back by murdering innocent people. You understand? And these are the same people you want them to pay taxes. You understand? And now you've killed them, and you are telling them to be one Nigeria. You understand? And you are telling people like us to come back home and invest. Invest in what? Is that what you are afraid of saying? Bringing the politicians to account and let them know that they can't treat us as shit. You understand?
Yeah,
So
if it has.
this is what I'm saying. I mean, we need to come and that is how to respect each other. You must, to be a civilized society, leaders must put their people into consideration. When you make laws, you put them into consideration. You don't think about your own ethnic people alone. That is what Buhari did for the 8 years that he was there. All the ministers, more than 90% of the ministers there were from his own ethnic stock. And every law,
your brother
but
don't
that
start
is
that
not
now.
accurate now. You keep saying these are not accurate. That's even against the law. Okay, Olumide, I think you okay. You've had your say for a long time now.
It's okay. Let TA come. TA is
so when I'm trying to say that, if Tinubu does the same thing, he's going to get it. He's already doing it anyway. So
it's more than 10 minutes.
He's already making half. So, but what I'm saying is that we need to speak truth to power. It doesn't matter whether it's Tinubu, whether it's Obi. Obi will come there. If Obi comes there tomorrow, he may make his own gaffes too. We don't know.
So Buhari has gone.
We are talking about one. But what I'm saying is that he has to account for the crimes he committed. The people that died, people that are dying today in Benue. You understand?
Go and file a petition against him in the court. Olumide not here. We cannot do anything about that.
Why are you pretending like, and you want one? Is this?
I cannot do anything. Okay, what do you want me to do to Buhari?
Can we leave him? Let him finish so that some other person can speak.
I'm not saying
you should have finished by now. Is there any other thing you want to say, Olumide? Is there any other thing you want to say?
That is. I just wanted to answer that Ruga question you raised. You said you didn't understand what the Ruga was about. That's what I wanted to raise.
Yeah, you've already understood. You already made that clear.
And you know what? To follow up on that, after that Ruga failed, they now brought the waterways resources bill. The federal government wanted to control all the water resources in the country, from the local government to the state to the federal. When they asked the Minister of Water Resources, Inotana, why do you want to control the water in this man's local government? That is going to be different from what it was before. Oh, the guy said, oh, no. The laws we are proposing is not different from what is already on ground. What is happening is that we will make it more profitable. The government will package it. They can make more money from it, from tourism, from this, from that. Have they made electricity easy for us to access? The ones they are controlling, have they made it easy for us to access? If I want to dig borehole, if I build a house, if I want to dig borehole in my house, despite the fact that state government is not providing water, I have to go and get permits from Abuja. They want to centralize everything. Is that what federal system of government is about? Do you centralize or do you devolve?
It's okay. Thank you.
That's what we are talking about. We cannot tell these things. Sit down there and shout for Nigeria until they finish all of it.
Yeah. Thank you, Olumide.
In 16 years and come and
thank you, Olumide. If you are right, your vision will come to be, and people will hail you as a prophet.
Come and preach your one love for me. I want to hear.
Take it easy. If it has, we have a policy of people sitting up in the show, and if it has, can you hear that? Okay, good. Oh my God, you can hear very well. Sometimes when people lie down, you don't think they hear very clearly. Thank you for sitting up. That's the policy. TA, welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
We're talking about so many different things. I'm sure you'll be listening. Or have you?
Ruga.
Yeah,
I heard about the Ruga.
We didn't finish before this guy interrupted.
But we didn't finish. She just shut that down. Okay, regarding climate change. All right, please, Bumi, go ahead.
So what I was about to say, I think I was just reading the comments, and a lot of people say that the Southerners, the people in the South eat more meat than the people in the North. That can be true, but that doesn't mean that whoever is in charge of the cows and everything should just have every right to just utterly change the environment of the people in the South, all because they provide some goods for you. You need to make sure that, because it's not that they're eating cows for free, or you're also paying them. It's a business. You supply it to the people and you get whatever you have to get. But you need to make sure it's suitable. But to address that, we need to have reasonable government that will make sure that there is a good relationship between suppliers and the people demanding for it. And they also have to put into climate. If we don't take care of this climate, it's another thing we're going to come here in 10, 30 years and we'll be complaining about this, because at some point, people will move to the south. It's everywhere around the world. If you go in Europe, the north is always very extreme compared to the south. And people will migrate and move down. It's just human existence. Nobody wants to die. So if people in the north are finding it hard to live life, they will come to the south. And we should start making sure that we make policies that make sure their life is good in the south and our life is also good in their life is good in the north and our lives are good in the south. It's just complementary to each other. That's all.
Yeah, thank you, Bumi. That climate change angle is something that needs to be taken into account. And the truth is that in the context of the Sahara areas, it has been drying up over 5,000 years, been drying up continuously. And that is part of the woes of the West African and the Black continent of Africa, because we are being pushed further and further south. And climate change has just come to exacerbate the situation. Okay, that is Tia, isn't it? Tia, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. It's good to see my lovely brothers and sisters. First of all, I want to agree with Bumi on the issue of the climate change stuff. It happens everywhere. That's just the situation we're in now. So it's about what we can do, because, for example, Nigeria, we're still depending on the oil, whereas in the Western world, we're going into, using batteries and all the rest of it, using the solar system, the wind energy, and the rest. So concerning Ruga, the concept of Ruga is good, because before you guys crucify me, let me land. The concept of Ruga is good, where some certain area has been, kind of secluded, and you have some certain people that wants to do animal husbandry and stuff like that settled there. It doesn't have to be either Fulanis or the Awusas, whoever that wants to do it. It's just like a settlement, created. But the way and manners the government, the past government went, wasn't the right thing to do. I wasn't surprised anyway with what Buhari did, because it is what you guys voted for, so it is what we got at that time, and that's why I'm kind of the kind of person that I have hope, in this current government, saying that things could be better. Why? Because they're intellectuals. There are a lot of intellectuals there, although there are some old, recycling stuff that we've talked about. But I believe that I hope, that's hope is something you wish for. You understand? So I believe that things in Nigeria is going to turn around for good, either we like it or not. That's the place that I've got my home, and that's the place I want to, retire, and when I grow old, because there's some things that when I think back, there's some things that we Africans have that right here. If you live in London, for example, when is the summertime here? People are always, when it gets to after the autumn, when it gets to spring, you see people getting prepared for the summer, trying to say, oh, the sun is going to be out 24/7, but whereas from where I've come from, you've got sun all around throughout the clock, 24/7 in Nigeria. But right here,
sorry, can I ask, where are you from?
where I'm from
What state are
Nigeria.
you from?
He's from Nigeria.
I'm in
you're
Nigeria.
Nigerian, but what state are you from?
See, Olumide, like you see, I'm the preacher of love, yeah,
Oh
and
my God. Oh
I
my
don't want
God.
someone.
I don't
Listen,
hate anybody. I'm from Ogun State and I'm a kid. I don't hate anybody. Tell me where you're from. Be proud of your heritage.
listen. What I've been trying to preach here, is about love wherever you come from, and
Okay,
that's
it doesn't
why
matter.
I'm
I
not
don't need
gonna.
to know
So
where
I'm
you're
not see.
from anyway.
I'm not gonna buy into that. You know why? Because the issue of, like I always say, that Yoruba, Hausa, all these things. Yeah. Because look, if you go to North and see the so-called the Northerners, yeah, and look,
They are accusing you of always changing the topic. So stay true to your topic. Don't,
yeah, I'm still on the Ruga bit. I'm still on the
yes,
Ruga bit. Yeah, I
go
don't
back.
want to change it.
Don't
Yeah,
take
KJ, I'm not changing it. So I'm still gonna.
Somebody
KJ,
changed it to
well done.
Ruga now. Was it not somebody that changed it to Ruga? Between by the time it goes through Olumide and TA, something changes.
So, because look, back in the days, yeah, when I was into the world, yeah, I've moved around, you know, dated different women, you know, which I thought it was part of the enjoyment, not knowing that I was killing myself, until I met Christ, So, but I'm not going to go deep into that, because look, the way I am, somebody was saying yesterday, wasn't he? He was saying that, look, take God out of it. There's no way you can take God out of it. God has to be in it in Nigeria. I'm not saying what the pastors are, doing in Nigeria is good. I'm not going to buy that. In the Western world,
Okay, but TA,
yeah.
the Bible says that when a righteous man is in government, the people rejoice. Are the people rejoicing now?
Okay, if you remember, you're quoting the Bible now.
Yeah, you want God now. I want to play God with you. So are the people
Okay,
rejoicing now?
okay. For example, if you remember, if you remember, what's it called? Samuel, yeah, was the judge of the Israelite back then.
See,
Yeah, and
TA,
the
the simple
people.
answer is people are not rejoicing. Please, that is a simple
Hey,
answer so that we
no,
can
But
move to
but,
see,
but
something.
TA, I want to ask, what country are you talking from?
huh?
What country are you talking from right now?
London. I'm in London. Yeah,
London. But I want
yeah.
to remind you that you must bring that God of London and bring it to Nigeria because their own God is different.
No, see, Olumide, I totally agree with you. The way, because if I look at I go to Church of England, for example, yeah, and when I see the way the pastors live, when I see the way the rector, the way they live, for example, I just looked at what is happening. I was talking to one of the ministers the other day, and because I went to, we Nigerians, you go to their house, we love to be, good and whatever. And I went to this, we are talking about someone that you call like an archdeacon, back in Nigeria. And I went to this man's house, and I saw how simple this man is. I saw the house. The house, I cannot even live there. You understand? He's so contented with what he has, little bit or much. You understand? But back at home, you have to have security. You have to, even to see Papa or to see Mama or to see
Forefathers,
whatever.
forefathers, can I beg you guys one help? I beg, make help me bring Tunde Bakari come on our show when I want tear into that guy. Pastor Tunde Bakari, that guy. Make help me bring her come on our show. I want tear into that guy.
Olumide,
Can go to his church,
you are already going combative.
Olumide and TA. See,
yeah.
No.
the
Nigeria situation has gone beyond.
hold
It
on,
has gone
hold on.
beyond sitting down and reasoning with
Olumide,
them.
hold on. I have been
You
speaking
reason with
all
them,
of
but
us
they
are just
don't want
listening to
true
you.
change.
Hold on.
They
I
don't
want to
want
do
true
an
change.
analogy here. We keep making the same mistake. Two things here, two different things. We are Nigerians who have a government. The government we have has every responsibility to answer to us. The government is spending our money. The government is doing what we do not want. We're not able to hold them accountable. Two, you want to hold a pastor who you are that is who it is basically your choice to either go to his church or to leave it out. You are not, hold on, sir.
I've been,
Hold on,
if
let me,
you
because you like
see,
to interrupt people a lot.
go to that guy's page.
Hold
I've
on, let
been
me make
tearing
my
into
point.
him anyhow.
Hold on,
On
let me
social
make my
media.
point. It's not a question of tearing him into anyhow. Have you turned into the government? Have you been able to hold a government accountable? Why do you want to hold a man who has opened his church?
All
He
which
didn't force
government
you to be there.
accountable?
Excuse me,
Government
sir.
that is
Let
stealing
me
people
answer
every
you.
day.
He has not forced you to be in his
KJ,
church.
that's
He
okay.
has
I don't
not
want to
forced
listen
you
to your
to come.
bullshit.
Olumide,
And
please,
bring
Let
one
TA
mic now.
Guys,
continue.
Olumide, allow
Let
him to
guys,
TA
let me
finish.
continue.
finish now.
Okay,
let me finish.
Let me finish,
He has
KJ,
not
guys.
forced you
Olumide,
in
let
any
KJ
way.
finish.
Each time you
Okay.
come, each
Don't
time we come here, we are trying to tear into pastors. They have no, you can take yourself away from a pastor if you do not feel that what he's preaching is good enough for you. Don't try to come and let's combine our forces. That your anger, take it to your government and bring good governance to your country. It's not mandatory that you be in a church or in a mosque where you do not like the preacher or the whoever is in charge, or who you, if you think is extorting you, leave his church. It's not by force to be a member of any
Okay.
church.
Okay. So let
Okay.
TA carry on his yeah, please go ahead, TA.
So, concerning pastors, yeah, their judgment is in heaven. That's what I believe, because they are God's servant. So, Olumide, just take it easy. It's whatever happens in this world, we still have somebody over there that we're going to be accounted to. So now, so on the Ruga bit, yeah, because look, you cannot get a plumber to come and do the work of a doctor. You understand what I'm saying? So what you had then concerning the Ruga bit about Buhari, competency wise, the guy is not sound. You understand? And he's the number one. It's the number one. But now, the crop of people that we have there, you have the good, the bad, and the ugly. You understand? So now, let's see what's going to happen. And that's why I always say that, look, I've got hope that things will turn around good for Nigeria. People may disagree, but look, that is my place, that is my home. And I'm always praying day in, day out that, look, whichever way, God should just intervene. I like the idea of people coming together, maybe sponsoring someone, that is credible. And I think Igbo Basic was saying then that, look, they sponsored someone and I got there, things change and, whatever. And so we are people do change. But because of that person failed, doesn't mean another person is going to fail, So I like the idea where people are saying that, look, let's come together. Even it got to a state that God got tired, yeah, of the people that he created. He said, let us reason together. That's the God Almighty telling people, because look, the heart of man is wicked. And that's why when I talk about love this, love that, people look at it that, oh, I'm saying the other way or whatever. But look, that's just the basic foundation, because look, for God
I'm
so
not.
loved the
Is
world.
it fair to say that the heart of man is wicked when the world itself is designed to be wicked, from the point of view of wickedness?
Yeah, because the man has fallen short of grace, which is the Adam and Eve.
So
You
that's
understand?
why a leopard would take the child of an antelope for lunch, and that's cruel, isn't it? But
Yeah, before, it's just like, for example, now when we were talking about beef, yeah, we eating beef and all back then. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I love my suya. Even to date, I still kind of I still feel for it, but I try to watch myself. Then later I found out that, look, beef here is not good for consumption. You understand? Right here, chicken is good, turkey is good on, mostly
so what is good
herbs.
for consumption?
Herbs, what's it called?
Meat,
Vegetable,
plants.
fruits, and
So
all,
what
all
have you
sorts.
what have you got against plants?
No,
You think plants
nothing.
is not life too? You're killing plants and thinking that you are doing good to humanity. What have you got against plants?
No. See, everything has been, because if you look at the old thing, the old cycle, the way it goes around, yeah, the kind of emission will emit into the, because look, the way the beef here, they're gonna eat grass and stuff like that. Likewise, you consume them, coming out, so it's like we're just polluting the air one way or the other. So it's like a cycle, that part. But when it comes to the way your body system breaks down the old food, yeah, some food are good to digest. Likewise, some are really, really bad. So
So you
concerning
think
the
we
way
should preserve the beef so that they can eat the grass
no, it's
that
because
we want to eat?
we keep on creating the beef. You understand? We keep on making, because look, right now,
I don't know what it is.
I'm just forcing people to think outside the
yeah,
box here, because some of this we say, we just assume things are that the way they are, and it's all rational. It's not necessarily rational. If we, like, where you started from was to say that human beings are born evil. I don't think that way. I don't think the way God created
no,
things.
I
God
didn't say
is a way
human
for
being are
creating it.
born evil
That
though.
evil
No,
is
No,
full,
say the heart of
the heart of
man.
man is full of evil.
yeah,
That's what I was going at. I was thinking that is not necessarily the case. It's just the way we interpret things sometimes that makes us think that, okay, this is evil and this is good. The truth is that the world is designed to function in a certain way, and you are meant to whatever we are doing now was designed into it in the first place. The question you have to ask yourself is, okay, what do I want from this world? Do I want to come into this world and try to live it as comfortably as possible till I pass on? Because there is not much to this world, is it? We all are here for, not none of us has to be here. And if you are to exist in it, you have to decide what you want from it. For us to
so,
just come and
Father,
say, okay,
you mentioned something now. You said if I want to be comfortable, yeah, and move on, yeah. See, that
yes,
comfortability, you understand, is about others as well, not only you.
yes, true.
Yeah, so that's the way I kind of set my mind. Is about, look, what can I do that's going to benefit people, not about me alone. You understand? So if people start thinking that way, the mindset will change. And that's why I wonder. I remember this guy, one of the security person of Buhari, when that guy died, he's a Muslim guy, and they said he was so powerful or whatever. And when he died, yeah, the next day the guy was buried. And you see all those big boys, the so-called the tough guys, the big men around. And I said, look, if I were there, I'll be thinking that, look, I could die tomorrow. So all this money that I packed, yeah, why don't I use it to benefit the low? Because look, if you somebody told me that, look, he went to the northern state, he was trying to buy a food, yeah, in these where these alimanjiri and stuff, yeah. He bought the food, yeah. So he put the food down. He wants to wash his hand, yeah. But trying to do that, you saw little boys getting on with the food, and they were eating, and the guy was so, and they said, look, don't beat them, you can't touch them, they're government property. You understand what I'm saying? So the mindset, so those kids, if I tell them to go and burn down a house that somebody insulted one prophet or whatever, definitely they'll do it. It's poverty. You understand? The poverty has eaten their mind to the extent that they can't think. So they have to listen to one hierarchy. And the way the hierarchy does things is that when it comes around, Raka Dede, it put the food down, it eats with them by eating the same plate with them, believing that, oh, we're equal. So that's the mindset. So somebody said it here that, look, all of them are the same, but north, south, east, west. They're everywhere. So, and that is why the mindset is about, look, what can I do? Because I like the discussion where you guys were talking about, look, what can we do? Somebody was saying, going forward, how can we, somebody was talking about recalling people back or whatever. I know that for you to recall someone back in Niger, if someone could go to the extent of digging a road so that someone couldn't go through, you want to record the person back, they could send assassin to buy you and stuff like that. So and that's why my own concept is that, look, I like the idea of what can we do to move forward, the way forward. Some people, they'll say, look, the country is this, the country is that. Now, what is the way forward? I rest my case.
Thank you. Thank you. Ifikas, I'm not sure I've seen you here before. And welcome. I'm sure you've been listening. What do you think about what you've heard so far? You're muted, by the way. You are muted. Let me see if I can unmute him. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you now.
Yeah, good evening, forefathers and
Yeah,
the panelists.
welcome.
I used to listen. This is my first time to be here. I'm calling from Spain, where they call Paya Basco in Bilbao.
Welcome,
Northern
welcome.
Spain. Northern Spain. So
Okay.
this, yeah, they reach my area. I can hear you people speaking my area. That's why I'm fan of all you people. I don't know your name, but I used to listen every day. But I'm an agriculture. I work with cows. How they do cows and in Nigeria, or how people, or how we run our own here in Paya Basco. There's people, land. You can rent a land like a football pitch. You can plant a grass. You can apply to government. They will come and lay pipe for you. It's a business. Everybody can do it. You raise a glass and you have a machine to pack it with plastic. Where there's not an house, where there's no grass in that area, they will come and buy from you and feed their cows. It doesn't mean that you must move your cows from north to south. No. It will create a job. The southern have land. They plant grass. What are we there? They plant it in plastic and they will ship it to north. They will have grass. If you want to buy cow, you go there and buy a cow. That's how they do it here. In Spain here. Nobody will have a problem. Land is a business. If you want to plant tomato, some people can plant tomato in this week, maybe in next day they plant pepper. It depends. So the only thing is to apply, let government come and put water for you. So what South need is to everybody, all this land, apply for land, how you need it, start planting your grass, then unroll it, buy machine. There's a machine to roll grass. Then you ship it to north. There should be trains who will be shipping glass for them. So there will be no problem. This is a suffering people. Every day, a cow who walk from north to south cannot produce a milk. Here, every day, any cow produce 8 liters of milks because they are healthy. Some people, you can rent a land, you can plant your apples, you can plant anything that you want to plant there. It's your own land and pay government tax. I don't know how we think. Let us do something like people we all live in. We should put something that we know. Not every time the same thing we are talking and we know the right thing. Yeah. If you are not you want to come to the south, you can rent a land and begin planting grass and ship to your own side. So don't take your own cow and stop people in the south. Very simple. It will create a lot of jobs. You go to local government and apply for your own land. They will give you according to how size you need. You plant your glass and roll it with plastic. Very simple. You do grass. There's scientists. There's many people who go to school in Nigeria. They should apply them. They should know which kind of grass are they going to plant there. Can raise up in 6 months or in 3 months. This is how they do it here. These people who spend 6 years, 7 years in universities, they get jobs. I don't know what's wrong with Nigerians. Every time we continue talking one thing, we sabi, but no action. We only like to talk, but there's no action. Here we see somebody here, they don't go to university, but they put them to go and learn handwork, how to put ties. If you ask somebody from here to here, how he will tell you. He will put the whole government house, everything. He will get billions. You don't attend universities. I don't know Nigerian people, they believe in university no. You have to know something from generation. If you see this family who provide olive oil, it's from generation to generation. If you go there, they tell you from 1,000 years they have been there. And they make this generation to this generation, they have where they produce olive oil. If you go there, olive oil is there just to make food. In Nigeria, pastor take it to give anointing oil. I can't eat food without olive oil. Nigeria. Sometimes Nigeria think anyhow. Even the people who live in Europe.
please,
I just
please,
put
can
it.
I
May God
interject
help
you?
us.
Please,
Interject.
if it's this thing, actually,
Yeah.
I know you just you are just coming onto this thing because
Yes,
of this
because what
Ruga.
people are talking sometimes, I'm
What
not
you,
happy with it.
what you, I'm coming. What you said in Spain is done in Botswana. You don't need to use Spain is even too far. The thing about ranching or Ruga is not because people want to do business. Ruga is political. Ganduje in Kano said, "Don't go south, come to north. Here we have enough land. We can help you plant grass." I did you service in Kano. There are grasses growing in Kano. Human being live when they say water. Human being in Kano live. There's water. You drill borehole. If you can drill borehole as a human being and bring out water and use it to cook and drink, why can't you give it to cow? So it is not water. It is not grass. It's political. That is one thing. My only regret because of my background is that my Igbo billionaires brothers, they are yet to realize the business that is in ranching. Instead of you buy something with dollar, you go to Lagos Wharf, it will be there. Agbero will disturb you. Before you get on Esha, it will pass through more than 60 checkpoints between toll gate through Ogun State, Ondo State, Edo State, Delta State. So if they realize, I'm coming. If they realize that there are business you can start with 100 million, buy land, and even one man is doing it, so that you don't need to even go to the north. If they realize it, nothing like dollar. The grass is free, the land you will get it instead of doing all this. So it's the day in Igbo we realize the business, the money that is made in ranching is far better than importing maybe farm belt from China with less hassle. That is when people will now know that this is business. Thank you.
You are right, my brother. Why I'm talking this before, I used to live in North before. I live in Borno State, Meduguri. All these areas I know how it used to be. All this food they say North is doing. If you go there, you see a lot of Southerners, Yorubas, Igbos. They rent land there. You can rent a tractor and hire Northerners. They do tomato for you. All these beans, Tarabas. It is Southerners who invest their money there. I know everything, but sometimes people are talking anyhow. You can, if you have money now, I know where to take you. Go there. You rent a land, tractor, everything. You hire people. You spend their own money. These people don't have money to invest. It is you where go. It is the Southerners who go down Taraba State that you hear they do beans, they do yam, they do this. It is Southerners. They go there, invest their monies. Most Yorubas, most Igbos, Southerners. They food them with their own money. Then they rent the people. They work for them. You spend your own money. So I don't know why is it there's no problem there.
Can I ask some questions? Because this question is mostly this one is my own pet issue with this the navigation from the north to the south with the cattle and everything. But I feel like if the cattle are allowed to roam free like the way they did, and they bring them to the south and the north, these animals are gaining a lot of immunity from all the various areas of the country, and as a product, they are a richer form of beef compared to what is sold out there. As a matter of fact, the Ugandan president mentioned that he said something about yellow fat. I don't know what that is. You may know something about yellow fat, that our own meats tend to have yellow fat that is of higher quality. So, but if we go to ranching like the way they practice in the West now, chances are that we will now become like them, where we pump our animals full of antibiotics, and the nourishment that we normally get from such this in beef will be reduced. So I took your point. You solved one of the problem where you said you get the grass from the south, export it to the north, but in terms of the cardio and navigating to the south, there are other things that are involved in gaining some immunity that you will not gain just from eating the grass alone. So I don't know.
Forefathers,
no.
If I may for a second, Efficacious, I can personally feel your pain. I can feel your pain because you've been there, you've done that, and you are speaking from experience, and you are now in a place where they do these things. Here is the point. The crux of the matter is what I would again describe as the FOC syndrome. Free of charge syndrome. And that is the Nigerians' trouble. Nigeria wants things for free. Free in the sense that when we are going, they tell us, say, FOC in Abafo, when you chop for free, your stomach will start running. That's what it translates to. While we are copying, as a matter of fact, people like Ifikas are the people that Nigerians should actually reach out to and tap into the knowledge that these guys have gained. You should tap into what knowledge that these guys have gained.
Can you repeat that?
FOC. FOC
can
syndrome.
you repeat that phrase, yeah?
I said
free of charge. Free of charge.
You said FOC in our example.
FOC in our
No, as in pronounce.
FOC in our example. Yes.
Okay.
And that simply means free. Free stuff. The animals want free. The want everything for free. The simple answer is this: Nigerians can be shipping like Australia. I go to the grocery store here. The first thing I see, Australian goat meat. That's what is stamped there. They're making their money. And I go to the farm here to go and get. Listen, Nigeria's beef is so sweet. It's not because they are walking through the south. No, it's because of the environment that we have. Nigeria's beef is sweeter than even the Australian beef that you find here because of our environment. Have you considered that if you go to Nigeria and you drink a bottle of beer, for those who drink beer, and you drink 2, you drink 3, and you will keep walking around, no wahala. But come here in America and drink 3 or 4 bottles of beer, they probably will carry you out. So our environment, we are insulting our environment. We are taking for granted what God has given to us. What we are saying is that, like I said here, if you can say, please grow your, I will be a proponent of Southerners, start growing your grass. Roll it and ask them to come and buy. Ship it to them.
That's all. Excuse me. Final one. Do you know that cow? Excuse me. Do you know that a cow, before a cow can pass a state, for example, all this cow bringing from the north or Benue before coming to south, before you enter to any state, for example, where there is a Benue state and the Enugu state should be able to test it, whether this cow is allowed for their own people. Because here, everybody protests for their own people. You can bring cow from Sokoto to Enugu. When they test it, they say this is not to our own standard. Because we have our own standard. You can bring cow from Lagos, you are going to Sokoto. That's why I like Olumi. There's one guy who speaks, he's an intelligent man. He knows where he's going. He has seen them all. How I listen to him. There's something that they do properly. My brother, 1 + 1 is 2. There's nothing like they are. I want to do something how it should be. Whether the same father or my mother, if we just do, that is how this is how we work.
Okay. The way
if you go and tap in the internet here win 7 years now in Green City. They are coming out from fuel now. They are using gas everywhere. The charges now. Green City for Europe here in the whole world for 7 years. Victoria Gashtais. So let us do something.
Okay, sorry.
You have to look one thing. Those cows we are talking about, all doesn't belong to
the. I want to make one comment.
Yes,
Niger man.
Because I know most Satana who are probably invested cow business. Honestly,
and they're investing there. No, that's why I say this. That's why I say it's political. That's why I say it's political, because Oji Uzokalo of Abia State said he invested in that cow, so he may give the 100 cow or 200 to rear. So he will like them to come down. That's it. That's why I say it's political. It is not in any way healthy. It's not okay. Why is it that Botswana is not practicing it? It's not practiced in Ghana. Why is it only Nigeria we are debating? If it's the best way to rear cattle, the whole world will be doing it. Please. Yes, I left a message for you.
It's not everything we get rid of. That's my anyway.
It's not. I don't. To me, it's you can't carry cow from Katsina down to Ahuada in River State for what? For if it's water you want, Benue said we have water, we have land, there are grass. Kano, there is grass in Kano. There is grass. I was there. There is grass everywhere in Nigeria. Why not? It's political. They just want to use it to achieve one aim, which people saw through and they said no. So it's political. We know what to do.
There's a lot of Igbo people in the north. They are not exactly saying you people are coming to take over. And so they
because they invest. Because they put their money.
Let me come in small.
Because
let me come in small. Make an obvious. Me, I know some big shout because Nigeria don't help us. Nigerians, if you want to know in Nigeria, when you enter a mall, the person shouting the most, just greet him. He's your brother. Listen, the thing is this: just like CM said, the Roga thing is totally political. When those the bandits or banditry or herdsmen issue started so much, one of them had an interview with a journalist that traveled to go talk to them. And one of the things that they revealed was that they were promised that they'll be given land when they helped to execute the election. So now they've executed the election. Land should be given to them, and government is planning. First of all, money was supposed to be given to them every month, which was supposed to be 100 million. I think that'd be 100 million, yes. And that money was not coming, so they decided to be kidnapping people to get their money at every month. They were supposed to be given land, which they will now settle with their cows and the rest of them who were brought in through the northern border. And that was not done. And so they decided to collect it by themselves. And they pressed on so much that government tried to, as much as possible or within their powers, take in that bill. Remember that bill went to the assembly with two different names. First was I forgot the first name it was called. Then second, it was now called the Roga. So they tried to smuggle it in. It didn't work. Okay. Why didn't it work? Because some smart journalists dictated what was going to happen and alerted the states. And I'm happy to say that Benue was one of the first states that took the steps to block that totally. And that is why they are not happy with Samuel Otom even till this moment as we speak. Okay. The other state that followed, also was Abia State. Abia State, through his House of Assembly, passed a resolution not to even give any land. Because the truth of the matter is that in the East, there's no land left to give to anybody. Okay. Who are you going to give? People live in everywhere. Okay. So there's no land to really go and carve out 30,000 hectares and give to somebody to form a Fulani settlement. Okay. And it was a difficult plan. It was a promise made, which was not made with good intentions. You know why? If you look at it properly, if you have Fulani settlements in 774 local governments, that means that within a short time, it will become also local governments. That means they will simply have a majority in Nigeria. Now, if you doubt what I'm saying, go back to history and look at, I'll give you an example and I'll call the person's name. We had a discussion with Apostle Imakure, and he told us the story of how that local government was now changed. Or you now have Jema local government, and you have the local government in which he's in. This the same way, they come in, they ask for a small piece of land, and when they wanted to, install an emir, they said to him, no, you can't install an emir because this is so no, the emir is going to be emir for the people. It's just going to be for our own people. Okay, and Emir Jema was installed. That place was called Emir Jema, which was the emir of the people, the Fulani people in that settlement. But years later, when Abacha came in, Abacha made made a local government, and the emir became a first-class chief, higher than the chief of that local government. Okay, so when there's somebody to be represented, it is that foreign emir that is called to go and represent the people in Abuja. So if you give 774 or give land to Fulanis, who are, by the way, going to come from Mauritania, from Sudan, from Mali, okay, it then means that you have totally sold Nigeria to the Fulanis, which is the real plan in the first place. Because many years down the road, they will now become majority in most of those places. Even if they're not going to be majority, their votes will count. more than even those who are the majority in that state. So are we saying that we are against Fulani people? No. There are Fulanis who grew up with. In fact, in my primary school and secondary school, I had Fulani friends who we used to go. Saraki is his name. We used to go to their house, eat, drink. They say there's no bashika, but we didn't have anything like bashika. We used to enter everywhere in their house. Okay, and they used to do the same. We all ate and drank in each other's house and played together. In fact, we used to call him the dancing Fulani boy because he was the only Fulani boy who was following us to do, drama dance, dances and all that. But what am I saying here? I'm saying that there was no division. There was nothing like religion. There was nothing like fear of the fact that you are going to a strange place. That was how Nigeria operated. We didn't even know that we had any division because I have always been a Christian, and he has always been a Muslim. And all of us, I mean, all our friends were all Christians. He was only Muslim, and we didn't see any difference until down the road, people started introducing this, bad policy that have now divided, everybody. So what are we saying here? It was deliberate, just like CM said. It was deliberate. It was master. It was a master stroke that should have taken political power totally away from all the rest of us. But for some reason or the other, that was totally truncated by the vigilance of some of the Nigerian people.
I think I just wanted to share this to give an idea of what is going on. What I've observed is that it appears that the African culture, in different regions, they tend to have this migratory cattle pastoral culture, as they like to call it, and it dates back thousands of years. I think from cave drawings and in the Sahara and all that, we tend to see patterns like that again. As you can see, this one is for Sudan. I see that they're talking about Sudan here, and you see this one is for Kenya, and this is the Maasai. They do that too, and they talk about all the way to Tanzania. So it appears there is a culture. Even when the Europeans arrived in South Africa, they said they didn't find people in some areas where they landed, and the argument was that the people were not there because they were pastoral, they were moving around. And so the history of human beings is that when we started staying in one place, our physiology and a lot of things changed. But before then, we used to move around quite a lot. And you see that many African cultures still have that question. You see, the question I am trying to get to here is that, is it okay to just remove some of all this without considering all the other things? Because we have this thing they do in the West where they have free range egg, they say hens, you get eggs from free range because they allow them to flow freely and all that. But we're talking about free range cattle here that can navigate from one region to another. And is it not something that we want to consider before we start removing stuff? Because if you look at when COVID-19 occurred, and most parts of the world were actually affected heavily in terms of the effect of COVID-19, but on the continent the effect wasn't that severe. I understand that the continent is a lot younger, but even accounting for that, if you look at the countries that had, like South Africa, very, very high, and South Africa is very urbanized, and they probably have stopped all these practices, and they had a lot of high debt this in toll. And if you look at the West, where there are black people there, the black people were not protected in any way. So we don't. And if you go back in history a little bit, look at the Black Plague and all the other things that seems to be hitting, especially Europe. And we're talking about 1/3 or half of a population getting completely wiped out. But you don't tend to see that in Africa.
I want to ask you a question, Father. Since there's free range, have you been driving along the way and you saw chicken flying across your vehicle before in the UK?
You see that's okay, fine. I get what you are saying. Yeah, of course they don't let the chickens out of their farms.
Yeah.
I
That's
get
what I'm
what
saying.
you mean. But there is also the culture that is behind it. That's what I.
No, you see. Let me tell you something. There's a tribe in Igbo land long time ago. Before you become a man, you have to go and look for. It's called head hunting. You have to go around and look for. They're from the Abeba people. They some part of Abia State. Okay. But that culture has been stopped. Who do you want to go and kill? At that time, they said they were going to look for slaves to kill. Now, who do you want to go and kill? You want to come to my village and kill people so I become a man? No.
No, I get that part of
Yeah,
culture.
so
I'm
we
talking
cannot
about something we
continue with that.
consume here.
We cannot
Something we
seem
consume.
to have cattle parading around people's farms because we want to have. You see, the business of cattle is the same thing as the business of farming. It's the same thing as the business of spare parts selling. It is the same thing as those who sell, farm produce. So why should one become dominant trade, business more than the
And
other?
one quick question I have for KJ. Based on what you just shared, forefathers, it seems to me that Bumi's issue that she addressed earlier on about the movement of the cows from the higher grounds to the lower grounds and a cultural thing, I can see that right there. But the question I'm trying to deviate to right here is this. KJ will understand this one, and probably CM may understand it. Please, educate me. Is there any other place in Nigeria where there is a leprosy colony besides Uzua colony?
Yes,
KJ, where?
there is. Where is it called? There's one in Osiomo, I think somewhere in Edo State, and there is because we did a work in it when I was in Nigeria with my professor. Osiomo, there's one in apart from Ozuakoli. Where is this place called? Oh gosh. Yeah. Around the Kwara area. There's one there. There's one in one Yoruba state. I think either or Ogun State. But I can't remember the place again. No, there is. Because this leprosy is something, World Health took it over, we'll continue, but there are beyond, there are.
Is there a leprosy colony anywhere in the north?
Yes, there is. In Kano. They call it Kutare. I did my service in Kano. They call them Kutare or Kuturu. Kuturu is somebody with leprosy, but Kutare is this thing. There is in Kano. It's called Yadakunya. If anybody listening somewhere in Kano, there is.
Okay. Why I brought that issue of leprosy colony is that likening to this issue we are debating now about Ruga and cattle and settlements and stuff like that. That's okay.
Who is speaking?
That's fine. It goes back to FOC, free of charge. Because when you bring a settlement of cows, or you bring a settlement of leprosy people in a particular environment, it affects that particular environment in every which way. Bottom line is that you keep looking for FOC. It's not fair. Have your FOC in the north, and just like I said, I would rather go to the grocery store here and buy sweet beef from Nigeria or sweet goat from Nigeria. I have even sampled goat meat from different stores. The one I'll get from Extra will taste different from the one that I get from Stop and Shop, which is owned by people from the Netherlands. Royal Airhold of Netherlands owns Stop and Shop. And it tastes different from the meat that I will buy from the local farm. So Nigeria is missing out on a lot of opportunities. And that opportunity that Nigeria is missing out from is that we are corrupting everything. We are free of charging everything. And as such, Bumi, please, I yield to Bumi.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Igbo Bezis. I wanted to comment on what forefathers shared about the groups of people in like Kenya and other parts. Well, I think in my geography class, I learned about the Fulani people. And basically, they're what you call, and I'm not sure, but I think they're called nomadic people. Basically, they move around. They're not based on one.
Nomadic.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. So they're not based on one location. They move based on the season, the environment, and all that. So now that we have created a society whereby we have borders, that obviously affects their way of life and their culture. So we need to understand how that is also played in their life. So the Fulani people are not, they can't say we have been living here for thousands of years because they tend to move around. So we cannot completely blame them when they say, okay, I have to move to the south because because that's how they live. But we need to have an environment that will make sure that it flows well. So you can't necessarily put the okay, I'm just trying to elaborate that I feel like the whole construction of border is what's creating this whole problem. And we should focus and make our government have a more reasonable way to solve this problem. There's nothing negative if they come to the south, but they have to come in a very structured and more environmentally friendly way to kind of help with their own kind of culture. That's just what I wanted to add.
Thank you. I think that makes sense. And the fact that this practice has gone on for over 100 to 200 years in Nigeria that we know of, it means that they had ways of resolving disputes. How did those ways of resolving disputes break down? What happened? Is it that our leaders just suddenly, they said abandon their role in resolving this or dispute from escalating? So, but I think I was given a link to play. Somebody want to share.
Me like cash, that I not give me.
But I give you money now. Can everyone hear it? Can we hear it?
Yes.
Some half an hour.
That's keep going on. Oh, the
I'm an Igbo from an I saw me Igbo. You got one. It's not again. Half an one Fatima. Yes. I'm Naibo Mohammed.
Are you serious?
Oh, so say him with a Naibo.
If you need me to speak Igbo.
I want to know if you go na. What
Local government.
Local government also. Alambra State. Oyaka. If you go na. Oh, I was citizen of Alambra State.
Wow.
Melao. Magi wakai yenyam na. I say, what's up, man? What do you get for us?
Yeah, and that's hardcore, man. That's hardcore. she's roasting the language. So, just before you go on, TA, let me just share some of the other images that I saw regarding climate issues that we are about to confront. You see, in the context of this, in the water availability for Nigeria, you see, Nigeria seems to be okay for water availability. These areas are having a bit of an issue, but there are other problematic maps though for Nigeria. Like this temperature in Nigeria is likely to go over 29 degrees, while currently it's around 24 degrees. Nigeria is going to start experiencing higher and higher temperatures. That goes to what Bumi was talking about, people moving from the north towards the south. And there is another one. Sorry, go. You wanted to say something.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me just finish anyway, so we can add to it. There is also this one that talks about desertification. Existing deserts and desertification effects. On this map, I must say Nigeria is not doing too badly. This area is already happening in terms of the northern part of Nigeria. We are not doing too badly because you can see America is going through. The red one is there in America, and in Nigeria, the only one we have is flood problem we are going to likely experience. But I think there was one map that I found. I guess the only disturbing map from Nigeria is this one that bothers me a little bit. But however, this one too is a little bit disturbing, but I'm not sure how bad it is. Let me go to a closer so people can see. If you look at it here, it talks about sea level rising and in terms of the south. And this is the thing about the south. Every time they keep having flooding, and they are not responding properly to it in terms of the south because the sea level is going to rise. And if you look at the northern part, on this one too, Nigeria is not doing too badly. In the areas that are going to really, really roast is this area. The North Africans are going to, a lot is going to go on with North Africans. I believe with technology and a bit of organization, Nigeria will be fine. Nigeria seems to be, look at Africa, man. Nigeria seems to be sitting along the areas that seems to be blue and a little bit of orange, which is quite good. We have a a good future from that point of view. If you look at the US, it's all yellow. And they were talking about water stress. That's what I'm talking about. That yellow one is water stress. There is no yellow on Nigeria at all. The entire Nigeria, there's no yellow. The heat, the orange one is the heat stress. Nigeria will experience it in the north, and not even that. I wouldn't say is that severe in Nigeria. So
see, forefathers. Do you know this study on climate change? I think it was started by Al Gore.
Yeah,
in what he said, and is it inconvenient truth or so? You see, this thing is political a little bit.
Yeah,
if you go back, if you
just let me 1 second before I lose my train of thought. The video you just shared, as Bumi was talking, one thing that came into my mind was a book I read, The Alchemist. I just went to my shelf to look for The Alchemist again. And I was taken into all the things we are conversing. And then just yesterday on this forum, I made a statement because we were talking about Niger Republic and our attempt to go to Niger and start fighting. And my statement was, this lady that you just played, I said in the 70s as we were growing up, there was a floodgate that was opened and the people from Niger, they all came in to a place like Aba and they were all along the road. Those are the people that have metamorphosized, that have grown into the picture of the lady that you just played.
Maybe forefather, when you put the map again. Okay, sorry.
So if you can see that what happened in the 70s is what is the result you are seeing as one name ago. That lady is speaking fluent Igbo as much as, and she's telling you that she's a citizen of Anambra. Period.
We go drag line. Please, hey, the map I want is the one of I don't know. Maybe as you showed them, let me see. I wanted to comment on hey, I think the one before this. Hey, yeah, this one. You see, what? I think this is the not this one. I don't know why. No, not this. The one you should. Hey, no, not this. You've taken it out again. Not this. Not this. Hey, yeah, this one. Leave it here. Leave it here. Oh gosh. Hey, this. So you see, I think this is the one you talk about desertification. Why am I having a sorry? Okay, human climate change. You see, is there any desert around here? I don't think so. I don't know why this place should be different from Brazil or Argentina. I'm having echo. Where is the echo coming from? Oh gosh.
Let me just see if I can mute everyone else.
Yes, please. I think regions with annual temperature. You know why I'm saying this is that Argentina has got a desert called, I think, the Pampas area of Argentina, and then the Veld of South Africa. But I don't understand why this place. I can understand here because this is Niger, Algeria, Sahara Desert. I can understand here. Why this place should. That's why I'm saying this map. Maybe there may be something I do not know, but I do not know the Central America, Colombia. If they have South America, because this is Colombia, Venezuela area. I don't know why the thing should assume that the shape it assumes in terms of regions with temperature above 29 degrees centigrade. I'm really do not believe it.
I think from what is showing here, the darker areas is less suitable for living. So I think you can see there's a lot of dark areas in these areas. I think that's where I've forgotten what that desert is called in one of these countries in Southern America, and these areas too are going to be really bad. North Africa is not going to be having a party if this stuff is coming through. That's for sure. Nigeria, they said temperature is going to start rising above 29 degrees. It doesn't mean it's not livable. It's not like painted dark. You see what I
No,
mean?
it's no 20,
So
29 is still, even if it's 32, it's still all right. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say is that, considering the geography I know that the desert is very hot, so the temperature could be that high. I can understand here for Niger Republic and Algeria, there's the Sahara Desert. If you know what I'm talking
yeah.
about, that's why the North Africans are living close to the Mediterranean, which is the coast. Their coast is to the top. All these Tunis, Tripoli, Cairo, and Morocco. Then their southern part is mainly desert. Then the northern part. But I'm particular about this South America, Colombia, because this is Colombia, Venezuela, and some part of this. I had expected it should be somewhere around Chile that has, Argentina that has a desert called the Pampas. I don't know, but it's just one of those. It's
You
just
see,
one of those things.
when climate is changing, sometimes it favors some people, others are losers, while others are gaining. Like if you look at Europe now, I think the UK area seems to be enjoying. I mean, those people,
I know
Russia, some parts
UK,
of Russia will see benefits from it. They said it's actually going to increase, more suitable, it's going green.
UK will be good template. And anyway, the thing is that, let me end my discussion on Rugabis. It's not that I want all these millionaire from the north come to the south, buy land and ranch. If you so like to do your business in the south, go to Yoruba land, go to south. That's what we are saying. Buy land, ranch it. If you want my local government, buy land there, put the ranch there. It doesn't mean you will be part of the community. But what we don't want is moving around. It doesn't favor anybody. It's not that. Even in my local government, somebody started it. One of the governorship who wanted to be governor of Anambra State, but later he couldn't make it through different parties. He started a ranch in his hometown, Umuchu, somewhere. So why can't, that's what we're saying. Come down south if you feel that you can't do it in the north. I mean, for you to be having 200 cows, how much does it? And each cow is about 200,000 naira. It's a multi-million business. Why can't you? Even if you want a Edo State, any part you want, go there, buy land. People will sell land to you. You do your normal distance, then they do the business there. That's what we want, and not to be dragging cow. If you can afford to have 100 cows, you can afford to buy a land. That is the thing. You can afford, because it's not a poor man business, to be honest with you. Although from what we heard now, the people rearing the cow are very haggard. They are just like doing apprentice. The likes of all Jews or Kalu them, we buy cow and give them. All these politicians, they buy cow because he said it. He said he had his own cow they are rearing for him. So that's why sometimes when they are resisting all this and they are talking all those things, you can now see the political situation. I mean, it's purely political. But if they want to do it as a business, I bet you, because that is the best business anybody can do. It doesn't require dollar. All you need is your water and the grass, and then the market is there. But I don't know why my Igbo people have not seen the advantage, the economic advantage in it. Instead of doing all this container business in wharf, tomorrow it will fall on the road. You continue counting loss, hoping that you will put it on the mark-off price. In the end, you may be affected. Some are having hypertension when the dollar goes up. The bank that gave you shortlist the loan for you will be after you. It's true now. It's true. I'm telling you, as an insider, the bank will shortlist you because in Nigeria everything is round tripping. You can't just go and buy dollar so cheap. The manager, insider. The man will take his own, help you get a good rate so that you can buy from China. By the time you are coming back, clear, if you get to wharf, it will be there. You pay the mortgage and you have to bribe them. Then you truck it again from there down to Newi. So it's a lot of hassles. But you feel that in the end, instead of selling a headlamp for Mercedes GLX, if it's something that should have been 70,000, you may say put it 82. Just to cover your money. In the end, everything is expensive. Why not do ranching? Why not go to animal husbandry and make your money? Yes.
They don't want to spend money on grass now.
CM, here is what's going on. Hold
grass
on,
is already in the south, man. Everywhere is green.
No, CM, the ranching you're talking about. I know a man who jumped in full force into ranching. Okay, Listen to this side of it. He had a lot of land, built everything in there for the ranch and all whatnot. You can see it. Raising nama and goat. First stock. In about 1 week, all the goats died. Hello?
You engage a veterinary. What are you doing business for? There are veterinary schools everywhere.
Wait, my brother. You have to hear so that you can understand. Because you're talking about political. It is stocked again. And then the goats started dying one by one, little by little. In the end, even the cow that was brought in there started dying. In the end, it turned out to be that somebody was sabotaging that effort. Did you hear what I just said? I'm talking about somebody who I know. I'm talking about a ranch that I know. I'm talking about a ranch that if I name it now, you probably Google it and you see exactly where it is on the world map. Okay? So this political situation that you're talking about, the competition can be right there, and you go and you drop in all your money, and somebody who probably have a longer leg will see you as a competition. And what they're going to do, they're going to use the same locals to go and start killing your goats. And by the time they do it a few times, unless you are very strong and really very resolved that you must get this, of course, you re-equip yourself. You can even electrify your fences and all whatnot.
You secure it, huh?
And you're not going to give up.
CM.
But you have, excuse me, because I'm doing this farming. Let me
there is one other graph I wanted to share that is a little bit concerning before we carry on. This one is a bit concerning for me because they said days when temperature is above 32. I don't know how many days currently in Nigeria when temperature is above 32, but if it is not a lot right now, it's going to. They are saying that look at the south. It's up to the south now. They are talking about 181 days to 367 days. That there could be times where almost 365 days, we may have temperatures above 32 in the near future. And if you look at the world map, there are not that many countries that are completely consumed by it. Even North Africa doesn't have that. That is quite heavy for us. I don't know. That is not exactly. So it means that we have to start. You see, when you want to start planning to the future, then you want to start planning how the kind of building materials you want to use. Because for I gather the old techniques that we use with clay and then new composite, you can mix it with new composite that is just as strong as blocks or even stronger, so that the temperature we can manage this temperature issue. Otherwise, air conditioner will consume so much energy. This is kind of stuff that people need to be planning towards, but as always, African leaders, they just sometimes sit around for too long. They are not going to plan until it hits us again. So that one is disturbing for me.
Forefathers, we have to use zinc, and besides using zinc, because our thatch houses we think are not good. Besides using zinc, and then we consider the clay pot. Before there was a refrigerator, we had clay pot. And the clay pot can keep your water as cold as you can ever think about. But because, like CM said, we have to import from China. Let's turn this mentality around. That's what we should be preaching to the people. Just like I said, the nama where they bring for Niger, it tastes better than the nama that you go and test it and then compare and contrast. Until we realize that what we have been given, we are taking advantage.
FOC now, FOC powerful. Yeah,
yes.
FOC now, look, CM, don't be discouraged about the ranch bit. Yeah, look, there are so many projects that you can do, and people will sabotage, but don't give up. You understand? Just look, this is where I was before. What happened? Take stocks. Do it again. Give it a try. It's going to work out. I've worked on different projects where I failed before. I did my lesson learned, checked it out, and here I am smiling when I got it right. That mentality that, okay, because somebody's sabotaging your business, is not going to move forward. What they want you to do is for you to get out of business so they can move on. You understand? So please have that mentality. Let me leave the floor for Chim. I think Chim is trying to say something.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when the goats die,
Can I
that
speak
should have
also?
given you a clue. Goats
I
don't
can't,
die,
I
man.
can't
Goats
open
are
up to.
very hardy animals.
Go, go.
Sorry, go
This I
ahead.
want to say. I want to say
Yeah.
something.
No,
Goats
Chim,
don't die.
please go ahead. I'll wait. I'll speak after you.
Anyway, yes, it's quite an interesting conversation. But before I forget, one on those maps you showed, I know I didn't start early to watch them, but let's not forget, I tried to avoid dwelling on conspiracy theories, but you know that for everything you see, there's always an agenda. There's always something people are pushing. I remember when we were growing up, and under Babangida's government, influenced by the World Bank and United Nations policies, we started talking about husband, wife, and 4 children. You know, we're talking about family planning. That was under Babangida's government, a lot of that, and then talking about having only 4 children. And then there was also a time when there was a report. Unfortunately, I don't have access to it, where the world institution responsible for that, I'm not sure which of them it was, said breastfeeding was wrong, or breastfeeding had some, that you shouldn't breastfeed beyond a certain age. Apparently, it was also a bad report, because as at 2009, most of the Western world started reverting back to proper breastfeeding, which is why they started giving longer time to new mothers beyond, while we were still doing a woman will give birth and we will give her only 4 months of maternity. Certain countries started giving 9 months, 12 months, and all those longer times, because when they started seeing the implications of raising children who were not properly breastfed, they began to reverse some of those things, because they realized the mother needed to spend more time with the newborn and give more time to wean that child. So the point I'm making is, even when it comes to all this, whether it is weather or temperature related maps you've shown, there's always an agenda. There's an agenda with the so-called, and I'm not anti-science. I'm 100% embracive of science, but I have also come to realize that nature, and I'm using the word nature, and I started talking God, but I will intentionally stay on nature. Nature has a way of regulating everything. Nature has a way of, even as human beings, your body regulates properly. Your fingers regulate. Some of us, within a certain period of time, we start scaling. It's not that you've gotten any disease. It's just your body wants to remove the skin pigment you have and replace it with certain other ones. So the same way, like this map you're showing now, to be honest with you, I'm not just, if I do my research properly, I will counter this. I don't fully accept some of these things. These are some of these researches that some of these professors who have affiliations to the World what do you call that, World Forum, or what they call that group.
Yeah, this what is it? World Economic Forum or
World Leadership Forum.
I'm very careful with World Economic Forum. They are the ones who are, if you've been following what's going on in Europe, especially in Holland, where somebody is telling me that cows are contributing to the global warming we have, and because of that, they need to shut down farms. I've heard people like John
not
Kerry.
really cow. They say cow shit, cow dunks. I think cow dung.
I think the reason why sometimes we have to watch out, especially given the neighborhood we come from, like in the context of Nigeria. You see, what I was showing here is the Kushite pyramids, and they were part of the Kushite kingdom before. Do you see around it now how it is become desert? Because they said 5,000 years ago, as recent as 5,000 years ago, the Sahara was a lot greener, and you had more space in there. But it's going through this phase. It goes through a phase where it turns desert, and then it goes back to being green. So the trend is carrying on. So
excuse me, for let me stop you there. Just common sense question. They say 5,000 years ago, the Sahara was a lot greener. Why was it called desert then?
It was called desert because by the time they came and found it in the 19th or 14th century, when they came to Africa, they saw it as desert then.
Okay, so this even helps make my, even though I don't know if the pictures are, I'm trying to understand which is which, but that's fine, not a problem. So, but you see that, and Israel is in that region. But Israel is using technology, is using a lot of what is it called?
Using what they call it,
Irrigation process.
desalination.
Irrigation.
Yeah, irrigation mechanisms to be able to keep
mechanized
themselves.
farming.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
while I'm not trying to throw away, I believe in science. Like, let me repeat it again, caveat out there. I follow science, I accept science. But I have come to learn that in the last 10, 20 years, we've had a set of scientists that have a specific agenda.
Exactly.
See, when they want to push something, it's like this whole trying to force everybody to go green and buy what do you call them, electric cars. Electric cars are not bad in themselves, but I'm one of those who believe that when we are moving from one industrialization process to the other, it shouldn't be informed by government, and twisting people. Let people see the need. Nobody forced anybody to stop using camels as transportation and to move to automobile cars. People began to see the need. The same way with automatic cars. Nobody faced manual cars. Manual cars. Can I finish? Can I just finish? I don't lose my thought. Sorry, please.
Yeah.
No vex. Nobody forced anybody to move from manual cars to automatic cars. But people began to see the easiness. When you're in traffic in Lagos, for instance, and you have to keep shifting your gear, nobody's going to tell you to go and buy a more convenient automatic car that as you stop, you can hold it there. You're not shifting anything. So, but recently, I think we have a generation of international politicians, international businessmen who just want an agenda and they must untwist everybody to move into what they want to do because they've seen the economics of what they want to sell. They want to dominate that particular sphere. And I'm sorry, people like Mr. Bill Gates and co are culpable in when it comes to this. They have something they want to gain. And they want to twist everybody to go in a certain direction. They will use blackmail, they'll use alarm to create fear and all those things. I'm very careful with those sort of people. And that's why whenever I see these things, I take it with a pinch of salt. And then lastly, so that I can yield to I listened to this whole thing about,
before you go further,
okay.
I just want to interject a bit.
Okay, go ahead.
On the issue of cars that you just mentioned, because when it comes to global warming, there are the pros and the cons as well. I remember right here in UK, when they were talking, they said the best car to buy are the diesel cars. That is better than petrol, cheaper, greener, and stuff like that. So I was one of those people that went for diesel cars. Even though I had petrol cars, I went for diesel cars. Now, down the line, they said diesel cars are really bad, but then the government sold it to us, that was the best. So I totally agree with, that part. But the issue about the global warming bit is that, this thing, if you look at what is really happening, I do understand what you're saying that, look, the earth can, do things, come back, greener and also. But if you look at what is happening, just for example, now in London, there's something that's called the ULEZ charges. Now the ULEZ charges are for certain cars that cannot enter London. If you enter, you're going to pay certain amount of money, like a charge that you pay just because you're using, polluted vehicle. So there was a research that was done. There was a woman that lost, a child going to school, passing through a road where there's always traffic. So they said because the girl was going through, so they did all sorts of tests, and she won the case anyway, although she lost the child, and that's why ULEZ, was now so paramount that look, it has to come. So now a lot of people are saying, look, you're just shoving things around, people's neck. You understand? It's not something that we plan for, but now they're looking at the impact of, look, health-wise, it's good. They took it to court because now it's going outside London, onto the outside London boroughs. They took the mayor to court. The mayor won. That look, that is the situation, and people have to buy into that. So now when it comes to global warming, with the way the seas are rising, with the way the water level is rising, I think you might want to do your research in it and see that, look, because a lot of people, they love the Western world, they're moving away from all these petroleum days of petroleum, that because they know that, look, this is the other way to go.
Sorry, Chim, let me say something.
Okay, go ahead.
Please. I want to put it up front, and no offense intended to anybody. I do not believe in climate change. I think it's all politics
Yes.
and it's all manipulation. Now, I'll give you one example. Those who are the propagators of this theory. Obama lives on an island all by himself. If the sea is swelling, why is he not afraid that one day he'll be sleeping and the sea will swallow the whole island while he's living? Okay. When they went to Davos, all of them flew in their private jets to go to that conference. Are they not considering the climate that is being depleting? With all their
KJ, do you believe in COVID?
Let me finish. Are they not concerned that all the jet movement is going to also increase what they are fighting for? Now, how come they are the ones who are buying off all the islands and living in it and building their mansions? Those mansions work with electricity. Are they not concerned about it? They have some of the best cars, okay? Not electric cars, because some of them buy electric cars just for the
For the
picture.
optics. For the optics.
Yes. And after that, they go back to drive those exotic cars that have modesty. Are they not concerned? You see, when I'm sorry to say I'm a disruptor. When I ask the question nobody will ask, okay, and that is the reason why maybe some of us are not. You understand what I'm saying? Now, question: Why are we in this era that only one person says something and all of us must accept it? You do not accept any other research. Nobody else can make an input into it. You came up with something you call a vaccine. We must accept it. We must do it. If we don't do it, we
KJ,
are not around.
Can I just add something to this?
I'm coming,
Can
sir.
I-
Let me finish.
I haven't finished though, but I yielded though. I don't forget.
When I've been listening, I'll finish and I'll stop. Now, when it gets to the point where it's only what KJ says is the truth, my brother, at that point is dangerous because I can
it's
take
true.
you for a ride and whatever I say, if I say get up today, begin to walk with your head, you walk with your head because no, a society that comes to that point is totally destroyed. There must be in fact, when I was growing up, my father said, look, ask the critical questions. Don't let anybody bamboozle you with anything. If something comes up, ask question. Ask.
KJ, I ask you a question now. I
It's
said,
fair
do you
point.
believe that COVID is real?
Hold on. Let me just deal with this so it doesn't go to another area. See, both things can be true. They could have an agenda and climate change could be happening. And when we say the earth knows how to regulate itself, we know the earth can dry up and get hotter as it sees fit. Maybe it's not climate change that is doing it. Maybe it's not the climate change they describe. Maybe it's the earth doing its own thing. Either way, if temperature is going up, I don't know whether they are reinventing the thermometers that are measuring the temperatures, because if the temperatures are indicating that it's going up, we have to plan for it, because the consequences of not planning for it, what if there's some truth there? You missed it. And you say, because you just don't want to agree
And
with what
then,
they are saying,
Fofora,
so
can
you
I just
plan
take off
for it.
from there?
I'm not
Can I
saying
just
you
take off
shouldn't
Why I'm not
you shouldn't
referring you
necessarily
now? I will
you
refer you
shouldn't necessarily
to
follow
the
their
Library
own
of Congress.
policy. Sorry, let me finish my point. You shouldn't necessarily follow their own prescriptions for how you deal with it, but you have to also be prepared to deal with it, because you can't take chances with your own people like that.
Fofora, you've raised a critical question dealing with it, and I'm not against dealing with it. Remember, I said that I started with a caveat. I said I'm not a climate change denier, and I'm not a science denier. I'm just saying, and a couple of the things KJ has raised. Now, these people are not saying, the people who want to, they like the World Economic Forum and co, who want to be at the center of managing these affairs, are not giving room for second thinking. They're not giving room for interrogation. They are shoving these things down people's throats. It's a take it or take it, kind of thing. It is not okay, can we get alternative perspectives? Can we get
There's alternative though.
Yeah?
There are alternative research that's been done.
Yeah, but I can tell you, TA, if you're following what is going on, that group of people are saying we are the body of knowledge. You cannot dispute what we say. That's the fact. I'm for the school of thought that is saying, when we have people who say, come and say, hold it. For instance, you ask a question, which on the vaccine thing and what's it called on COVID.
COVID.
Now, COVID, I don't know to the extent you've read. COVID, as far as I'm concerned, is manufactured. It is not that it didn't exist, but it is not a natural sickness. It's not a natural thing that just happened from nature. It's, you know, these things are lab-induced things thrown
I'm not
out
surprised.
there, you know, and then we start grappling with challenges in the world, and then these people they wanted to sell a vaccine. They wanted to sell a vaccine, as far as I'm concerned, and that's how those things started. And if you're following current reports and news and revelations, people are beginning to see that these things were stage managed. As soon as we went into, and I'm going to end here, as soon as we went into Ukraine war, how much of COVID are we hearing anymore? That has gone back, and everybody is now talking about what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. So let's not always suspend our thinking. I think those guys there just want to manipulate, especially, Mr. Bill Gates in particular is one person. If he says things these days, I'm very careful. He always has an agenda.
Jim, let me just ask a question. Let me ask you a question, guys. Just a question. Now, we talking about global warming, yeah.
Boom, feel free to come in, or if you want to, you don't need anybody's permission to come in, just in case.
Okay. Yeah. So I was going to ask a question. That look, I know everyone knows something that's called photosynthesis in plants. Yeah. Now, it's a common knowledge, even if one doesn't go to school, that when you have a tree in the front of your house, yeah.
And sorry, and show, you've been quiet. I don't know. Don't you want to say anything? Because I hope you are not waiting for anybody to
do you want to say something before?
No, go ahead. I'll speak after you, T.
Okay.
Because you know you can come in anytime. So
you guys are the owner of the show anyway.
Yeah, no, I never call him because he can come in anytime.
You will have allowed me to finish the point I was making.
Here we go again. KJ,
you finish now before you come back. Let's finish.
You allowed me so I don't lose my train.
Okay, let me just finish quickly. Now, we're talking about photosynthesis or whatever. Yeah. Now, you see, when you have a plant in front of your house, or like a tree, now the tree breathes out carbon dioxide.
Yes.
Yeah, carbon dioxide.
No, breathe out oxygen.
Oxygen. My bad. So thank you, Sam. Yeah, breathe out oxygen. Yeah. Why we breathe out a carbon dioxide. Now the tree takes in the carbon dioxide. You know, it's like vice versa. Yeah. Now, looking at that, if you have more trees, or like you have a garden, the way they kind of air you breathing is far better than those people that are in the desert. You understand?
Yes.
Now, that is why in the Middle East at the moment, they are planting trees everywhere, even up north now. You understand? In Borno State, they've started a challenge of planting trees. So that, look, when you have trees in the desert, you know, the kind of oxygen that's going to come out, you know, you guys will be able to kind of sustain yourself, you know. So it's the same thing.
That's common science. Very simple.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. See where I'm going now. Yeah. Now, if the sun is going to take the air, the sun takes water, yeah, from the root, yeah, of those trees that you're talking about, takes it and comes back down. And that's why you see that some people in the north, the kind of rain they have is different from those people in the south. You understand? The way global warming works, yeah, is that all those things, yeah, that is meant to be like, you can see the way they were talking about the Amazon forest in Brazil. You know, that when, you know, a lot of people were cutting the Amazon forest for this, and they noticed that, look, the oxygen we're getting from that area, yeah, sustain a lot of people in the whole world, not just only Brazil. You understand? So that's why, look, I understand where you're coming from. It's good to say, I remember back in the day, some people said the earth is flat. But now we know that the earth is round. But back then, they said, no, the earth is flat. It's hypothesis. You understand? It becomes a theory. So,
remember that those proponents of the earth is flat were the ones who said they didn't want to hear anything at all from anybody.
Yeah,
You
but
remember
research
that.
is later. Yeah.
So that's the same thing I'm saying. The people today who in that World Economic Forum don't want to listen to anybody. So if I could easily say they are the new the earth is flat people kind of thing. What I'm saying is there is science, but we should allow everybody who is doing their own science when they bring their let's interrogate these things properly. Let's not just have one United Nations of World Economic Forum or whatever they call who are telling us this is just the way it has to be going. I mean, I believe in God in the midst of believing in science, and the God I believe is a God of science also. So for God to have given us this earth and everything in it, and He gave us the regulatory process, how the earth regulates itself. North America builds houses. Over 90% of all houses in North America are wood. So who is responsible for cutting all the wood in the world? It's the same people who are telling us that we're having problems, but they're still building houses with wood. Come to Canada, you will look at houses and be asking yourself, the only thing in that house that is not wood will be the electronics you bring in after the house has been completed. 90% of everything in the house is wood that they use in constructing the houses. America,
because
Canada.
because I do business with Canada, I noticed that every plant that they cut down, another tree is grown. Go and find out in Canada. You understand? As they're cutting, so it's like everything is on the project. You understand what I'm saying? So look, these people, they've realized that look, this is the way forward. You understand? I'm not saying they're not building houses with wood, but for every tree that's being cut down, there's always a replacement. And that's why even in Nigeria now, they try to follow suit. That look, every tree that you cut down, you have to plant another one.
It's taking too long. Sorry, TA, hold on.
Okay.
Show. Just 2 minutes.
That's fine.
Let me say this. 2
2
minutes.
minutes.
Now, no, 2 minutes.
You just spoke.
Now,
2 minutes. You could have just said 30 seconds.
Just add zero at the back of the
the people who work in Abuja and Nigeria mostly are just beggar people. They come and see a well-watered garden and they mow it down, cutting off everything. At the time they finish making that road, 100 by 100, all the trees, land is destroyed. Now you come to this place and they are building road, they make smaller caterpillars for themselves that will just cut exactly what they want. And after that, they replace it. In other words, if you pass there today and they are constructing that road, by the time you are coming back tomorrow, everywhere around that place is green. Nothing is left, that is not. In fact, trees are brought from somewhere and planted almost instantly. Now, in the next two weeks or max 1 month, the whole place is grown up. Now, why am I saying that? I say that to say that they are using two levels of to teach us. They are telling us climate is doing, and their companies are destroying Africa. Okay, now that's one. Two, the Bible for which I believe in so much says the earth is the Lord and fullness. They say as long as the earth remains, seed time and harvest time will continue. Nothing can change it. No matter what the science is, it will continue. Because God, you see, I'm not one of those who believe that people are going to grow. If you look at the world map, majority of the places are not even inhabited yet. Okay? And if you look at Canada, for instance, majority of Canada is not inhabited yet. So when we are crying people, are we looking at those places? Before now, we were reading the in science, when I was in primary school, we were told the universe, okay? It was how many? 9, Abi 7. Now, it is called multiverse because we don't even know how many they are. They have discovered so many other ones. Okay, they've discovered so many other ones that had hitherto have not ever been seen before. Nobody even knows the number. And when I thinking about that, Jesus said, I'm going back to make room for you. Okay, so that room has not stopped. Now, coming back to this thing, I still stand on that question. If you say that, and what the other thing I want to say, for forefathers' sake, I wanted to wait until I'm able to discover it. But if you have access to the Library of Congress, go and read over the history of time. The ice have melted many years before. These things that are happening has been done many years before, and it's on record in that Library of Congress. It was captured by the people who were writing at that time how this thing happened. So whatever is happening, and as the Bible said, nothing is going to happen that have not been happened before, and that will keep happening. We're not going to change it. But my major concern is that those who preach this thing, they are the ones who continuously to buy islands and live in those places. Those islands are the middle of ocean. In fact, are they not afraid that both themselves and their family will perish one day, because since we don't know when the water is going to overflow, they may just carry their
Can I answer that question, KJ? Now, those people buying the islands, yeah. Well, first of all, before you buy an island, you have to check what is the level of the water 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. You understand?
What
Now,
if
the people
what
buying
if
these,
there's no record? No, what if there's no record to give
this is
you?
not Africa. This is not Africa. You see, if you want to check the record here, just Google it. You see it there. It's not Africa. We're talking about the civilized one now. They've got the brains. You understand? So if someone could take himself to the moon, yeah. So what are we talking about? They have the record of.
See,
let
don't
me
even
finish.
go to that moon thing. We all know these things that they are playing on that.
No, they didn't go to the moon again.
My brother. And that's just like Mungo Park discovered Elijah Abi. That's the same thing you are telling us now. At least the forefather have told us, leave that brain tonic. We know they are such
KJ and TA, please give me a moment. KJ and TA, please give me a moment. Give me a moment. Efforts in Abafo.
Yo, talk, if you don't talk, people are going to just keep going on and on.
No, let me put it this way. Mr. Show, let me put it this way. Every day we live and we learn. KJ was speaking about Julius Berger working in Abuja, bulldozing everything through. Beautiful cities. A company here in the US named Shiva Development, CHEER, Shiva, CHEVEER, whatever, but Shiva Development. Encountering that company, I learned one thing. Did you know that in the United States, these people who do big construction business, when they acquire a piece of property and they are trying to go and build there, for every tree that is in that property that they are cutting down, did you realize that they have to get a death certificate?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. They have to get a death certificate for the tree. To account for that tree before they cut it down. So the people here, the more they cut down trees, the more they make sure that they are replanting trees and replanting trees. And that is why when we talk about, somebody in the comment section said this Igbo basics is so old-fashioned. Yes, I am old-fashioned. And I pray God that you get old-fashioned. And the reason why I say that, in my own village, the place where we grew up, where we used to go and swing from tree to tree as we were growing up, and we find the best of fruits there. Okenzo, Oto, then three, we go there when we are good. And one day I went home and I realized that it was a mini forest. And I realized that somebody had gone and chopped those places down. It pained me so much. So the lesson we should learn from here, whether you young fashion or old fashion, my mom lived to be almost 100 before she went. And I pray God that I live to be about that age. And those swinging from tree to tree is the reason why I can still run up, down the hills whenever I go, even at my age. And I pray to everybody to be healthy and grow old. Please stop disrespecting our trees. Before you cut a tree down, make an alternative plan to make sure you plant one.
God will bless you. Let's give the floor for Show. Show, please, go for it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. I think what I'm doing
Sunday school.
Yeah, I know. So what I'm doing these days, two things, it's like killing two birds with one stone. It's for me, I'm doing some sort of social experiment. You would notice, if you notice, when I come in at night, like Saturday night or Sunday night, if I didn't join from the beginning, I come in, I'll keep quiet, I'll wait half an hour, 45 minutes, I'll log off. I'm just trying to see how long would it take for someone, not for me. It's not like I'm looking for, I speak a lot on this show, even maybe more than I should. So it's not particularly for me, but I just join and I would wait to see when would someone be like, oh, there's someone there who hasn't spoken. So I would stay 40 minutes sometimes, nothing, and I'll just log out because really I have nothing to say. So like I said, social experiment. And also I'm trying to restrain myself because I preach it on this show from time to time that there's nothing you're coming to tell us that is going to change the world. It's not important. It's nice, it's important, but it's not urgent. So I'm trying to restrain myself to learn not to jump. Oh, let me come in, let me come in. And I get why people do it because they might forget what they want to say. But me personally, I'm trying to just be in that space where I'll wait. If I forget, I forget. Like I said, it's not going to change the world anyway. So somebody else will say it, maybe in different words, in different format. So that's for me personally. That's what I'm doing. And that's why I didn't really interject or, stop what you're saying. But it's been a wonderful conversation. I joined maybe about an hour ago. You were
But sure,
discussing
you're not
Ruga.
a good example now. You're a moderator. People will not address you. Like me now, I didn't think you
I
needed
know.
permission to
And
talk.
I
So
haven't
nobody
taken
will.
offense. I'm
If
just
Tamini
saying,
was
Do you
CM
know?
that was doing it, then I will say,
I hope you got what
Do you
what I
know?
was saying. I
I
won't
get
take
what you
offense.
mean.
Hey, I'm just trying to,
Do,
restrain myself not to the, oh, I have something, let me say something, just wait for me. Me personally, I won't stop people from doing it. It makes the show fun. You understand? It's not
Yeah.
like where you have to wait and queue. It's not a court where my lord. So, I like the agberoism that we put into it. The Bole Kaja. I enjoy it. It's what makes the show fun. But I'm just trying to do something for myself. But I joined, when you were discussing Ruga, and I just wanted to say a few things, which I think, like I said, some people have touched on it. But I just want to bring some stuff that some of you might be familiar with. You see, I keep going back to our politicians, our political class, and I like the fact that Sam said that his Igbo brother should invest in it. It's a very lucrative business. And the forefathers were talking about this thing has been going on for thousands of years, where the nomadics they bring cows down south and all of that. Yes, they have, but it's always caused conflict. Maybe not this scale, but it's always caused conflict. See, the cows have to eat. What they are eating, some of it belongs to somebody else. So someone like Awolowo, very intelligent man, smart
That's
man,
it.
who
Yeah.
cared for his people, he did something. He created ranches. He
Ranches,
went
yeah.
to Argentina to bring the shorthorn cows, the very fat, rich cows. He brought them to Nigeria. And that's what the people in the south were eating. He didn't fight the people in the north. He didn't say, don't bring your cows. He didn't say, don't do your nomadic business, because that would cause conflict. He just provided an alternative, a cheaper alternative, because you don't have to pay somebody to trek from Kano to Lagos. You don't have to cost, it was effective. And you'll be surprised that those ranches now, they're just there, ruins. The one in Ondo State, Akoko, sits on over 8,000 hectares of land with 5 big dams. The ranch Awolowo did then, abandoned now. The dam goes all the way to it goes all the way to the border of Edo State. That's somebody who cared for his people. He provided jobs and he avoided conflict with the northerners. Sorry, if we have that now, what would be the incentive of a northerner to bring something to come and sell to you? Because you already have it. You understand? So this is what our political class, the Yoruba ones, at least now we can't go and blame Fulani. We can't go and blame Igbo man. It is the governor in Oyo State, Ogun State, because in Oyo State there are 9 ranches.
I thought
Under
Kayode
Awolowo.
Fayemi brought cow
Yes,
from US. I
Fayemi
had
tried it.
they said the
There are
one
9
they said
ranches in
when
Oyo State,
they
abandoned.
said when they got to the airport, the cows refused to move
Didn't you
because
see
the
them?
weather changed.
Did you not see the video when it
He said
happened? I was even
the
impressed
cow
that they flew the cows. I saw the
the, ca-
videos
I saw the
of the
video.
cows running
the cows
in the airport on the
Yes.
runway.
the cows
Yeah.
protested. The cows said,
Yes.
no, we are not
I
used
want
to
to
this
go
weather.
back. What was this? What's this place? I saw, but
What is
at
this
least
weather?
he made
Exactly, yeah.
an effort. You
It's true.
understand? So this this is the
Oh, your
point.
audio.
When
His network is
someone
breaking.
like Awolowo and all these guys, do you think Awoism, they call themselves Awoist.
I think Show's network is breaking.
It's a British network. It's not working.
It's gone a bit wonky. It's okay when he gets back. Who's next?
Yeah, but you see, when
the followers of
he's back.
He's back. He's back.
He's in the.
No, Bumi, you can go ahead while we wait for Show.
If somebody can send him a message to let him know that he needs to refresh his system or something, then I think it's frozen.
What I wanted to tell Show that that's
Bumi got the show.
And the round small glasses, like the one the Blackstone who comes out, you know that round small glasses. It's not about what you. Is it?
Yeah.
Sure,
you don't used to have a network. Okay.
Problems.
Normally, it's not normal.
Why you sort himself?
I wanted to ask Mr.
Sure.
KJ.
Let me go back to stream here then.
Okay, he's gone. I wanted to ask Mr. KJ and Mr. Chim. So I truly support and I agree with you in terms of like not necessarily believing everything the West says. They obviously have their agenda. And I feel like if you look at the American history, America is like a good place to know how to use propaganda and how that works. But you can't completely say you want to disagree with them. I would say a better way for us to combat or like go against if they're saying the truth or if it's just propaganda is we need to start making our own research. A good way is, for example, sickle cell. The West does not have a big problem when it comes to sickle cell. It's something mostly predominantly in African countries and that. So why would they put in work, money into something that they're not going to profit from it and it doesn't affect them? So we as people, I think Nigeria has a high number of sickle cell stuff. We as people need to start putting time and effort into it so we can actually combine our research, whether if these people are saying the truth or if they're lying. For example, the Nigerians that might believe if the earth is flat or round, we cannot come and disagree with them. The only way to disagree with them, build your own rocket and go out to space and figure out. So we cannot just say, oh, these people are lying, propaganda. We need to start doing our research and we use our numbers because numbers don't lie. Physics, the theories are there. Either you prove it or you disprove it. But we cannot just say, oh, for example, you said something about Bill Gates and all of going having islands. Well, of course they're going to do that. It's the same with our politicians. They know if they continue like this, Nigeria is going to collapse. But they do not care. It's the same with all those Bill Gates and all those things. They know that if we as a people continue like this, the earth is going to overheat or whatever, and we're probably all going to die. But right now, they're making money and they're living their best life. And that's all they care about. It's also the same with our politicians. They're having fun and they don't care about the future. It's just those two things.
Bumi, I just want to say that I concur with all that you said just now. I remember when you talked about, because my what's it called, headphone, the battery is going to have to use another one. I didn't hear about the sickle cell bit because I remember there's a woman that was given an award and honored by the king. She's a Nigerian, and about the sickle cell bit, which she helped to what's it called? She helped to do research, into the sickle cell, before vaccine, because she found out that, look, and this is what I talk about when I started mentioning love. She said that majority of the sickle cell people that are dying here, they are blacks, and she's a nurse, so she had to volunteer. Because I was listening to her speech, she had to volunteer to go to the US, and they did a lot of research and whatever, came back, and that's how we have the solution for sickle cell right here in UK, and I think it's going back to Africa now. You understand? So everything should be about fact, data. And that's when I was talking about the island there that look, where you check the show is back. Show. Let me lift the floor for you so you can go on. You're saying something about the Awoist. Hello?
Why don't you complete what you're saying so that
Okay. I think you can't even hear. So about the data bit, these guys here, for example, if I want to take on a project now, the first thing I want to look at is the past data about things like that. Okay, what has happened before? What are the challenges that you faced? So I can where I can start from, so I don't fall into that trap. What are the risks? How can I mitigate those risks? So those things like that. This is the way they work here. But I remember in Nigeria, for example, things that they do here so easily. People jumping up from what's it called, a helicopter with parachute. Right here in UK, you can go. There are places you can go to. They'll train you jump easily. On the 1st of October, I saw Nigerian paratroopers jumping, and some even broke their legs. Some were jumping into buildings, clashing into buildings. It's all those rush, approach. You don't do research, you don't do anything, you just jump into it and I want to do it.
They have to start from somewhere now.
No,
Somebody
see,
captured it, landed the car parks and all kinds of stuff. It's part of the process.
The place where I went to secondary school, Statuan Airborne Brigade, they are paratroopers. And paratroopers have been in Nigerian Army as long as I can remember. It's sometimes when they want to mess themselves up, they know what they do. We have expert paratroopers in Nigeria. And like I said, Statuan Airborne Brigade, Macaulay. All right? And it's still in existence. So you see, the thing that when the decay starts, it starts from small, but it goes up to every other thing that you have in the system. And that's what you saw there. Have they not been doing that before over the years? They've been doing it. So how come this one became the one that they said to go and hang on trees and jump, be on top of cars and the rest? Because they decided to choose people they wanted and brought them. If they've gone to get those who have been doing it, it wouldn't have been that way.
Are you sure that's what happened?
I said I went to school in Tatua Airborne Brigade. I call it Jumpers Club.
You can allow show to finish now.
Okay, yeah,
Sure.
let's
Show's going to be on a better network.
Yeah, so I think I've said thank you. I think I've said most of what I was going to say. I just think that those the government in the south, Igbos, Westerners, South, I think they can do a lot more in terms of setting up ranches. The only reason why I would want government involvement is because of security that it will require. Because if you're setting up this sort of ranches today, you can expect a fight back from those who are doing the trek from northern Nigeria down south. So they wouldn't sabotage it the way Igbo Basics was saying. They would literally come there and burn the place and set it on fire. That's what they would try to do. So you would need proper security. And that's the only reason why I would say maybe private citizens can go into partnership with government to set it up so that at least security will be assured. If government have a stake in it, they would have a reason to protect you. Because if you go and set it up these days and somebody in the north wants to, or not somebody in the north, like someone like Ojus or Kalu who has an interest, if he wants to, burn up your ranch, your governors will look the other way. They are friends at the end of the day. You understand? So they are all political friends. So that's the only reason why I would want government. Otherwise, yes, I would advocate for individuals to do it. But when people do it, we all know what would likely happen because this is a Sorry, I can hear you. This is a. Sorry.
Go on.
Okay, because this is a multi-billion naira, venture. It's it's not a small. Poor people don't do it. The people that follow the cows are just guys that they pay peanuts. So the owners are multi-billionaires, and they are mostly connected to politicians or politicians directly. So you're going up against, a very big cartel if you're going to go into that business. But I think, what Awolowo did resolve the problem without confronting them. He didn't discuss it. He didn't seek their permission because he didn't need to. He just went to Argentina, brought the shorthorn cows, set up ranches. That there are 9 sites in Oyo State only. 9 ranches. There are some in Ogun State. There are some in Osun State, the old Ondo State. So Awolowo set all these things up. That is a leader who cares for his people. But the current crop we have, they don't. The only thing is that oil money and the one they will borrow from IMF. That's what they care about. Once they get their cut, they don't care about anything. Everything else can die. They are not interested. So I just hope that one day. I might be hoping against hope now that one day our political leaders would realize that they owe us that as citizens.
Sure, to support what you're just saying,
Yes.
when it comes to ranching and all those things, because I believe in law and legislation and policy making. I actually wrote it down so that I don't forget. Unfortunately, the crop of politicians we have in our lawmaking chambers at the national level, be it at the House of Reps or at the Senate, don't seem to understand what their jobs are. Because you see this narrative about ranching and all those things. And then I don't know why Southern politicians are always scared of standing down to make and pass the right laws. I don't understand why. Because you know what? This is a policy making thing. Go into the National Assembly and pass a law to say, let's start ranching. And then if you need number of votes, are people telling me that the entire Southern senators that we don't have, if the ones from the Southwest, South, and Southeast come together, do the Northern senators outstrip them in number? Every state has 3. And you get what I'm saying? And I'm sure it's not every senator, even in that North, that will go with all the Northern people. If you come up with something that is people-driven, that people see value in, and we can see that we see the headway this will take us in terms of development. I, for one, believe that if we sit down and we pass a law and it's binding on everybody, that's, the same way we passed a law and went into GSM, the same law we passed a law that deregulated the electricity sector. It's the same law we can, constitute a law when it comes to cattle rearing and ranching. Why is that a difficult thing to do? But I think people haven't said.
I think it's not entirely fair now, because there are people that have different lifestyles. And if you tell them to stop living their lifestyle,
we're not telling them to stop.
This is not a lifestyle matter.
But you are saying they should not navigate.
If your lifestyle does not impact on mine, then it's okay. If your lifestyle, forefather is like your neighbor saying that is a gypsy. You know the way gypsies often live their lives. They park their caravan, they park their trailers. So they're not parked in front of your house. And you know, say, oh, but they're gypsies. That's how they live. Don't disturb them. And they're not parking a trailer in front of your house. And they're living inside the trailer. And they are doing their beer knuckle fight in front of your house.
What they do in areas now, isn't it? When they come around, they allow them to go through certain areas. And the truth is that these people have been doing this for years now. So we had.
If it impacts my life,
resolving. I understand what you mean. Let me just make this simple point, because it's been happening for years. It's more recently we started getting all these flashes. So what changed? It means there's a level of leadership that has dropped out of the way. Maybe a little bit of an extra problem that's in terms of density of people and encounters. But I think if with proper management, there's no reason why this cannot be managed. Because if you want to cancel on other people's, say, okay, they cannot navigate from north to south the way they normally did, then you are changing their lifestyle that has been there for thousands of years.
But you see, Awolowo didn't stop them. He provided an alternative, which
you can have an
their
alternative.
hand. Do you understand? Awolowo didn't stop
they don't
them.
navigate to the southwest because of it anymore.
No, they would navigate, but why would I buy from them? Because it would even be more expensive.
Sure.
Okay, but the thing is this: I think we're not having one of the problems we're having in Nigeria is we're not having conversations.
Wait,
I'm serious.
I understand where you're coming from,
conversations.
because I'm an Awoist to the core. You understand? I believe in his ideology. You
don't have the cup.
So look, what Awolowo did back then, we were talking about the Northerners, moving the cows to the south. When Awolowo did that, there was no point for them to be moving it up, because it's not cost effective.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm telling forefathers.
It's not by fight.
No.
And Awolowo did one thing as well when it comes to the issue of cocoa and all those stuff. The farmers, Awolowo gave them money to start farming, He paid, some of them, and their crops. He takes it from them. He paid them. Then the farmers are rich. Pays them, and he gathers everything, sell it at the world market. You understand? And those are those kind of money that Awolowo was using to build the West. And that's where you have the likes of Bolaige, and the likes, following Awo's level.
Yeah.
Why? Because these people care about humanity.
Yeah.
They love people. They don't want their people to suffer.
Yeah.
And that's why I always say that, look, number one problem of
It's love.
Nigeria. No. Okay, yeah, love, number one. Okay, that's good. Number one. Number two, the main person that I always have grievances with is Obasanjo. And why I had grievances with Obasanjo is that I was listening to when Obasanjo was saying when he was locked up, and he had a change of heart. Came out again to become the president. Why not do good for
where
the
is the love when you are looking to shut out another set of people?
No, it's not shorting now. It's about
what is it?
No, see, it's
conflict
like
prevention.
free economy for everyone. You understand? So it's like you sell yourself, I sell myself.
Their lifestyle out.
No,
I'm not shutting their lifestyle. I'm protecting my people. There's a difference. I'm protecting my people.
You can put the same system that was in place for hundreds of years now in place and make it more robust. Would it not work?
Forefather, in North America, the native, we don't call them Red Indians anymore. We just call them the indigenous
Native Americans.
Yes, Native Americans. In fact, you don't even call them Native. They don't want to hear it. You just call them indigenous people.
Okay.
Yes. Now, those indigenous people were also nomadic, and they are nomads not because they were carrying cows. It was a function of weather. So when the part of North America is cold, when the snow is coming, they move south, and that south is maybe towards where we call the U.S. today. They move to that portion and then move into Mexico. And when we get into the summer era, they come back again. It was this movement they were making. That is why the early Europeans who came and took the land were able to take it. Because when they came, they didn't see these guys around. Now, what has the current day, I speak from the Canadian angle now, the Canadian government done? They've created what they call settlements for them.
Yeah.
You understand? They have created settlements for them within the country, and nobody goes into that settlement except them alone.
Mm-hmm.
So I said we're not having conversations in Nigeria. It is this inability to sit down and have conversations that is causing a lot of friction. See, we can still create a model for the Fulani man to do his cattle without destroying the economic activities like the farm activities.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we have some people who go to that Senate, like my Ojus Okano, who don't go there with an intelligence. They just go there to be I don't want to use the word errand boy. They want to come across as I'm your ally. So that tomorrow when he needs something,
he's building a bridge, or allow him to build his bridge.
He needs to continue building
Julius Baga is building a bridge.
He's building a bridge. I concur.
How is this even a question? Why do I support Fulani nomads? Why I do not support IPOB?
Did they catch you in town in London, forefather?
How
is that even a question?
That's a very Let me end quickly so that I can yield the floor. So that conversation, we need to, I don't know how we will get our elective officials to understand that a parliament, which is what we're doing here, this is a parliament, having conversations, coming up with ideas. As those conversations are coming up, then people begin to buy into it. Gradually, you begin to see, okay, you know what, this is the sense. And then reaching across the aisle. In America, you find a Democrat and a Republican, two different parties, and you find suddenly two of them are so close, they sponsor bills together, they do things together, and they are from different parties, but they sponsor bills together. I need to begin to see our legislators getting educated, growing up and understanding what their jobs are.
Jane,
yes.
You see, what even amazed me about part of the Canadian people is when you have the French-speaking side, it's just like joining Cameroon and Nigeria together under one government. You have French-speaking sides, you have the English-speaking side.
They run Canada is not a federal government. Canada is a confederacy. Canada is exactly what Ojukwu was trying to get in Aburi. That is what Canada practices. The resources are in the regions. Every province owns its own resource and then gives its own contribution to the national level.
To the national level, yeah.
That is why in Quebec's language is French. English is secondary. There are provinces where there are dual languages, like New Brunswick. New Brunswick is English and French.
You see, I leave. We may want to bring the conversation. We may want to change the topic a little bit because this Ruga thing, I don't think I think to get new leadership in Nigeria, there is something.
There's nothing wrong.
I want to share this image for you. Okay, you can go back to the topic. Let me just share this image. This is what is going on to Nigeria's image now out there, and this is something I experienced last week when I went online. You know, I go to different platforms, and they were attacking Nigerians constantly because of this. And you see what they are putting there. We gone fight here for massa. So like the French are our masters. And look at what they say, whom are we fighting for? Nigeria helping the French against Niger. And look at the kind of stuff they are describing Nigeria as here. Master for master. In other words, we are serving the white man.
So we are the house Negroes.
Look at it now. Kun Quarters News. That's what. Look at how you bring Kun. The Kun Quarter News.
I mean but for that, if it quacks like a dog, moves like a dog, it's a dog.
See, but is it fair that we are all being lumped into it? Because I was telling them that 90% of Nigerians are not for this war.
But now, sorry, Paul, I know you've just joined and you would get to speak in a minute. But for fathers, now you see what exactly I keep telling you. When you say we should, fly the flag, portray Nigerian good image, and I said we do that as individuals. But you see one action of our government. You see how far-reaching it is. And that is why I'm telling you, if they do the positive things, Nigeria would be respected on the world stage.
Sure,
they have more power. Look at the way they are dragging us. I see a lot of things on Twitter. Lately, I've been avoiding Twitter. The way they are videos, memes, I'm like, oh my God, is it a crime to be a Nigerian?
I'm telling you, I've never seen such a level of, when South Africans were attacking Nigeria, everybody was on our side. Now, everybody's against us. It's like, what is this? It's not like we did it.
This is not Nigeria's problem now, guys. See, ECOWAS is filled with different governments, head of state. So why Nigeria?
They don't care. It's Tinubu that they see.
What are you saying?
He who pays the piper dictates the tune. We fund ECOWAS. We fund it. We have a major say.
Okay, guys, let's look at it this way. Yeah. Now, France, is making money from these guys. We know that. Is making, raw materials and whatever. And you think France is just going to let go like that? They have to come to the table.
Why don't you let France carry their own cross? Why do you have to be the one to carry the cross for them?
Because
are you saying that Nigeria, as you are happy that France are exporting these countries for over?
No, not at all. I'm against it.
Help them.
But look at it this way. Look at it this way. I remember when Gaddafi was saying that he wants Africa to unite. Go to Libya today. Go and look at what Libya is. You understand? See, war does not make anything good.
Who made Libya to be what it is today? It's not the West.
The West. That's what I'm saying.
So what are you saying?
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that, for example, look at Dubai. Look at Dubai, for example. Yeah, are they not getting oil from Saudi Arabia? It's live and let live.
My
That's
brother,
the way the world is.
no matter how you look at it, Nigeria.
But you guys always think that.
Not thinking about it. Today, I was listening to a general, a retired general, and he was asking and he was a strategist in the army when he was there. He was asking the question: what is the reason why Nigeria will want to send troops into Niger? What is the reason?
What would we gain?
What
would be the spoils of war?
Will be the reason. Who is going to sponsor it? What are you going to gain?
I think
what's pushing you?
Guys,
sorry,
before the
general, I posed that question. I remember here. I put it this way: what will Nigeria lose if we did not go to fight in Niger? Or put another way, what do we stand to gain when we go to fight there? So it's nothing. Before the general, so this is purely Nigeria is just an ego trip, and to me, is like extending colonization. Why should we be at the beck and call of France? Already, France France pauperized the Niger. So for us to go and give France the upper hand to suppress our brother, it means we are happy that France is a sort of what is it called, impoverishing their colonies in Africa. We shouldn't even
No,
attempt
see,
it. We should be
let me say,
we should be
look,
we should be the one calling France to order. Say, look, come to the round table and let us negotiate.
how can you
So that
see when you want to call France to order, yeah? You understand? When you want to negotiate, that is not the way you negotiate, not through coups. You understand? Look, you guys
see
with the
Yeah,
coup
but the
phase,
problem is
forget
that they've
about
never actually done
what is
anything to change anything. That's why these young men are going to take over country. They've not done anything. They just sit there. In fact, they are inviting more and more foreign troops into the countries. Like
who
this
says coup?
Bazoum guy, he
Who
invited Germans into the country too.
is that? Who says coup? Nigeria has been having coup, changing government. What about that? Abiola won election.
None of them
They
bothered to say,
they put
you
him.
know what?
No,
Why is
exactly.
Niger
So all these things. So it doesn't mean. So you see, I believe in sovereignty. The people of Niger felt that France has been on their neck since records began, and then France is manipulating the president who is there so that they can continue getting what they want. Now the people now discover that their enemy is France, and the way France is controlling them is through their president. They toppled him and they made it known. So what about
okay,
that? That is
okay,
nationalism.
look at South Africa, for example. Yeah, there was option for war. Yeah, they've tried it, tried to kick the Africans, the white people out. You understand? Some people said, what's it called? Mandela is a sellout. He knows that if he goes off for war, his people will be killed. No, my bad. His people will be killed, just like that. But now, the people are there till today. I always believe in diplomatic negotiation, not by force.
But TA, that's not exactly a good example. That's not exactly, that's not apple for apple. The South African case is way different. First of all, South Africa was under apartheid. If you understand what apartheid meant, that the minority of the population was dominating the majority.
Okay.
And which is what it was fighting. They were not fighting to ask the white people to leave.
Yeah.
They were not asking them to leave. They were just saying, you can't be running a system where you're in the minority, you run everything, and then you also run the politics. So that was why in 94 they opened up and signed and had a new nation. Now, Mandela had the opportunity to oppress those white people and ask them to leave. But he had the wisdom to realize that, listen,
he dare not do it. He can't even say
he doesn't have the power to do it.
Power.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
It's not the fair
Let's be students of history.
He's going to go and try that kind of nonsense.
What happened in South Africa was the same thing happening in Zimbabwe and Zambia, which you call old Southern and Northern Rhodesia.
And the same thing happening. Wait, let me add to that, Chim. The same thing happening in Yemen.
Okay,
so look at Yemen.
Okay, so hold on. In Zimbabwe, after a while, Mugabe forcefully took the land from the white Zimbabwean farmers and redistributed it. What did we have? We saw that Zimbabwe suffered. Now,
Mandela were sanctioned, remember?
Yeah. But hold on. That before we even come there, there's a point I'm trying to raise. The point, and that was what Mandela saw. Listen, the Black South Africans will tell you that yes, Mandela sold out. But those of them, when they use that term, they use it loosely. Mandela, at the time when he came into office, knew the blacks did not have the economic empowerment, the technological know-how. Yes. If he had driven these people out, South Africa's economy would collapse. What he simply did was to integrate them and begin to push for a system where the blacks get empowered. And that's where you raised people like Ramaphosa started coming up. These are people who are
now,
empowered.
Chim, I want you to link that to Niger now.
Okay.
Now, the people are impoverished. The
Nigerian case is clear-cut exploitation. The French people are not. The French people are not citizens. The French are coming in there and taking the resources for their benefit.
South Africa is also being exploited. The entire sub-Saharan Africa is being
exactly
exploited.
the same. The white South
Of course, it's
African
not going to be
people
exactly the
are
same. It's being
citizens.
exploited.
Hey,
The white South Africans that make up less than 5%, about 5%
But
of
they
the
are
population.
citizens. If you
Hold on
visit-
now. But the white population that make up about 5% of the population control more than 70% of the wealth of the country.
But they are citizens. But they are citizens of
They
the
are
country. That is
citizens,
what
but
he's
they are
saying.
of a different
Yes.
race and of the race that was oppressing the
but
black
guess
people.
what?
So the wealth is not in the hands of the black people still. The black continent still remains poor.
Forefather. Listen,
That's the point.
These white people make money in South Africa, invest it in South Africa, develop South Africa with it, pay their taxes in South Africa.
Exactly.
I'm not saying I agree that they should dominate. I'm
What
just
tax do
simply
they
saying
pay? These rich
it's
people,
not-
how many tax do they
Oh
pay?
my goodness! I work for a South African. I work for a South African company, so I can tell you this history a little bit.
No, South African companies pay income tax, but given
they
what
are
they are
owned
taking
by
out of
white
extracting out
people.
of the thing. Yeah, see, hold on. You see, you way you are thinking about this in there, you are ascribing white wealth to black people.
Exactly.
That is your mistake. The wealth is in the hands of white people.
Of the white people.
When I tell you that black sub-Saharan Africa is still very poor, you disputed it.
You can't.
Say it's different.
You can't compare. You can't compare the two situations. You can't compare the two situations.
Exactly.
White South Africans.
I've been here for 31 minutes.
Yes,
No
I think
comments.
you are free to come. You are free to come in now anytime you like, please. Paul, go ahead. I
But
think Paul has
Paul, if I could just tie up something and then I'll yield to you, please.
Okay, let me lose it more before you tie it up. Go ahead.
So see, what South Africans, through people like modern day Julius Malema, are trying to push for is to say, let us redistribute. In fact, it's exactly the Democrats in America are saying, redistributing wealth. They are not saying the white people should be chased away. They are saying, listen, redistribute this thing in such a fair way that we don't have more black impoverished people. But in Niger, you have...
But Malema is doing it in a wise way.
Hold on, I can quickly hand over to Paul. Hold on.
Okay.
But in Niger, these French people are not citizens. It's French companies going into Niger to mine uranium and mine the other resources and strategically put military posts in those places for their benefit. What these people are saying is their previous governments, which somebody has already alluded here, are conniving with the French to impoverish the people. What I expect in Nigeria, which Nigeria has moved away from the original Pan-African concept, is that Nigeria would have told France and the UK, listen, why we do not accept coups? Let's look for a way to sort this thing out without causing bloodshed.
That's what Tinubu is doing.
He's doing.
Diplomacy. No. Tinubu is moving troop. Haba.
Tinubu is not doing that. What Tinubu is doing is he is pandering to these forces because of his search for legitimacy. Let's be honest.
That's all.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon. So I don't even know where to go because you guys have just bringing so many things put together. I don't even know where to start from.
Well, let me help you. Let me give you a headline. Ask my friend.
No. I've been listening, but because of so many things, some of the reasons that I'm here, just like I want to switch the topic over and over from the nomadic to now. You guys have jumped to Niger and everything.
You can go with this one now.
But let's tell ourselves with this Niger thing and everything, you will see military leaders, even in Niger, they'll tell you that they are trained by the US, they are trained by the French. And when you ask them, where did they got this training? They'll still tell you the same thing. I was trained in France. I was trained in America. I was trained in Pakistan. Maybe I'm trained in Russia. Why are they putting military base everywhere? Why are they putting military base? If you want to train people and you train the so-called Nigerian generals, you train them abroad. Why are you bringing military base there? That is the first thing. We don't need those military bases. We have to wake up. All of us know. Come on, let's tell ourselves the truth. What Tinubu is doing, Tinubu take the very wrong step. I can say that Tinubu is just trying to do damage control because no aspect of it favor Tinubu. It is so bad that the Nigerians vote for Tinubu. You understand? Those Nigerians that are not Nigerians that have voters card vote for Tinubu, and this is what Tinubu is giving back to them. It's so painful. They are taking it personal because Tinubu betrayed them. They are taking it personal. That is one aspect of it. Then another aspect of it, how do we want to just oppose this thing? That these French people, these Americans, and they remember that Western Europe have lost relationship with with Russia, that is giving them up to 60 to 80% of the natural gas that they need. And now they're trying to work with Nigeria to build a pipeline that will go all the way to Spain, to Italy, to supply them this thing. And that pipeline will pass through Niger. That pipeline will pass through Libya. Most of this country, now, we don't manage these things very well. All in the name of the West is controlling you. But because of our leaders are so weak, like forefather will call them puppets, they are so weak, they don't know how to manage it very well. This is the time that you must learn how to stand up. Now the ball is in your court to know how to cut good deals that will favor you. This is what the Arab is doing. That's why every deal that the Arab cut, it favor them. It favor Qatar. It favor Bahrain. It favor Jordan. Of course, I will not even say it favor Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is in control. Everybody, every president in America will go dobale, go bow down to Saudi Arabia.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Did he favor Iraq? When Iraq, Saddam was trying to do headstrong, did he favor him?
So now when you say Saddam is trying to do what happened with Saddam, with Kuwait and the likes? You ask yourself the thing. The world has gone so far. The world has gone so far where America will not stand up and fight us. The world has gone so far where the West will not just stand up and fight us. They will want to use us to fight ourselves. This is where I'm telling you that good percentage of war that you go these days is what I call media war. Take charge of the media. If I want to trend everywhere now, I'm going to pay all these bloggers. You're going to see me everywhere in the media. Take charge of the media. You see what they did in the East, the Middle East there. They put Al Jazeera there. Let us tell our own story. Don't tell our story. That's why we still see a lot of ignorant British people, a lot of ignorant American people. Do you know why? Because we never tell our story. We tell our story individual based every day. That's why they ask us all these type of ignorant questions in the West, because we don't tell our stories. And when the people tell our stories for us, that is what they roll with. So it's time for us to learn how to tell our stories. These are the time when you don't need one individual to sit down in Washington to come and report news. Let us buy time in CNN. Let us buy time in Fox News. When you buy your own section, like somebody will come to Dr. Damages on a Sunday basis and buy 90 minutes time. Nobody can interject you. Before I'll finish my train of thought, somebody can interject me. You understand? Let us buy time. Let us tell our stories. This is our time. This is a good fight for Bola Tinubu to use to fight, because the fight favors him very well. We are talking about, go look what happened just Wednesday of last week. I'll call it last week because Sunday is new week. Joe Biden is in Arizona, around Grand Canyon. They are claimed 7th wonders in the world, because sometimes we will talk about the West. In the state of Arizona, they have tons of uranium in Arizona. You understand? But they are preserving their own. They are even talking about it's not even good, because by the Grand Canyon, the Colorado River is there. You understand? That nearly serve all the whole west coast of America, water and everything. They are preserving their own. Sometimes don't think some of these people don't have, but when they think about the side effect, they keep it because they know they have other places that will go get it for free or almost cheap. And everything, it's so painful, it's so alarming. When we see all the things that is going on in Congo, you understand, the cocaine and the likes, it's time for us to wake up. You know, how do you take those cocaine in Congo, but you go develop it in Tesla in China? Not like you even take it to America. You take it to China. Why don't you develop that same thing that you take in Congo? You understand? And develop it in Congo so that people can get high-paying job, so that people can live life. You can empower the university. Hold on, let me finish now. You've been talking all this while. So that we can empower the university. The mayor of my state, Phoenix is the fourth largest city in America. The mayor is Democrat, and Arizona is a red state. The mayor negotiates with God. What's this country now? My head is just full now. Taiwan. The mayor negotiated with Taiwan to bring semiconductors because of it affects America a lot. The price of cars went so high due to the COVID. And the mayor negotiates, and they are bringing semiconductors in Arizona. Over $40 billion investment. That is a blue mayor that is negotiating that. The president commission, the governor who happened to be a Republican, traveled to Taiwan to follow up that project, to bring high-paying jobs to their own state. You understand? When they think what favor them, they forget their party. You understand? They think about growth. When it's time for us to think that if an high-paying job is in Niger, how many Nigerians will be running to Canada before you ask them one question? Like my brother, Mr. Spire, say, I am tech expert. Why don't you go use your tech expert in Congo? Why don't you go be a tech expert in Niger? Why don't you go be a tech? Because there is no high-paying job there. It is time for us to bring this job home. When I mean home, Africa. So that we'll go get those jobs there. So my brother, so that we're not going to eat this year food. What would they eat a bolo we don't dey for freezer for 9 months? Because they don't plant them for Europe and America.
Let me interject a bit. You said
Paul,
something.
I salute you.
I want to ask Paul the question. I want to ask Paul the question. Paul, do you believe in negotiation?
The debating.
I believe in negotiation, but Tinubu never start with negotiation. Tinubu start with order. It did not start with Tinubu speak completely like MC Oluomo or he speak like a military man. Either of the two.
Listen, Paul.
Can I make my
Tinubu is not the only head of states there. Yeah, there are a group of people. Yeah, and they agree on one consensus that look, this is the way forward. So look, if you're going to blame someone, blame the ECOWAS, not Tinubu.
Tinubu was the chairman of ECOWAS.
He is the chairman.
Nigeria funds ECOWAS. Listen, you know why they are deferring to Nigeria? Nigeria funds ECOWAS. And these guys know, even if they're going to send troops there, they won't bring their troops. Remember Liberia and Sierra Leone? Who bore all the brunt? It was Nigeria. So all these guys, when they come to these things, they will allow Nigeria to take the lead because they don't want to bring their own resources. And of course, like I have repeated again, if we must be smart enough to do this, Tinubu is seeking legitimacy. And he's in the process of seeking legitimacy, he will take decisions.
I don't believe that.
That legitimacy.
Can we look at it from another angle, please? Let's look at it from an economic angle and social angle. Most people who are in the 5 top northern states in Nigeria have relatives in Niger. And most Nigerians have Nigerian passports and ID cards.
Plus voters card.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They can confidently claim to be Nigerians and at any time. So that's one. So now if you start a war, you're going to have saboteurs on that side. That's one. 2, the Nigerians have been used to fighting. Remember, they've been fighting Al-Shabaab and the rest for almost 20 years now going. So going to war is not a big deal for them. You're just making them feel more happier. That's 3. 4, the general that was speaking today said most of those generals, they know them one by one. What the tactics they know, they train those people. Those people also know the tactics. And they are not afraid to fight. Okay? So whatever you think you are going to go and show them, they already know. And they, like you said, hold on, sir. Hold on. Let me talk. Hold on. Now, we keep making the statement that ECOWAS is ECOWAS decision. No, Tinubu is not responsible to ECOWAS. He's responsible to Nigeria. He's a Nigerian head of state or president, and he's liable or he is responsible to what we see and what Nigerians are saying that we do not want this war. That is 4. 5th, we have a contract going through to run our gas pipeline from there to Europe. Any reasonable thinking manager will first think of that. You are putting a $13 billion business on the line. Is it worth it? That is one.
You don't.
Okay, now let me.
There is no
AJ, you're taking more time now. You're taking
No,
more
TA,
time.
before you go there, look, all of us Nigerians, go and look at your current passport that you're carrying. What does it say?
I don't have it. I don't have it.
Economic
West Africa.
Wait a minute. Economic Community of West African States.
Yeah.
That's the ECOWAS, right?
I don't have the.
That's your
I don't have that passport.
Well, that's my current Nigerian
don't have
passport.
it.
But the one I came here with in 1977 is the original passport of Malamilia, which has nothing with ECOWAS. And it has metamorphosized since then. So I beg, when they talk, this is what Nigerian passport is now. ECOWAS.
ECOWAS. Now,
Nigeria is ECOWAS.
now let me come in before
Keep that in
Richard.
mind.
I know Richard wants to come in, but let me come in. Now, look at it this way. When KJ was talking now, he said those people they are generous as well. They are being trained by this, being trained by that. See,
and Mr. TA, before
Yes,
you
sir.
go there, this is my original passport.
Okay.
It's a Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, sir.
That's the one I call passport of Malamilia. So go from here to here and tell me what has happened. How many water has passed under the bridge?
Oh, okay. Now, see, I always believe in dialogue. I don't believe in war. See, I don't believe in war. I always believe in dialogue, and I always believe that because even when you fight war, at the long run, you're still going to come back to the table. Either you disagree or agree. You know, because look, I remember back then when Saddam Hussein was making Mao. It's got soldiers. It's got this. We're going to match America's whatever. What happened to him? Just like that. The guy was, just fine. Go to Gaddafi, making noise. Yeah, that look, America is not this, America is not that. We're going to look at his own people. Paul said one thing just now. He said, look, they're using their own people to fight the war. His own people fight Gaddafi, just like that. One smart
but
guy.
Just add this question to what you are saying.
Yeah.
The place that late MKO Abiola declared himself president was Washington, Doncaster, Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
You understand? And Abiola went back to Nigeria. He was arrested. Did the Americans say anything?
No, they did not.
Why are they saying too many things right now? That is a military takeover his own government that he won legitimately.
Look, I totally agree. All those things there is all politics. You understand? Abiola was killed. Fine. We know that. You understand? But what I'm trying to say is that, look, let's not forget, the smart guy that was so smart, yeah, even 2 days to the time that he was losing the war, which was Ojukwu, smart guy, he was telling the people that, look, we're winning the war. 2 days before, and the guy left, he ran away. Smart guy, you leave to fight another day. Now, you're talking about generals in what's it called? Niger, where you have over 1,000, soldiers of France based there. You have over 1,000 soldiers of America based there. To take this, they just want to throw that country into disarray. And before you know, everything will still be done. Go and look at Libya today. What's happening in Libya? Yemen.
How does this affect Nigeria? Sorry, I want to know the Nigerian perspective in your arguments because it just been a bit.
You see, exactly.
I'm making examples now. That's what I'm trying to say. That look, stop using propaganda. You understand that?
It doesn't affect Nigeria like Ed will say. So simple thing, you understand? ECOWAS, just stop your team. Don't involve yourself in it. That's simple. Just like as America did not involve with Abiola, no. If ECOWAS did not involve in Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, they did not involve in Mali. What happened? Did Adeboye just visit them?
Okay.
Or Dumeje just visit them?
Okay. You know what happened here? Niger is a signatory to ECOWAS. They signed, that if anything happens, this is the situation of what's going to happen.
So that did Mali, so did Burkina Faso.
No. See, listen. But that the Mali one was way back. I'm talking about the new. Go and do your research on it. I'm telling you fact now.
See,
that is why.
See, listen, listen.
What's going on is FOC. What's going on is FOC. Free of charge. That's what's going on. Because they want it for free. They want it for free. Hold on, CM. Because they want. Hold on, CM for a second. Because they want it for free. Because they don't want to pay fair price. Because I can understand if a product is at $70 and you come and pay us $35, or even we can understand. But if you want it for free, or you pay me $10 or $5 for a product that is worth $70 in the market, that's not fair. We should be asking. ECOWAS should not get involved in fighting anything. Now, why should I start fighting with you? So that they can come on now.
Let's let Eddie. Ed has not said anything since he came in.
Let me.
Ed, welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. So on the issue of
and Richard, I see you at the back stage. I will let you in when somebody drops off. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, on the issue of Niger, I think a lot has already been said about it, so I don't want to belabor the points. I actually came here because of the conversation about the Fulani herdsmen and all of that, the Ruga thing. So, and there was a comment that Mr. Foford has made about this lifestyle of nomadic migration has been known to Fulanis in Nigeria for a long time. So, my question, which actually betrays my opinion on these issues, how long has the Fulani people been doing this? For based on the history that we all know, the Fulani's interaction with southern Nigeria is actually recent history. It's actually like sometime around the late 1700s and early 1800s, all the way to maybe late 1800s, when the colonial people came in, and that kind of stopped the old jihad movement. So these are, as I'm from Edo State, right? We never really had any interaction, any pre-colonial interaction. When I say Edo State, I mean like the central and to a large extent the southern part, which is the Benin people. We never had any interaction with the Fulani herdsmen. So or the Fulani people, right? So how do you want an average Edo man to just adjust to people coming into his farm, just in the guise of promoting national unity? You are from the South, Mr. Forefathers, and your people are known to be fishermen. Because of the national imperative, trying to keep Nigeria economically strong, that lifestyle has been deprives them. And nobody is even talking about it. Ken Sarawiwa was actually hanged because he spoke up for his people, which is your people, right? So why did Nigeria not create that
I don't know
allowance?
my people even. I don't know. I'm siding with people now.
Forefathers, I know you're from Rivers or Delta State, so
no, you don't.
let's not go into that. So, but the point I'm trying to say is that why is that same allowance not being made for every other ethnicity, just for the national good? Now you're saying that, because of the national good, let the Fulani lifestyle continues, even to the injury and the detriment of every other ethnic group whose lands they are pillaging. So the question I'm asking you, what happens to the Igbo people who've supplied the Commonwealth, or a great part of Nigeria's Commonwealth, and their traditional lifestyle, which is very well documented, fishery, has been taken away from them? What happens to me, the Benin man, that has, until the colonial contraption called Nigeria? Wait, let me take that back. I mean, until Nigeria as an entity became formed by the colonial masters, right? Or the colonialists. I know Forefathers doesn't like the word colonial masters. What happens to my people who are not used to people bringing cattle to their farmland? So that the point is, if we're going to be making allowances for ourselves, why does it have to be one particular ethnic group? What about the Igbo man who's known to be like a lover of commerce? Why is the Igbo man's private business not a national? Why is it not subsidized nationally? or in the adjustment of other people to the Igbo man's way of life? So these are the questions we really need to ask. And as in this is just like the paranoia, the suspicion that every other ethnic group has, that this thing is not just ordinary. Like the Fulanis, as far as I know, as a Benin man, my people only had interaction with them less than 200 years, right? We've had interaction with the Shekiris. We didn't have to adjust our lifestyles, right? We've had interactions with the Ijos. We didn't have to adjust our lifestyles. We've had interactions with the Yorubas, with the Igbos. We didn't have to adjust our lifestyles. Why, because of someone's private business, do we all have to adjust our lifestyles? That's the question I have.
Yeah, regarding you mentioned the South. The fishermen, what has happened to them is something that we are trying to correct in terms of the Nigerian state till date. The same thing that is also being, that I suggested that it should do with the herdsmen. So it's not even contradictory at all in terms of positions there. If you have issues in the country, doesn't mean you should keep the issues. You solve the problem in a way that replicates what was there before. And something we were doing it before without any conflicts. So what changed? Something must have changed, and that is what you need to put back.
What changed? Let me just quickly interject. What changed is that kidnapping started happening. What changed is that
also global warming.
No, yeah, we could trace it to wherever origin, but what changed is that kidnapping started happening. Our women started getting raped in the farm. You know, I studied agriculture in school, so while I was still an undergrad, we made farms. So then, I mean, I went to the University of Benin. When Fulani men came, as they would just come into our school, right, eat our crops that were used that were going to be graded on, right? So at the time, we had to start defending the farm. So one, like, lay ambush for them, and well, that's the way we were able to scare them away, right? But today we can't do that because these guys are armed with AK-47, right? So it's the fact that we can't even, as in those of us in the south, we cannot even defend our farms. Those are the things that have changed. So you can't just say, oh, we've been doing this. Before, we were very friendly. Everybody was friendly with the Fulani man. We would always, like, you know, just have this friendly banter with them, you know. But now those things have changed because it's at the risk of your life if you try to confront them in your own farm. So those are things that have changed.
I get what you are saying. In the end, it's still about how we all remain here together. Because you can have problem, doesn't mean you should just shut down one side and say the other side should just get their way. You have to fix the problem. Like in the case of the South now, if there is pollution, you take care of the pollution. If there is penalty that you have to pay, that you have to find the people that are causing all this problem. Compensation, whatever needs to be done, can be done. This is something that other people know how to manage. It's just because Nigeria is so wieldy, hence why this thing seemed very difficult. Even if you take away the Fulani problem, you're still going to have a lot of problems in Nigeria. The problems are there.
That's just whataboutism. This is a problem we're talking about now. This is a problem we're talking about now. Let's deal with it. I mean, and people have already suggested ways to.
Hold on.
People have already suggested viable ways. Sorry.
Allow Richard talk, please.
Yes. Hold on. It's not his turn now. Ed, you can't just say what is there's a whataboutism there. Tell me one of the whataboutism that I just did just now.
No, we're talking about the Fulani crisis, and you are saying, well, if we still deal with this issue, there will still be other issues. But that does not mean we should not deal with the issue.
But that is not a whataboutism. I'm just making a statement that we need to deal with the problem. That is not, oh, this will have about this problem. How about that problem? That's whataboutism. If you don't know what it means,
that's the inference. That's what it means. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm telling you that
what about the other problems? That's what you're saying.
So the river problem is not going to remain there.
Okay, no, let's. I don't want to. I don't want to all the attention.
I don't understand people. When they give you answer to a problem, you push it away and just want to hold on to the bigoted position you want to hold on to. But it's okay.
Let me ask my question. Let me ask my question and go, please.
Richard,
there are Fulanis in Ghana.
Don't do that. That is very. You're trying to create chaos. That's not nice. You're going to go back if you do that again. Sorry.
Okay. There are Fulanis in Ghana. Do they drive cattle from Bogatanga near Burkina Faso down to Accra? Do they do it in Ghana? Are they not Fulanis? Is it not their way of life? Fulanis in Ghana had ranch. There's a chap that normally come here, Maxwell. He says it. Fulanis in Ghana don't drive cattle from Accra. I mean from Bogatanga, Tamale, Kumasi, then to Accra. Why is it only in Nigeria?
Yeah,
Why?
they were forced to have rancho in Ghana. They had to, the soldiers.
So why can't? So exactly. Yes. So why can't they? And they're having the ranch. They're still way of life. Why must we admit it in Nigeria? Nigerians' own is political. It's as simple as that.
Let's give room for Richard. It's the win.
Thank you.
Personally, I don't subscribe to the idea that we attack one group hoping to solve the problem of Nigeria. Tomorrow you are going to attack the next group.
We're not attacking. We're not attacking. We're not attacking.
Of course, you're not
We're not attacking any group.
Okay, you're not. Okay, Fulani will beg to differ. Please go ahead, Richard.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. And I'm so sorry. I work on weekends. That's why I couldn't join you earlier. I'm home now, so I actually was at the backstage watching and listening to you most of the part, but unfortunately I couldn't join. But I thank you for the opportunity. Now I'm going to start from unfortunately CM. I'm not sure if it's at the back stage. It's unfortunate that we have to live the way we're living in Nigeria, and CM made a very good point about Fulanis in Ghana. Fulanis in Ghana and Fulanis in Nigeria. Number one, it's two things. The economy, the size of our economy, and then the population of the Fulanis in Ghana. They are super minority in Ghana. They can't really influence a lot. But in Nigeria, it's all about politics. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It's unfortunate. I've been saying it. I'm not. I live in America.
The Fulanis are 6% in Nigeria. 6%.
But Paul, I don't want you to see it that way alone. You understand?
No, because you use percent. That's why I said so.
Yeah, but okay. I will break it down. The reason why I say it's because of the vote, democracy. I'm not a fan of democracy. If you work for America, China is a super country today. They are also democratized, but not government of the people, by the people and for the people. Everybody goes to Dubai today. They don't have government of the people and for the people, by the people and for the people. Let us go back to we are traditionalists. We are indigenous people in Nigeria. Let's go back to what works for us. Now, I said population because the Fulanis are not indigenous Nigeria, but they have this strong head. When they come to you, they take what you have and dominate you. Where are the Hausas today? They've dominated the Hausas from Sokoto to Kano to Kaduna. Fulanis have the financial power, the economic power, the political power, and everything. Now, history has it that the Borno people, the Kanoris, they've accepted Islam before the Fulanis. Now, Fulanis, they will lie that in the name of jihad, that they are going there. They went to where this Shetima came from. They killed everybody, including children, women, and everybody. And for 13 years, they occupied Borno. So the Kanoris had to flee to Chad and Niger. After 13 years, they regrouped and took over their land back from the Fulanis. That is the Fulanis for you. Now, in Nigeria, why are politicians not saying the truth? They cannot because they need the vote from the North. Fulanis might be 6% of the North, but you cannot win election without them. They are financial power, economic power. Just look at the ruling class in the North. They are all Fulanis. The big business guys, billionaires in the North, they are all Fulanis. They hold all the, you can, that's why politicians in Nigeria they can't confront them. They are so powerful. They have the money, they have the political power, they have everything. And it's just the same in America. Let me tell you, the black people in America, the white people in America, they don't like the way the Mexican and everybody are jumping the fence in the southern border. They are bringing drugs that kills their children. But they cannot say it. When Biden got there, he wanted to immediately, because the Democratic Party the Latino people are one of their voting bloc. Immediately, the congressional Hispanic people, they told Biden, do not go there and stop them from coming in. It's because of politics. It's just the same as the Fulanis in Nigeria. It's unfortunate that when politicians, you can't defend your land, you can't defend your people because you need vote from a particular voting group. Now, there's no way you can say the truth. It's unfortunate, but I don't see no way we can stop them. It's unfortunate in as much as we are still running this kind of system.
But how is it that we are not able to implement what was there before now?
What was there before? You know, don't forget, we started from the regional government, and then the North never liked it. They took away the government, the military, and then the South, we were better educationally. That's one of the things the North did. They destroyed, the military destroyed. I was here when Mr. KJ was saying military built Nigeria. It's wrong.
Richard, what I mean was that when they used to bring their cattle before, when it was peaceful in the 80s, 70s, 60s, how did we manage to do it then?
Two things. When you see a Fulani man, go to any big man's house in Lagos. The Megad is a Fulani man. But when you see Fulani, they are made of two different, should I say, religious beliefs. There are the Fulanis that believes in Islam. Those are the ones they do Megad. But the tough ones are called Bororos. They are the traditionalists. You see them at times, they wave their ear. They are very, very deadly. Search them, they always have weapons on them. Knife, very sharp knife, or they go away. So even the other Fulanis, those who have the economic and political power, they are afraid of the Bororos. The Bororos are ready to kill. So now the Bororos are the one living in our forest doing the cattle rearing. Nobody, you dare not face them. They are very, very dead. They come to you and take away your land. That's why the Plateau people, they Benue, because the land is very fertile. Very fertile. Now the mission is now to take away those lands because they have year-round, 12 months green land. The River Benue, River Niger, they are there. So they want to take away their land.
Richard, though, why do we say this? Is there any case in court right now that says, oh, we used to live in this village, John used to live in this village, Fulanis have come to take the village from them, and they were kicked out in Nigeria? Is there any case that in court?
So far, there's none. But Mr. Professor, I will tell you, no judge will take that case. No judge will take that case. People are afraid of them.
So there's no Igbo judge, no Yoruba judge.
Okay, I'm not accusing you. What I'm saying is this, that before the military, the southern part of Nigeria, education was what we were proud of. That as soon as Babangida and co, the military, they not. That's their mission. They destroyed our education. They failed to fund the primary education. They failed. I mean, you can see a graduate of high school in Nigeria who can read and write now. It was not like that before. So don't let them cajole you that, oh, Babangida built Third Mainland Bridge, they built Abuja, the civilians or the politicians have not done anything. We have lost exactly that education. I mean, I'm fortunate I went to pharmacy school in America here, right? I cannot compare what I brought from Nigeria with what other Africans brought. Other Africans are not competitive academically. The way the Nigerian man, I was just an average person in Nigeria academically.
Richard, just hold on for a second. Ask a question, KJ. Don't make a speech.
1999, what have they done with education? And what are the civilian?
Hi, now he wants. Oh God, it's frozen now. Now it's frozen.
Okay, I can go ahead with what he was about to ask. He wanted to say what as the we agree the military destroyed our education, that the civilian has not repaired it. One thing is this: it's so easy to destroy, and it's very difficult to build or rebuild. We all know Nigerian education before. I mean, most of you who are studying even in Europe, either in Europe or America, you will know that. You have been in class with Ghanaians, with Kenyans, with people from Zimbabwe. You cannot compare what you have here, what you brought from Nigeria with what they have. Nigerians are always ahead of them academically. We are the only black race that can compete with Asians, with Caucasians, with everybody, with Arabs.
I concur.
Not even African American.
Yeah.
Forefather, you asked a question that what changed. Forefather, what changed back in the days when I was growing up? The Fulani people does not raise cattle in the West. They already bring them raised. They sell. But now they are trying to raise because of the global warming. They don't have the land in the north to raise those cattle. So that is what changed. So back in
they
the
have
days,
the land, but they don't have the fatter, they don't have the green grass to feed them. Yeah. They have the
So
land.
that is what changed.
Yeah.
See,
But and then Bumi.
Richard,
Okay.
hold on. Let me just share this
All
so
right.
that you can see that. I think Paul, Paul, that's why I say you are sometimes like a museum or something. You do come up with some clear answers. You see what he just said there? He said, look at what he says about the herders and stuff like that. It says historically Fulani pastoralists have grazed in lands around the arid Sahel region of West Africa, partly because of the environmental conditions that limit the amount of land for agricultural purposes, leading to less intense competition for land between farmers and herders. However, after recurrent droughts in arid Sahel region, Fulani pastoralists have moved gradually southwards to the Guinea, Savannah, and the tropical forest areas, resulting in competition for grazing routes and with farmers. Farmers have also moved north with the increase in population. So that is another angle that we don't see. We Southerners, we also go north.
Forefathers, I beg to disagree.
Are you going to say with all if the farmers are moving down because they're looking for grazing land and arable land, then the farmers now who are supposed to be in that land are moving up where there's no land to farm. Come on, man.
No, KJ, that might be true. KJ, no, that's true. That is true in a way. KJ, I did my NYC in Kano. I served in Kano Municipal Hospital in Wudil, Kano. This is the deal. These people produce more maize, more guinea corn, more millet, all those grains. They produce it more than us. Why? Because they don't have to deal with the elders. Elders have moved down south. Southerners cannot farm again. But the unfortunate thing for them is this. I think they only have 3 months of rainy season. So they can only grow their maize within 3 months. And then rain stopped. Everything dried out. Now we can't farm because we are scared of our lives.
Guys.
Farmers, we cannot farm no more.
Just to back up what farmers be moving to the up north.
KJ.
Because it's clever.
Down south. Farmers are moving up north to the land where there's
they are not disturbed by the headers no more.
KJ, that is not the question. The question is that if you move down south, why don't you buy a land to do your business?
You mean for the northerners, right?
Yes, just come buy a land. If I go to the north, I bought a portion of a land to do my business.
Correct.
Come here and buy a land and do your business. Period.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul,
let me ask you a question. Let me say something quickly. Just to back up what Paul was saying, back in the 70s. Now, it is not the Fulanese here that are bringing cattle, down to the south. It is the Awusas. The Awusas bring cattle in the trailer and come down to south and come and sell.
100%, you're right.
Yeah. So just to clarify that for you guys, and then you can go on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the deal is this. The Fulanis believe they own Nigeria. You see a Fulani in Mauritania, he's telling you that he has more rights in Nigeria than you, an indigenous Nigerian. So even if they have the billions, they are not going to buy no land. They believe they have the right to pasture their animals or their cattle, even on your family land. And when you confront them, your cows have eaten my crops, they want to kill you. Instead of them begging you, trying to compensate you, they still believe they've done the right thing. That's the unfortunate part.
Can I ask a
They're
question,
not going to buy your land for ranching. No, they believe they have the right to even destroy your farm.
And
that's the unfortunate
from
thing.
You guys. Is Dangote, is he a Fulani guy? Or
he's a Fulani guy. No Hausa man would have that money like that. Yeah.
It's Hausa. Dangote is Hausa.
Check it very well.
It's Hausa.
Dangote is from the Dantata family. They are Fulanis.
He's
Yeah,
Hausa.
Dantata Saho is his uncle. Yeah, Dantata is his uncle.
Yeah.
No, Ishaku, Rabiu, Dantata, all of them, they are all
Dangote
Fulani.
is Hausa. Everybody
Dangote is Fulani. Okay, the emir of Kano, is he Hausa or
Let
Fulani?
me confirm. Let me confirm.
Forefathers, do you know how many Yoruba indigenes from Okeogun that are limbless today? They don't have limbs anymore. Farmers, some of them are dead, and you are saying court case. What court case? When
No judge will even hear that case.
Seriously,
They'll
no
be
court
scared of their
case.
lives.
Are we serious?
They'll be scared of their lives.
Even a person loses their property, they will end up because you're telling me the whole village will be expelled and nobody will hear the case. Come on, people.
Forefather, this thing is more serious. This thing is more serious than we are discussing. Go to Bedouin, go to Plateau. In the afternoon, our CM was saying they have what's it called? Camps in Plateau. They have many, not one, many. Nobody can live in their ancestral land no more. Even in Abuja. Even in Abuja.
Yeah, in Abuja. Really?
Oh yes.
One bit from
even in Abuja, indigenous Abujas, they cannot live. We have camps in Abuja.
Are we seeing it here, Mr. Dangote? He's Hausa.
It's not Hausa. It's not. You see, Wikipedia. Everybody can put anything in Wikipedia.
Okay, don't worry. You are going to be... See, the reason why I know is because somebody was talking about it some time ago, and they consciously made the comment that he is one of the... when I was saying that Fulanis were the people generally controlling... No, he said, no. Dangote is actually Hausa.
Well, maybe.
Yeah. So that's why I want
to be honest with you...
Can I step in? There's something that Richard said I've been looking for an opportunity to weigh in on. He was talking about democracy not being ideal for us and why we should go back to our indigenous type of
ways of life.
And he made comparisons with China and a few other countries. Number one is this: those countries you're making comparisons with are largely homogeneous. So you find that in homogeneous societies like UAE, Saudi Arabia, their local or original type of governance is easy. That's why there's no coup. It's one family that is ruling UAE. It's also one family that is ruling Saudi Arabia, and everybody is okay with it. No, don't worry, Richard. Just so I don't lose I will try and round off quickly. But when it comes to Nigeria, Nigeria is not Saudi Arabia. And when I say this, I'm not saying this in the sense of, if what is working in Saudi Arabia, which can't apply in Nigeria. No, Nigeria was not a country. Nigeria is a creation of the British, bringing different groups together. What was working for us was the loose confederacy we had in the 60s, where each region was autonomous. Each region was largely autonomous and just contributed to the federal system until the military came in and brought the unitary system. And of course, a certain section of this country took advantage of it and have been running the show since that time. But like I keep saying, we need to go back. We can make good whatever it is we have now. This federal system we have, presidential democracy, it is not a bad system per se. What we just need is we do not have the personnel who genuinely know what they are doing to run the system. That's why we have these politicians who go to Abuja as National Assembly members. And I've made this case earlier on.
Chim, I want to correct you. You said unitary system, and now you say federal system. So don't mix it.
No.
This federal system they run is not truly federal.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree, but see, when Olumide, what I said that I took it from the perspective of we say we are running a federal system.
It is not federal, it is unitary. That's what it is.
I am with you. I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. My point is this. Somehow I think a group of people don't want us to make progress. We cannot shy away from that. We need to keep saying the truth. There's no attempt to be politically correct. Why, like this ranching thing and this carrying cows and things around, why is it difficult to say that, okay, if in the 18th century it was okay, in the 19th century urbanization process, it is not okay to do that anymore. So we cannot say that because we want to make some people happy, oh, we don't want them to feel that they're being marginalized. No. Perhaps what we don't have is the political will to sit down with their elites and say, listen, this is the danger in what you're doing. Where your right stops and ends is where another person's right begins.
Well, are you willing to look into possible middle grounds instead of, because when you say
they're not even allowing us to have the conversation.
No, I think okay. Let's say we are having a conversation. I think the reason why we are using extreme languages here, like we have to control these people, that kind of terms.
I say we need to sit down and have a conversation.
No, you were saying something in the lines of maybe not exactly the phrase I used, but you were saying
guys, yeah.
Please give me the opportunity to respond to what.
Yeah, Richard, you will respond. But I haven't finished.
Oh, okay. You still have more.
So.
You people forgot something. It's okay. You people forgot something, and that is why this thing is dragging. Ganduje told them, "Don't go south. There is land in Kano. Come and build your ranch here." Why didn't they do it?
But Buhari,
Ganduje said, "What is? I stayed in Kano. The water they are looking for, they drill well in Kano. Human being drink. Why can't animal drink well? They drill also.
They have seasons in Kano. They do have seasons.
It's not season. Ganduje said, "Come here. We build all those things." Ganduje tell them, even everything you need should be there.
But you can't just tell them to change their lifestyle.
This is the lifestyle.
What is life?
Listen, this is the lifestyle.
What lifestyle?
Can I respond now? Can I respond now?
There are Fulanis in Ghana.
Thank you very much. Please let me respond now.
Can we come down?
Please, let me quickly respond. Let me quickly respond.
Richard, wait. It's your topic. You still got the mic. One at a time. Who wanted to say something just now? Was it KJ or Omo?
It's me.
It's me.
Oh, God. KJ, please go, please.
When we are having this debate on Nigeria, don't forget Sambisa Forest, where we have all the headers, every one of them, these people that are invincible. Sambisa Forest is in the north. So there's a forest in the north. So there can be a forest in the north. Is it a desert land that call it forest?
No, they've taken over already now.
So if there can be a forest in the north where they have where you can't penetrate, you can't even see the people because it's so big. And Ganduje is saying, "Come, I will turn that Sambisa forest to a place where you graze your animal." Which is better? Is it to leave it to take over or to take over that Sambisa?
Okay, KJ.
Or is there no forest in the north?
Hold on. KJ, don't forget the Sambisa forest is owned by the Kanuri people. Kanuri people and the Fulanis are not friends. They just come together when it comes to election. Like Shetima, is a minority. All right, so they're not going to go to there to rear their cows. That's number one.
KJ was just using that as a...
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Now, let me respond to yours. There is no perfectly homogeneous community. Don't forget, the Saudi Arabia itself was created by the British. And then once they started making the money, when British created Saudi Arabia, and they started making the money, they started occupying smaller communities. And the money is what made them to be so powerful today. Now, I wanted us to go back, or I still want us to go back to how we were before. In the South, and I think the Hausas too in the North, leadership or politics starts from the home, the father, the husband, the head of the home, the head of the community, and then the traditional ruler. That was how it was. And everybody knows where they came from. For instance, I'm an Ijebu from Ogun State. In Yoruba land, we know we are from Ile-Ife. And Ile-Ife has been before Christ. Anybody who has read the book of Herodotus, Herodotus, a Greek man, came to Africa and he said there were 5 well-established communities in Africa. He published his book about 480 something BC before Christ, and he mentioned Ile-Ife as one of them. The Africa is divided into 5 kingdoms, and Ile-Ife, that was almost 500 years before Christ was born.
Richard,
but unfortunately,
I have a question for you.
Okay, I will. So there's no homogeneous community. If we go back in Yoruba, we give the head to the Ooni of Ife. even if he's 10 years old. And things were working well until they brought their religion and their colonization. Imagine somebody who came to steal from you, took away the bronzes and everything, and he said, come and worship my Christ. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm a Catholic. But now I'm questioning the religion. Seriously questioning it. When somebody writes in the book that you cannot go to heaven until you go through Christ, what about the billions of people in China who doesn't know Christ? And they don't even want to know him. Are you telling me they're going to hell? God, the God who created me is not like that. So that's the Europeans, what they want to do is to dominate. Now, another thing I would like to say, people are saying it's so easy for us to break away from the West. I'm telling you, it's difficult. Now, Igbo Basic brought out 2 passports. ECOWAS actually wanted to help the Francophone countries about 3 years ago or 4 years ago. That's why they adopted that unilateral passport and a common currency. Guess who frustrated it? Mr. Macron, the president of France.
Yeah.
So ECOWAS saw that and they wanted to help all this Niger, Guinea, and wherever, so that if we adopt a unilateral currency, we can have a central bank, and then they will get out of that colonization.
Why is our Tinubu now trying to help the same France? And
Thank you very much. He had to do what he had to do. Number one, if you just relax, don't forget, we have $35 billion on the table. You have to threaten this guy so that you now, today you say you want to talk now with ECOWAS. That is why you now tell him, hey, I have a deal. Our gas is just burning away. We see what, if you don't say, threaten him to show that you have supremacy, it's not going to let the aim of Russia. Russia doesn't want competition in Europe. So Russia doesn't want that thing to be successful.
Richard,
and Nigeria want to make money. We want to make money. So that is why you need to talk to him that, hey, because in the deal, we signed with Niger, with Algeria, with all of them, with Morocco too, because the pipe will go through them. They too are interested. They'll be tapping part of it and be paying some money to Nigeria.
Richard, sorry, quickly before you go on, I may not 100% agree with the issue of Russia does not want. I'll tell you why. Canada has natural gas and oil. The German chancellor came to Canada when Europe was cut off the supplies from Russia. And the Canadian government said they're not doing natural gas again because of this green, CO2, whatever thing. So if you have their brothers and your kids in Canada who could have supplied you with natural gas and all those things, but because of this climate change thing and this so-called
green energy.
See, my problem is this. There's a lot of conflicting with what do we want. There's confusion.
You just said it. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Number one, Mr. Chin,
Richard,
that's a very intelligent question.
Richard,
I'm telling you this.
Richard, just to correct something that you stated. I just looked up some information because I don't want people to be carrying wrong information like a venereal disease and passing it on. You said Herodotus mentioned Ife. He didn't. Sorry. He did it. I don't know.
You have read all those books?
Yeah, I've checked.
Mr. Come on, you read that book is published some 500 before Christ.
I've arguing with ChatGPT left.
You know what? You just put no. Forefather, just Google it. That did Herodotus and Ileife. He will tell you everything.
It's your Bible. I don't know who wrote it in Wikipedia, but there's no evidence where it's linked to that.
Please, you can say have access to his book. Go through that book. Ileife has been before Christ. All right? There are evidence for that.
Anywhere near that area. It didn't go anywhere near.
Let's complete the other one.
That area. It didn't even go.
Okay. Please, can you remind me of the question again?
Richard, I was going to say.
Oh, about the green energy. Okay, thank you. Richard, I just remember.
Richard, wait. I was going to say that the gas in Nigeria, is being fled at the moment. So we're not gaining anything from it. So
nothing.
If we sell the gas to the Europeans, it favors us. So go on.
More than what we are making in oil. Yeah. According to the calculation they have. Okay, back to this. I want to enjoy all of us. Now we are well educated, we have traveled, we know what's going on. I want us to start questioning the West. When they talk about green energy, when they talk about the world global what's it called, Bumi? I saw your passion when you're talking about it. Do
Global
not trust
warming.
them. Global warming, thank you. Now, the same people, America, they say, oh, no more global warming. Guess what? When Mr. Joe Biden got there, and he said, we're not doing no cracking, no fracking, and then point price goes up. He wanted to lose America. Guess what? The same person that said, when I get there, I'm going to punish Saudi Arabia when they killed these guys they butchered in Turkey. He traveled to Saudi Arabia, went on his knee, and begging them to pump more price. Oh, that's the person that said global warming is going to kill the world. And then America, they destroyed Honduras. Honduras is a Latino country. He was calling Honduras too. The government will say you don't recognize, begging them to increase their pump. And the Americans never stood up to China. Venezuela, yeah. They never stood up to China. Because the China don't want to respect any of those global warming something. So the West are not
just use the word, Richard, just use the word well. Number one country that has the highest global warming issue. China and America,
China,
number one and number
and
two.
they don't want to obey nothing. Now the US is not standing up to them. Please do not trust anything that comes from even their religion. I was born and raised in Catholic, but I'm questioning Christianity. It's a lie. It's a fraud.
Richard, see,
yes,
on the issue of religion, please, let's be careful.
See, I would say, man, it's now personal. Let people. But with my knowledge and education, I question everything they brought up. If it is true, Mr. TA, somebody who comes to take you as slaves, will not tell you about God.
Okay, let me tell you.
And you will accept that God.
I think you've been spot on tonight on almost everything, but I have a question.
No, I just don't want. I don't trust the West.
I have a question.
And where the devil looks like you, the devil looks like
exactly.
What kind of situation is that? Why is the devil not white?
Exactly.
That kind of stuff.
I don't trust them.
I agree with you, Mr. Richard, is the fact that
Ed has been quiet too. I think Ed is feeling a little bit left out.
This election they did has proven,
this guy is unstoppable.
that number.
Which one? The US?
No,
the US.
This election in
Nigeria.
Has
okay.
proven that myth about the North being more than us or this this election has dispelled that myth. If they allow a free and fair election,
I was going to say that, but I forgot.
You can't get that in the North. If you do census in Nigeria 10 times, the North will still claim to you that they are more than us.
With the BVN they use,
it's still not going to work in the North. Okay. It's not going to work in the North.
Second one is the fact that
they are goat, they are cow, everybody votes.
I understand.
That's Richard, the thing in the North.
Richard, because you Yoruba people don't used to use Togo and Benin. If you count Togo and Benin join, you reach.
Never. Never. Okay, look at what Buhari did now.
Hold on. There are people that have not spoken for quite a while, and they've just decided that they want to be polite.
Just one
Ed
moment.
has not said anything.
The last question.
Come on, hold on.
We should have
I know whatever you want to say is important, but you can't go on.
Okay,
fine then. I'll put you backstage, since you will not let some other person talk. We are not about to save the world with our comment.
Before Richard goes, just a question quickly. I
think let's let TA talk and Bumi, one of them, because they've not said anything for a long time, and Paul hasn't said anything for a long time too. So we need to allow people to talk now. Ed, do you want to add to this discussion?
No, actually, Olumide was supposed to be speaking now because he just came in. So I don't know why you took him.
Olumide has been talking.
No, it was just.
If you don't want to talk,
Olumide has not spoken. He just only interject and ask questions.
I thought he has been going on.
He has not spoken. He has not.
Okay, that's fine. Then you can wait. If Bumi, you have anything to add?
I wanted to say something, but now I've forgotten. So if I
okay, let me quickly ask the question. Let me say, Richard. See,
yes, sir.
I love your experience. I love what you've been through and stuff. But look, when it comes to the things of God, there's some personal things that Let me just quickly clarify this. See, although I was born into a Christian family, I never believed in God before. Yeah. My parents were both, Anglicans and stuff. And all my life has always been partying and partying and partying, doing shows, bringing shows and, all the stuff to
Igboro.
Igboro, God will bless you. Back then, even when I did my service in Abuja, yeah, in Kubwa, I was one of those people that anchored the shows there. So it's always girls' party. But on this very day, yeah, I went to Winners Chapel. I think the bishop then was Tayo Lutayo or something like that. So I went there anyway. The guy said we should wear the best clothes. Yeah. Got there and they were worshiping. Look, what happened there. I was in the middle, yeah, of the congregation, doing big boys and stuff. All of a sudden, I could not see. I'm telling you fact now, real stuff that happened to me. My eyes were blind, yeah? And all of a sudden, what I could see was those shows, yeah, that I was doing. There was one last show that I did that I couldn't even see what happened there on the hair. It was a really bad show. The people that went to my schools that they knew, and so the shows and the voice that I heard there was like, he said, that you're meant to be bringing people to Christ. Yeah, you're now bringing people to the devil. I have a nickname there. If I say my nickname and you Google it and you checked it, you know that some people will say stuff like that. So, but now from there, I was crying in tears, begging. Then all of a sudden, I regained my sight. And the pastor said one thing. He said, you know yourself. He said, you were lost. Yeah. But now you are found. Come out. And that's how I gave my life. But since then, it's always been a roller coaster. Now, what I was going through back at home, right here, Oyibo people, you understand, saw same thing as well. I said, look, this is who you are. See, my dear brother, I believe in God. I believe in the Holy Spirit, So I'm not trying to, and that's why when I come here, I always try to talk about love. It's because of my personal experience, and I wish, and even in China that you just talked about, yeah, we have an outreach there where people were, because preaching now, when you preach in China, you get arrested.
I think try to keep it a bit succinct.
Yeah, so can I respond now? I understand, Mr. T. I understand. But Mr. T, let me tell you this: African had no God, the creator, before the European brought their religion. So we didn't get to know God through them. African have been worshiping God. We believe that there's a super being up there that created us. Yeah. So Europeans did not bring God to us.
I just wanted to add something to the discussion. I think Olumide said something about northern Nigeria is less populated than the south. The reason why northern Nigeria is more populated is because they have a larger area. Look at the difference in size. Maybe in terms of population density, they are less, but they have more area. That is the problem.
So the middle belt, I don't always count the middle belt as northern Nigeria. Anyway.
Exactly. If you remove the middle, that's why personally I don't like that. I would remove the Benue. I would remove those other Nasarawa. No, they're not. But that's the political
north. Don't believe that narrative. That narrative you are telling is not true. It's not true at all. You can say North have more land than the South. That is true. That they have more population than the South. That is totally false.
No,
Geography itself. Excuse me, one more minute and I'll be true. Geography itself in the whole world says that population increases when it's going towards the sea.
Water.
And then
but it's accurate here too.
Towards the north. How come Nigeria own is the only country that is different in the world?
But I just told you it's not contradictory. That is what you are looking at here. The population is concentrated towards the south. It's almost 50% in Nigeria, but yet the north is a lot bigger. Normally, if it was distributed equally, the north will outstrip Nigeria's population by about 60 to 70%.
Forefather, it has nothing to do with landmass. Let's not use landmass. For example, if you want to talk, Forefather, if you want to talk about America, yeah, landmass, only the state of California is bigger than the whole north of America.
Yeah,
You understand? Only the state of California. You want to talk about Texas, you want to talk about Arizona. If you take Niger State out of Nigeria, Arizona is the size of Nigeria. You understand? So what do you want to talk about? But what is the population there? You understand? But they have a lot of population in the north. You understand? That's how it is.
The truth or just want to talk to each other? Because I would like to learn the truth of the situation. California, I know, has access to the ocean, and which means the population.
And it's the largest population in America because of the ocean. Outside California now, other places that don't have that water don't have population. That's exactly what KJ is telling you. California has 38 million, more than the population of Canada. California.
No, just
Yeah,
no.
but America
California
is made
and
up
Canada,
of,
same
300
population.
million. California population is here 39 million. America is 300 and something million population.
That's what I'm telling you. One state because of that water. You see, now look at California that also share border with Arizona. What is the population of Arizona? 7 million. You know why? No water there.
Yes.
Go and look at the population of New Mexico. You understand? So this thing, but go and look at the population of Texas that also have water. The population is increasing.
I hear what you are saying, but in the context of this in Nigeria, it's not the same. Nigeria is not.
Nigeria, na Photoshop. Na Photoshop.
Nigeria North is not desert.
Na Photoshop.
Nigeria, Nigeria doesn't have a desert. Nigeria doesn't have a desert. It's not like Arizona that has a desert. Nigeria doesn't have a desert. So I used to think that when you go to Kaduna, all you going to see is dry areas. I was surprised Kaduna vegetation is not that different from that of the south in Nigeria. So we are just thinking that Nigeria, the north, is just dry land. It's not
good percentage of their land. We are not saying all. Good percentage of their land.
Have you been to the thick forest of Benin in Edo State? Kaduna doesn't have that kind of forest.
Yes, but they have green. They have mangoes.
Green that's very seasonal. In December, January, February, everything dries out.
No, I went there in December. I went there in December.
Yeah, it depends on the time. If you go to some areas, you can be. When you are driving on the street of the north and you look ahead, you see straight land. You can even see almost 1 kilometer ahead.
True.
Unlike when you are in the south, you can't see like that.
See, Richard and Forefathers, will you classify Kwara and Kogi State as
exactly? Those are not there. Exactly, they're not supposed to be not.
You understand? It's just political stuff. All these whatever that they
use. So it's unfortunate. Nobody can change it.
Are we saying that the north population is fake?
It is.
It's, of course.
They have bank accounts.
Check the result of the first election Nigeria had. Forefathers, you have access to Google. Check the result of the first election Nigeria had. The north was so small. But now they knew that they almost lost that election. Guess what? The next population, their population was like times 10.
Now, apart from that, that
there are too many
their brother in Niger.
They have polygamy.
They allow we have traditionalists in the south that also have polygamy. We have traditionalists in the south that also marries multiple wives.
Why do we do this thing where we just kind of subscribe to some of all these conspiracy theories so heavily? Clearly, I've seen it with my own eyes. Like young northerners riding bikes, they already married. They're barely over somebody that should be out of secondary school.
Forefather, you lost touch with Nigeria. That's why you are saying all these things. These are things that me living in Lagos, Forefather, me living in Lagos, we take pride, non-Lagosians, non-Yoruba, we take pride to cause these Yoruba people. Guess what? The few illiterate or the majority illiterate, they also have kids the same way. Only for me to shock, for me to go to Delta, go to my village, I see all my young cousins that have children that have grown to my own size, and I don't even have my own baby. What are you talking? It's everywhere.
You want me to show you the
It's
best way
everywhere. You understand? That is what comes with when you don't have education.
See, if you want to know the truth, I don't know. It's like
Tell me how many educated people in the north that have kids like that. Even when they marry 4 wives, they don't have so many kids like that.
They don't. They don't. Ibrahim Babangida had one wife. Sonny Abacha one wife. Most of them also have one wife today. They are lying. They are not telling the truth.
But the Southerners that mostly conduct this information, that did this
Father is everywhere. That multiple wife and baby mama thing is everywhere in our villages.
It's everywhere.
In our villages. If you just live with one, you live one place. I'm so ashamed because I taught the Yoruba so much. This kind of thing, 17 years, 16 years, they're not a born picking. I was shocked to go to my village. All my cousins have grown-up kids. And I don't know who have no kids. It look like me now. My manhood is not even working.
See, guys, here.
I can tell that in our own individual lives. You know, many southeastern person. You know, Yoruba people. How many of them do you know have more than 5 children? How many of them today that are having more than 5 children? You barely know anyone.
I think we have people like that too in the villages.
Me as a person, I have a sister who has 6 kids.
Only one out of 10.
No, wait. Now you said, do we know people? I'm telling you, I have a sister. Not
Fair point.
She has 6 children. Harvard, some of them, Cambridge trained from Niger to come and study medicine in Cambridge. Life is soft. I have another sister who has 8 children.
Yeah. Okay.
My sister.
Is she Muslim?
This is me, one person, a Yoruba person. I've given you example. People
are they Muslim
everywhere. It's a myth.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking.
A genuine census in Nigeria. Do you think those numbers will check out?
No way.
Sure, are they Muslim?
You know why it's going to check out?
So, Father, let's start debunking this. Do you know the rate of the death ratio in the north with those people that are having all this baby?
Thank you very much, Mr. Prof. Thank you very much. Thank you. You are very intelligent. That's the deal.
Guys,
we have better medical access. I mean, we have better access to medical facilities than them.
See, guys, you're missing the point. Look, southern side here, your borders here is guarded. Up north, from Chad, you can just walk in from Chad to Nigeria. From Niger, you can just walk in from Niger to Nigeria. So, if, for example, if they're going to do election, all the Canary people need to do is tell their brothers, call them by phone, come over, come and register.
They don't need to call them. Don't you see the
Mr. Tayo, we have the same thing, we have the same thing, Badagry. We have the Cotonou people all the way to Shaki in Ibadan, Oyo. We have the same thing in the south too.
Hold on, let me share this information so they will see what Nigerians are doing. Nigerians, you guys, I don't know, man. I don't know what is going to save us. Look at Nigerians that are all over the place. I don't know how correct this data is. But look at that. Nigerians in Nigeria, 225 million estimate. In Benin Republic, up to 6 million people of Nigerian descent from what they claim. Cameroon, 4. Yeah. Cameroon, 4 million. And United States, 400,000. United Kingdom. Wow. I think it's more than this now in United Kingdom. I'm sure.
People that jackpot last year is more than 2.
Yeah, in the last 3 years.
The amount of Nigerians that came last year.
Yeah, it's too much. It's more than this, definitely in the UK. But look at Niger. And see, when Nigerians keep saying, I don't believe this number 2 in the Niger one, by the way. I don't believe it.
How can you have 4 million in Cameroon?
That doesn't seem right, yeah. No, a Cameroonian has told me that, that is true. There's a lot of people there. Yes, there's a lot of Nigerians. That Nigeria has almost all the businesses there. And they
no,
4 million, that's huge. Wow.
People from Calabar.
4 million. And so that's one thing people don't, when people say people are going to the north, they are not looking at southerners that go sideways. You know, I know people that say that they live in southwest, but their backyard is in Benin Republic and their front is in Nigeria. So you see that this stuff cuts all around. So it's not that straightforward for us to be saying, one side of the country taking advantage of the other.
In Niger, it's not even much. It's 155,000 in Niger.
Yeah,
that's not real.
Niger is not highly populated, but I still doubt that.
It won't be real because the Nigerian is on automatic dual citizen.
Yes,
they both dual citizen.
You see that again? You just saw 4 million on the other side and 5-6 million on the other side. They're not dual citizens, so it's only the Nigerian one that is dual citizen.
And Niger,
how does that even work?
Biggest landmarks in Africa. I'm sure you know.
Yeah, of course.
So there's a lot of ungoverned space in Niger.
Yeah, correct.
Which some of these foreign governments have taken over and have turned it to a drum station. And also the other groups that are headers and all that, all the evil people are there, one way or the other. But what I want you to understand, forefather, is that right from the beginning of population counting in Nigeria, it's always been false. It's always been skewed toward the. This is not a secret. I'm not revealing anything new. This is known, well known. That's why if you know there's a man who was a head of census commission in Abuja, who is called Ojukwu. I've forgotten his first name now. A very straight man, just like Professor Sam we talked to today. He doesn't mince word. He tells you the way it is. So when he was appointed head of population, he read the things that were there and he shouted, say, come on, what is this nonsense he's saying? He was trying to explain. Okay? And then quickly, the northern elders, like I keep telling you, went to Jonathan and told him that this man must be removed. This Ojukwu man. Look, what I'm saying, you can go and check in there's information everywhere. They went and said, this man must be removed. And they insisted that Jonathan removed him. Because he was going to expose all the lies. He was saying that this is before we think this was a rumor, but now look at the papers. Look at the papers. First, the 1973 population was wrong. 1976 was wrong. This was wrong. Look at what. So he was trying to build it up, but he was removed before he was able to do the damage.
But there are easy ways to find out now to have an idea of the population that is in different areas of the country. If you look at the BVNs that people have, you can't dodge that. If you look at
it's not so.
Oh my God! Now
have you heard of Bashiga? Bashiga? You can call me. If you are not Muslim, they will say you can come in.
You want to
a northerner also counts the northerners.
BVN is like a fingerprint of human beings.
You cannot use BVN. If you use BVN, then the south is more than the north now. The northerners that you do business with will give you another person's account number to send money. They don't even have bank accounts. If you use the BVN, the south is even larger than the north.
Listen, there's no way you can have a reliable figure, census figure in Nigeria.
How about fingerprints?
See, exactly. You can't escape this.
Mr. TA, when it comes to census, you need to see before you can say, okay, there are 10 people in this. Now, when they say, okay, you know what? I have my wives. I have 20 wives, but you can't go there to count them. How would I know? I just have to rely on what you tell me. They have Bashiga. You can't come in.
Richard, let me tell you something. Somebody's asking what our fingerprint. TA, let me tell you something. If you go to the passport office in Abuja there, I'm talking about a state, I'm talking about Abuja, and you say, oh, I want to make a passport for Richard, and Richard is not around. He say, okay, so but we need his fingerprint. He say, okay, but Richard's record is here, so you know what, pay so and so and so, and we'll see what we can do. I'm telling you on the spot, they will produce Richard's passport with his fingerprint on it. And if you want them to change it 10 times, they will change it. What are you saying?
Are you looking at this? Are you looking at the map? Are you looking at this map? So people are already fighting it. Okay, hold on. Are you looking at this map? This is the fertility map of Nigeria. Now it's on ResearchGate. This is something that people carried out the research on this. And if you look at it, it does make sense too, because in Niger is known as having the highest birth rate in the world. So if you look at it, further you go to the north, the higher the birth rate you are seeing. So except our politics goes into the Niger Republic too.
Father, how did they collect this record that you are talking about when the northerners don't even have a baby in the hospital? Look at the national population. They don't have kids in the hospital. All these illiterate people that you are talking about, they don't have kids in the hospital. So where did they collect the record? You can't get them through census, you can't get them through anywhere. And they don't go to school that you say you use school to count. They don't go to our secular school. They go to the Arabic school. Alimajiri school, I mean to say.
For me, this is telling you a story, and I'm not surprised. The Southerners are generally more educated. They spend more time in school. You are likely to have less children when that is happening. This is a worldwide trend. So it's not entirely surprising. I don't know why people see this. This is consistent with what you should expect. Okay, if Nigeria was a fluke, then why does Niger have the highest birth rate in the world?
Forefather,
But what's their
average
population? Mr.
Southerners
Forefather,
that is
what's their
not super
population?
educated financially is doing well. They have a lot of kids. So it is the very educated Southerner that don't have a lot of kids. An average Southerner that is just comfortable, they have a lot of kids. That you must know. Because it's a pride thing.
Aside from that, forefather,
Forefathers, we are
Niger.
not disputing their population. What we are saying is we want the true figures. We're not saying they don't have high population. We want the true figures. You understand? Without the true
That's a
figures,
good one.
how do you want to plan for your economy? You can't plan for your economy.
Personally, if you ask me today, give me the data that is available in Nigeria, I can extrapolate to a reasonable degree of accuracy the population of Nigeria. So I believe
There is no data. That's
you may
the
not have
truth.
direct data of individual names, but you have enough what they call it,
The
BVN
only
data,
thing,
NIN data, and you look at other data like birth
Forefather,
data
talking
and
about
all kinds of
BVN
different
and
other
NIN,
things.
do you know that they arrested quite a lot of, in their thousands, between December and February, December last year and February this year, with Nigerian voters card, foreigners carrying Nigerian voters cards were arrested in Kaduna between December and February, coming to vote.
Yeah.
It was Nigerian officials that arrested them. You don't hear of such happening at our borders in Lagos.
So let me support your case. So let me support your case. Do you know people buy? So do you know people even buy people BVM debt? People who officially they are dead. They use their BVM.
The Nigerian man on TV who
Do you
said
know?
that Tinubu should not come and fight them in Niger, that he said we voted for APC. He's
Yes,
a
now.
Nigerian. He said we voted for APC. Is this how he's going to reward us? The man is a Nigerian.
See, all the people that are living along this area, Ogun area, they are all like with Benin Republic. So if somebody shifts from here to here, nobody will ask question. The same thing for all this area. I've seen the person on news recently talking about how they move from here to their friends, their family members in Cameroon, because they just live next door to each other. There's nothing separating them. If they wanted to vote, they could vote. If
Is
they
there a
wanted to
history
vote,
of them coming to vote?
Forefathers.
I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Local P. Help us talk to Forefathers.
Okay, just to get out now, right? Lagos is 3.4, right? The ratio. And how come with the population in Lagos, they still have 3.4, far lower than other states that is having less population?
Yeah, it's very this is predictable because urban areas generally have lower birth rate, and because of the influx of Lagos is mostly of adult population. That's the thing, is the adult population is probably higher in terms of percentage.
No, that's not correct,
compared to others.
because you are looking at the city life. That's what you're looking at. You understand? You're talking about interiors. You understand? If you go outskirts of city life, the Butemeta, the what's called Ekpe, the Ikorodu,
Badagry.
Badagry, so when you see those places, those where you have more people, sort of younger or living sort of like village life, not the Lekki.
Those areas change now, local P.
Which he hasn't. You understand? It hasn't changed. Everybody's rushing. The people are talking about the older people.
It's
There are
talking
even
about
people
the
like
outskirts.
coming from outskirts of Lagos that they're talking about. So how come those people with their population, they have lower fertility rate, like you said, compared to other southeastern states? Those are even 4 point something. How come? And